Wow. All right. Why do I always start with my streams with wow now? I don't. Whatever. Anyways, my impression of Natlan. Good job, Brain. Wow. My impression of Nod-Krai. They both begin with N. Okay, and they have the same number. Nod-Krai. Nod. Okay. They don't feel like they have the same number of syllables, but they do have the same number of syllables. It's an understandable slip up. Okay. Whatever. Oops. The my impressions, in case you didn't watch my stream from yesterday, because it was at, you know, a time where a lot of people might have been asleep, weirdos. Uh, it was pretty good. I liked it. I liked the vibe of pretty much everything I saw. Not that I've done, much of the story content or quests or whatever, but like even places like Nausea Town, I thought were gonna be. Like, let's go. Oh, let's hopefully not trigger this. Let's go here. Well, no, let's go here and then like walk in through here. Like just like the vibe of like walking through some of the stuff in Nausea Town, they kind of nailed. I'm not gonna lie. Like I thought it was gonna look a little bit like out of place, but I think they did they did a really good job. Now I can't comment on anything. Ooh, don't do it. I can't comment on anything meaningful to like a real degree, but yeah. Anyways, I didn't deny YouTube the granola bar ASMR because Twitch didn't get it either. I was muted, by the way. Pandemonium. But anyways, as far as character kits go, if you want my first impression on Llama, I did finish leveling her. Well, not finish. We gotta get her to level 10. In case anyone's not aware, I got C1 Llama. You can go watch the wishing video if you want. I did put that out, and it's performing really, really poorly for some reason. I don't know why, because like it's one of those weird circumstances of like the impressions are really good, like, which means like people are clicking on it, but then like people aren't watching it. And my only explanation for that would be people are potentially. I'd go look at the in-depth statistics. I'm guessing people are stopping watching because like I'm yapping in the beginning, and like that kind of pisses me off. I'm sorry when that happens, especially with wishing videos, because it's like, what the hell is the point of watching? What is the point of watching a wishing video when you don't understand any of the context for why a person is wishing on a particular thing? I just don't get it. I just don't get it, right? So like I know there was like 3 minutes of yap before I actually did wishing in the C6 video, but most of it was, well, not most of it was wishing, but like the actual wishing content isn't that long in the first place because I didn't have 8,000 wishes, right? Like, and I put in the beginning, hey, skip to 4 minutes in if you want to see the Gamba anyways, and like I don't know, it's just kind of surprising that it's performing super meh to me. But I don't know. It's probably just because I didn't say I'm spending $8,000 for Dia. What does $8,000 get you on Dia's banner? Because people watch that for wishing videos, but they won't watch whatever else. People hate free to play content. By the way, I'm sorry. that's my vibe. People seem to hate. Not it's not free to play, mind you, but people seem to hate when there's not like money on the line for gambling content. So, oh well. Anyways, like, it's gonna annoy me if I do my stupid video where it should probably be a sponsored video if I do it because I don't want to spend the money myself. This is really dumb, and this is why it's potentially a good video idea. But when Yelan runs, I think doing a video of how much money does it cost to get a level 100 character, and then I can let the viewers decide who it gets level 100'd. Because I have C6 Yelan, in case anyone's not aware. So I can wish on Yelan banner, and either 50-50 losses to Mona, Kaching, or now Dia, or getting copies of Yelan. So that's like a pretty high chance, right? That's like if a 50-50 loss happens, it's like a slightly less than one in 2 chance, right? So it's like a 60 to 70% chance that wishing on Yelan banner, any 5-star gives a star glitter, a masterless Fortuna, not a star glitter. And the Geek Source immediately at the rate of 5. Welcome. What were you doing in Nod-Krai, Geek? So like, anyways, I guarantee you that video will probably do better. Why? Because it puts money on the line, and people, it's something like I get it. Like particularly if you don't know the nuances of the wishing system, you see a video that's like, oh, dumb content creator throws away money. Let's see what happens, kind of thing, and like it's something that most people, because they're sane, won't consider doing. So like it's why it makes for good content. Like I understand, my expectation isn't that that video would perform worse than the Dia video, but it does slightly disappoint me that, you know, people ain't watching the Dia video. Like they're clicking on it, but then they ain't finishing watching it, which is kind of crazy because I think my gamble luck in that video was enjoyable enough to watch to be worthwhile. But anywho's, isn't Lanyan predicted to be with Nefer? I hope that's true, but just as an FYI, while HomDG, so the reason, by the way, that we lately in like many recent patches we have had like more reliable info on reruns earlier is because MiHoYo started putting like in the game data for the betas information about like banners is the long and short. Like HomDG Cat has started to be able to get the rerun information from the beta. And it just like has not been wrong yet. Anytime they say like a character's rerunning, they have not been wrong yet since they've been doing that. So right now, in case anyone's not aware, if this changes how you're planning on pulling this patch, Farina, Zhongli, and Arlecchino, and then Nefer next patch. And Nefer's obviously new character first patch, first half. But we don't know the order. HomDG Cat never is able to know the order. They never say anything about the order. They just say these characters are rerunning. And then they also usually have some 4-star characters they know are rerunning, which they listed Lanyan, Yunjin, and Rosaria. And I think it's kind of a crapshoot where Lanyan reruns, because Nefer has not really great 4-star teammate options in general, I would say. For her strongest teams. Although to be clear, I did see TG. Oh, this is actually the funniest thing I think I've seen. For like, this is the funniest thing in the context of how. Let me open it up. Okay, there we go. I found it. I'm just gonna show TGS's calcs for Nefer because it's really funny. Mind you, like these numbers are very early estimations from one person. Different people will have different assumptions and things can change. But I think this is really funny. And I want to explain why it's really funny, because to people that won't understand why it's so funny to me. Anyway, let's go BAP. It's gonna work. Yep. So this is kind of small, but so there are 3 Nefer hyper teams here. These are from TGS, and so does that work? Probably. Oops. Yeah, let me go over here. So you can see this is Nefer, Lauma, Aya, Nefer, Lauma, Nahida, and Yelan. This is, this one is at 110k DPS. This one is Aino, Nahida, Lauma instead of Yelan. And, oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know that. TGS, okay. TGS calcs Aino C0 is better than Yelan. So that's not what I was gonna laugh about, but that is one funny thing about the current balance of Genshin and how like on-fielders are balanced. That I know C0 out DPS's Yelan. This is why I've been talking about how Yelan is like holding on like she's on the edge of the cliff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like Yelan, but like it doesn't make me feel good. It's just, I don't know. I can't do anything but laugh in a coping manner when it comes to this kind of thing. It's like, if you care about like the team building meta of Genshin, this is just how it be now. We live in a post-Escoffier world. Yelan is so pretty though. I mean, the good news in some ways is that Yelan is an old character and is still competitive with newer options. Will we ignore the fact that Columbina is going to probably exist in the future? Anyways, in case you didn't notice, both of these, this also the funny detail is not the thing I've seen a lot of people already be complaining about from like some theory crafters, assuming that prototype Amber Nahida is the way to go with Nefer. But it's just a problem, like she just doesn't have very good defensive utility options in general. And I think this might be like why Llama C1 really exists, realistically. Like Llama C1 being a healing thing, is because they knew they were releasing Nefer and that she wouldn't have great defensive team options. And I also think Llama C1 existing probably means Columbina does not have defensive utility either. So anyways, like I don't disagree that this is weird, because the way that Nefer's kit works means that buffing her is basically like getting her to do as much damage as possible. If you want to, like, you know, maximize Nefer's damage and also maximize team DPS, you give her as much crit and EM and then like lunar damage bonus as possible, and then res shred, or flat buffs, like, because technically Llama gives a flat buff too, but Llama's the only one. Llama and Lolly C1 would be the only character that can actually give flat buffs to Nefer. But like outside of like high investment 5-star BS, like, you know, Lolly C1 instead of Nahida here, or Lolly C2 instead of Nahida 2, you know, you have this problem of like there's not that many units that are that compelling. I kind of wish TGS had, maybe he didn't, this is just the screenshot, I didn't have it, but I kind of wish there was, because I think for a lot of people the most compelling option for a 4-star that isn't Nahida, like Nahida Prototype Amber, would probably be something like, what's it called? The Diona C6, because she gives a shield, she gives some healing, without having to like use a weird Prototype Amber weapon and build. I do highly disagree. As someone who has had Prototype Amber on Nahida in a while, I've seen some discourse and be like,
Proto Amber Nahida is so fake. That's just super try-hard people things.
Like, bruh, you actually haven't tried to use Prototype Amber. And you haven't even dared consider use Prototype Amber with Nahida on a Maiden's build. It can heal quite a lot. like you have to be taking quite a lot of damage to not have the ability to survive with Proto Amber in most situations. I'm not saying you're necessarily, like, to be clear, this is with like the support set on like the damage maximize is if you put Nahida on Maidens and then Lauma on Deepwood and then you put Aino on the new support set instead, you're losing 120 EM, and that would make it so that Aino is not better than Yelan here, right? But also it would make it so that this team has meaningfully more defensive utility. So, because Aino is on instructors here, so you're getting more EM buffing and whatever, and that's a pretty big deal. Like losing 120 EM is going to be a meaningful DPS loss. Anyways, this is not the funny thing I wanted to point out. I wanted to point out that all these are 2 Nod-Krai teams, right? Nephra Hyper was Zhongli and Aino, you know. So this is without Llama, right? So without Llama, you lose a lot, but quite frankly, this is an example of the same story as Skirk, in my opinion, where like, yeah, if you don't have Llama, you lose a lot, but like, this is still pretty good, in my opinion. With the C0 Aino hitting 75k DPS, that's pretty good. I don't think that's actually that problematic. This means that like, well, okay, this is kind of problematic because Zhongli matters here. And also Zhongli, oh wait, no, he assumed Zhongli and Nahida on Deep, but that's a little weird. I don't know why he wouldn't assume Zhongli on, maybe this was a typo on his part. I don't know why he wouldn't, TGS wouldn't have assumed Zhongli on the new support set. But anyways, like, you got hyper teams, right? You have to play basically with 2 Nod-Krais to do Nefer Hyper. But if you're in a situation where you skip Nefer and skip Lauma, and you pull for Flins, and then you pull for Nefer, you only have Aino as the second Nod-Krai available. So you can't really enable Nefer and Flins' full kit at the same time. So in my opinion, Nefer in particular is pretty important to check the context, which thankfully TGS did, of how much damage you can get from what can you do with Nefer for a team building level if you do not have the ability to do 2 Nod-Krais with her. And thankfully, if you don't have 2 Nod-Krais with her, she doesn't turn off the bloom reaction, right? She only turns off the bloom reaction if you have 2 Nod-Krais. I think that's perfectly fine balance. So that means you have something like this. So you go from, you know, Nefer Hyper, 90% of team's damage, 90, they're all 90% of team's damage. This one is 87% of team damage. And then this one is 20%. but it does more damage than than this one. And this one has more 5 stars. Like her personal damage drops to 20%. Don't get me wrong. This is a lower investment Hyperbloom team. Not okay. Lower. I don't know. It is this is a 90k DPS Hyperbloom team. This is a really high DPS for a Hyperbloom team. Okay. Like this is significant. This is pretty good. But like also slingshot on Yelan assumption here. What? Honestly, I respect it. But yeah, the contrast of these two in particular is really funny to me. Like I just this is where Genshin's balance is at on like a meta level, and it's why like boy, I just like while when characters that are releasing that characters I like to have the option of their best team, because I do enjoy I enjoy the full breadth of I enjoy being able to like have high damage potential for clearing either completely brain off or clearing Stygian Onslaught, because it can be enjoyable. But on the same level, I almost think it's just not worth caring about because of how they've been balancing. Because like, if you give up caring about having characters' best teams, what do you give up? You give up like clearing dire difficulty and clearing fearless difficulty with ease. But like, you can still clear fearless difficulty with never, basically, without having Llama kind of thing. And it's just like, oh, what? I don't know. Anyways, so sorry about the Nefer app at the start, but I don't know. It was in my head, and that's what I do. Another thing I want to mention is when you are in, I believe. Oh yeah, after you finish. Oh, it's only after you finish the quest. Okay, interesting. That's what. Yeah. So after you finish the quest, whenever you're in Nod-Krai, you automatically have Ascendant Gleam, which is really weird and kind of annoying from a testing perspective. Because that means, so the Kuki team here, that means this Kuki team literally does not function while you're in Nod-Krai, if you've done this quest. Which is a weird decision. This is like similar to like how annoying Natlan was with like the auto switching thing. But almost worse in that like certain teams literally will not function. Like this Kuki team on the bottom left will not function in Nod-Krai. Like on the other hand, to be clear though, it means you wouldn't need item in your team, right? So you can do Yelan, Nefer, and Nefer will, Yelan, Nefer, and EM buffing whatever puts them on a deep wood, and like you can have closer to what the bottom right damage is while in Nod-Krai. Once you complete this quest without having Ino on the team, it's just, and being that it's Overworld, you'd have the ability to use Ino regardless. You don't have the same problem with if you have Flynn's and Nefer and didn't pull the 5 stars, you can't use them both together. Well, you don't need to use them both together in Overworld, so like it's not really that problematic. It's just weird. So anyways. Solo Dendro Never even put on enough Dendro app for double Hydro Hyperbloom? Yeah, from what I've seen, yes. By the way, we can finish my combat before we do into the content that I actually want to do this stream, which is some more exploration and maybe some story. But yeah, let me walk, like just walking into here. Like let's just take a mosey on into here. I'll comment a little bit more about my experience with Llama's kit, but like they really managed to nail, I think, the vibe in here, the vibe in general in Nod-Krai. But like I thought this would look a little bit less of a nice area, but the whole like I don't know, like the whole hodgepodge city made out of scrap kind of vibe, plus what is it, like I don't know, the scrapyard vibe, whatever you want to call it, I guess. I don't know. I'm struggling to think of the word properly, but yoink. When you walk in this area and just walk around and like the stuff overhead and whatever, it's really good. And I noticed this in particular yesterday when I went on to Polearms Only to go and unlock the statue, and like I walked through the city and I was like, damn, I didn't even notice it was when I came into on my main account the first time, because I think I accidentally took a weird way around. But like they really do their like introductions to this area pretty well, other than the fact that like you just teleport here the first time, whether through the quest or the teleport point. But after you actually start walking in the city, it's just like walking out here and looking at this. That's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. Steampunk, yeah, that is the word. And I don't know. They did a dang good job. That's all I can say. And it's one of those vibes of you come into a new area and you're like, what the frick is this? Oh, it's an elevator. I see. Okay, cool. And immediately you're seeing things. You're like, I don't know what that is. I want to learn what that is. And that's a good thing as far as open world games go. I will say I wish this elevator was faster because I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's have a race. Let's have a race, everyone. Let's see. Can I climb up this faster than the friggin' elevator go? All right. Oh, I guess I kind of cheated there. Oops. Except I also failed by not grabbing onto the thing. Okay, we'll try that again. I need to activate it like while I'm also like. Alright. What up? Wait. We always gotta answer this question. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, sure. What? What? Okay, I'm still at a disadvantage again. Okay, yeah, like, look, it's the same speed. Like, come on. It's the same speed, and that means Shallonen is faster. Okay. Like, what kind of poopy elevator is this? Goes the same speed as everything else. Anyways. Hey, I found something negative. It doesn't really matter. It's a nitpick, I understand. But hey, look, nothing's perfect. We found something to complain about. The Nod-Krai, the people of Nod-Krai don't know how to design elevators. Let's be real. This elevator also has no safe. Well, okay, no safety. No safety constraints on this elevator also makes sense. I think for the vibe here, that's fine. Actually, that makes sense. Anyways, what's that bump? It was just shaped like a deer. Yeah. All right. Anywho's, let's go spend my resin quick. Which one is it again? I gotta double check. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't done a ton of content yet so far. So we but I like I said yesterday, I've had a more positive first impression of Nod-Krai than I did of Natlan, but I haven't done much of like exploration yet. And I think Natlan did exploration really, really well in that, like, it was all just gimmicks around, you know, the Saurians, and then you could use the characters' abilities instead of the Saurians. I think Nod-Krai's puzzle and exploration mechanics are going to be much more are going to be much more like encapsulated. Like they do a lot of like additional regions where, like, you know, like this, like the summer event region, right, where it's like you use the Osher mechanic. I think that's what most of Nod-Krai's exploration is going to be like. It's like you use the specific mechanic in this region, which is like not dissimilar from the Saurians, but it feels different to me. I don't know how to exactly articulate that right now. Anyways, go here. Spoilers in chat. Yeah, don't spoil the shite. Anyways. Oh wait, you saying Yurei is spoiling? I don't think that's spoilers. I was literally just talking about the thing that's referenced in game. Like if that's spoilers, the thing that I just said about the resonance screen showing that, you know, in Nod-Krai the thing goes up. But if it's a temporary effect that you can turn off, that's good, I guess. Then it's probably, then I have nothing to complain about it. Yep. Yeah, should we actually wait, no. What? Did I delete a Hybrid Raiden preset team? Why did I do that? Probably just because actually I know why. It's because 15 teams was not enough, but I have more teams now. Sure, we gotta show Hybrid Raiden. And this is one context where like getting so I always need to do this. No, I don't have C2 Raiden. People always freaking ask this because they don't. I'd say that with a tone of annoyance because it's like, it's not that hard to tell if you understand about the game, but like I understand if you don't know that much about the game, you can't tell at a glance if it's C2 Raiden or not. But it's not C2 Raiden. It's Staff of Scarlet Sands Hybrid Raiden with double EM emblem build. This is the build, if you care. Staff of Scarlet Sands is running right now, and this is worth testing, I think, from the context of like, okay, is Staff of Scarlet Sand still worth it? Now with the C0 Llama, I think if you want to do hybrid riding with Llama Farina, you gotta use Benny Boy. You can use someone other than Farina, but other Hydros don't buff anywhere near as much as Farina does, and Bennett also buffs Raiden's damage, so like it's kind of a no-brainer to use Benny Boy. But there is an interesting context here where like this is actually where I could functionally gain more meaningful value from Llama C1 being a healer. Although again, this is not really, I don't know, it's not really that compelling because most players don't have, or not most players, a lot of players have Farina C2. But if we're talking C0 characters, and then you get a freebie Llama C1, but still have, you know, Farina C0, I don't really think Llama's C1 healing is enough to just get away with that healing alone. Like, you'd still want to do this team. In my case, because I have C2 Farina, I might be able to get away with just Llama C1 healing for this team. And that lets me go from Bennett to either a Res Shredder or a second Electro unit, which could help reduce energy needs or whatever, yada yada yada, right? I could do a second Hydro unit. Like, I could get away with much more team flexibility with Hybrid Raiden and Llama together if, you know, I have C1 Llama. And I could also do something like, you know, C0 Llama on Prototype Amber, or C1 Llama on Prototype Amber. But anyways, I want to show, I haven't activated my C1 Llama. So I don't have any healing from Llama, it's just the healing from Bennett here. But I do have C2 right now. I tried this last night briefly. It feels better than I thought it was going to feel. Like, it feels a lot better than Nahida does to me. Oh yeah, I really like that Verdant Dew stacks like carry over between like Abyss runs and Domain runs, by the way. Not Abyss runs, they carry over between whatever. So anyways, like I kind of would say that Hybrid Raiden with Llama C0 feels about the same with some situational context of her feeling better, like in the multi-wave situation of Abyss currently. Llama feels better to me than C2 Nahida. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But like I'll go do the compare. And like this is a comparison where I would have thought that C2 Nahida feels better. But like I don't know. I'll go show C2 Nahida in a bit. And like C2 Nahida should enable me to get bigger crit damage numbers from Rubber, right? No. Okay. Well, at this point, why even bother with? So, anyways, like, I don't know. Let's go. We should do a comparison because if you follow me, I feel like. You know, you might know I like Dendro shenanigans, and I don't know. My vibe so far is weird because like I like how Llama feels to play in combat. It has made me realize like how freaking annoying it really, and like this current Abyss, as far as a testing comparison goes, is kind of a worst case scenario for Nahida, where it's like a constant multi-wave situation. Like yes, Nahida has a low cooldown, but like she has lots of enemies where she like won't tag with Dendro and whatever, yada yada. I'm gonna have to switch her build when I go and compare, but like the fact that Llama can feel as better as she does is not just like, ooh, she buffs blooms more. Because like what I'm pointing out here is like Hybrid Raiden is like a quick bloom context. It's like if you're playing, you know, Clorind or Sethos or Sino or whatever. She feels a lot better here than Nahida because just being able to like hold E and have the Dendro happening and following around you and not having to deal with like the weird like coordinated, it's not technically coordinated attack, but it's like Nahida's E, the timing of application is weird and requires Dendro reactions to happen to apply the element and for her skill to trigger, which can cause problems against certain enemies or against shields and yada yada. Like the overall quality of life and like her burst feels better to use than Nahida. I don't know, like she feels. What Llama makes me feel like is there's parts of Llama's kit that feel a lot better to use than Nahida. Like it's not just. It doesn't feel like it's just, ooh, I get more red shred and I get bloom buffing and that's better. It also feels like she's just it just feels better to use, and it makes me kind of annoyed that they didn't give us alternatives to Nahida in general in the past. Like I wish we had like a 4-star version of Llama's kit that applied Dendro exactly the way she does, but just doesn't have any of the bloom buffs in her burst and doesn't have the red shred buff. Like I wish I could compare Llama to that character. And like the closest comparison you would say would probably be Dendro Traveler, but like it's not the same. In my opinion, especially on the level of the cooldown and duration of her skill. She can fit in shorter rotations, and anyways, like I don't know, but yeah, she kind of feels like she has no downsides. So I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted because she feels power creep, but at the same time, man, I'm sorry, I kind of like this power creep. Because at least that's what my current feeling is like it's made me realize how freaking like I just gotten used to the clunkiness of Nahida, right? I just got used to the clunkiness of Nahida, and now I don't have to deal with the clunkiness of Nahida. But like also, yeah, she should maybe have more downsides than she has. Like her only downside is, oh, she's not a healer, I guess, and that's probably why this exists. And like I don't know. So and at least this doesn't make her like a team-wide healer. Like she's not as good as a healer as Baiju or Yaoya or whatever, right? Selena liking power creep? I don't know. It's not that I don't know. Saying I like the power creep isn't like the right vibe again, because like it's hard to disconnect the like. I guess I wish I had tested Llama without leveling up her skill first, because that's the way I could have tested this, right? I could have tested this if I had just like left Llama skill level 1, where I'm only getting 2.5% Dendro Red Shred, and then I don't burst on her, and I'd be able to test that nuance of like, how much do I just like Llama as a Dendro applier, right? With very little additional buffing, except for like if I tested a level 1 skill Llama and like didn't use her burst, the only bloom buff she would have is the one in her passive, which is a 15% increase for bloom damage. It's not nothing, but it's in the but 15% bloom damage is definitely a lot less than like what Nahida C2 does on a damage level for Hybrid Raiden, right? Where like Nahida C2 is buffing blooms more than what Llama's passive alone is, and then also you get the defense shred when triggering quicken, aggravate, or spread. Which also buffs Raiden's talent damage, doesn't buff the transformative damage. So yeah, I like her despite being power creep. It's kind of my vibe. Is maybe the better way. So I don't know. Like it just reminds me of how long. Because like after Emily release, I was like happy enough with like being able to try to work around Emily shenanigans, and I enjoyed Emily a lot. That like I kind of stopped complaining about not having alternatives for Dendro application. Right, but if you go back to like pre-Emily, especially like around Baiju time, and how like I would complain quite actively about how they just refuse to give us compelling alternative options for like Dendro supports, and they've finally done that, but it's like in a power creepy package, and that feels weird. That feels weird. So. New Serenade effect is 10% Lunar Bloom damage and some special condition. How does that work? New Serenade. Oh, the artifact set. Sorry. I believe it's just when Gleaming Moon effect. So the Gleaming Moon effect is just when dealing damage, you gain Gleaming Moon, right? When nearby party members trigger lunar reactions, gain Gleaming Moon. When dealing elemental damage, gain Gleaming Moon. And then you get this effect, and effects from Gleaming Moon cannot stack, right? It's just 10% lunar reaction damage bonus, which the way you can temper damage bonus for lunar reaction damage is basically like Nod-Krai units get a little bit of EM. That's the way to think about it. It's just you use these artifact sets and you get a little bit of Nod-Krai damage bonus. So, you know. Yes, I'm reading YouTube chat. So, yeah. I believe it, and that only comes from the artifact sets, I believe. And yeah, and the effects cannot stack. So, anyways. They used to be able to stack in the original beta. Llama's party passive stack, or is it one or the other? It depends on whether or not they stack, depends on the character you get. Llama specifically says the buffs provided by different moonsign levels cannot stack. So if you use 2 Nod-Krai units with her, you lose the bloom critting buff, but then you get lunar bloom critting. Sorry, not critting. You get lunar bloom crit value, which is basically this is more damage for Nefer. Or if you use Ino with Llama right now, which you might want to do just because like Ino's a generic low cost hydro applier, can generate bloom cores, whatever. You would lose this passive, but what you gain is the artifact set buff and a little bit of what Ino does, right? And you gain this, which increases Llama's hold E a little bit, which isn't that significant, but it is something. Like, it's not actually that bad to lose this buff, because this is only one part of how Llama is buffing bloom damage. The music is freaking great, by the way. Overall. So yeah, anyways. How is this better than Paradise Lost that also gives 10% lunar damage? What do you mean better? Like, wait, what are you asking? What do you mean better? On who? Like, what character are you talking about? Like, you're not putting... If you're playing Hyperbloom Raiden or Kuki, you put Flowers of Paradise Lost on them. You don't put Flowers of Paradise Lost, though, on the unit not triggering the bloom reaction. Like, are you talking on Llama herself? Because honestly, I'm of the opinion that in most contexts, people should use Deepwood on Llama. But not everyone, so... Right? Like Flowers of Paradise Lost is perfectly fine as an option. But like, yeah, the Lunar Bloom reaction damage increase. Wait, Lunar Bloom reaction damage increase. This is only... Lunar Bloom doesn't do reaction damage. So, Lunar Bloom does not do reaction damage. Lunar Bloom is only Lunar Bloom only actually deals Lunar Bloom damage when a character does like in their talents. So that means right now Llama's Holy is the only ability in the game that actually does Lunar Bloom damage. So this is a tiny increase to Llama's Holy damage. Like, yeah, because Llama is not the one. Like, you know how bloom damage if you can use Flowers of Paradise Lost if you're using a variant of a Nilou team that is applying so much Hydro that Llama's if you're doing solo Dendro Llama with a Nilou team, that is a potential context where you should be applying enough Hydro that there's always underlying Hydro aura on the enemy most of the time, and Llama is the one who is triggering the actual bloom reaction, and therefore, you know, this would increase your bloom damage in Nilou teams. But in a Hyper Bloom team, you don't use this on her because an Electro unit is triggering blooms. You get almost no value from this on Llama. So like you put this on the unit that's actually triggering blooms, and usually Llama is not triggering blooms. She's applying the Dendro for the Hydro unit to trigger blooms, and then if it's a Hyper Bloom context, or a Virgin context, it's not even, the Hydro unit doesn't need Flowers of Paradise Lost either. You put Flowers of Paradise on the unit actually triggering the bloom cores to explode or hyper bloom, right? But in a Nilou team context, the Hydro unit is usually the one that's built with EM. And like you still want EM on her because like her Holy will do some damage with EM, and then she buffs bloom damage based on a ratio of her EM. Like, it's good to have a bunch of EM on her. In fact, actually, I should go probably switch. The only reason I put a crit rate circlet on her, because I figured that made sense, but honestly, let's put her back. Let's put her on full EM. There we go. So, I'm just using Fab for now. That's the reason I put a crit rate circlet on her. But honestly, I don't think I need the Fab energy that badly. So we'll see. Aggravate DPS Llama will be funny. Yeah, I plan on doing something with DPS Llama. I think I haven't decided 100% what I want to do for a video for Llama that's like Llama shenanigans, but it'd be something unconventional. But as far as conventional things, like what her kit was intended for, like she's a really strong unit. She is probably one of the strongest units in the game at this point. For supports, and that seems to be happening a lot lately. So, like, will that remain the case next year? Probably. Will that remain the case 2 years from now? Probably not. But I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know. Will Llama even hold up 2 years from now? Are you still going to be playing Genshin 2 years from now? I don't know. Like, I shouldn't think she's going to be well, way more than good enough of a unit for, like, the next year. But it just leaves things like, if they're willing to power creep Nahida in so many team contexts, not necessarily everyone, you can play them together potentially. What else are they willing to do, right? Is the question of what's in your mind. And like, should you even concern yourself with pulling characters because of their, oh, this enables my Nilu to get really omega big damage, when it kind of gives you the vibe of they're gonna just release future characters anyways? That, like, I don't know. To be clear, I think you should. I think if you care about Nilu's, if you specifically care about Nilu's ability to clear endgame content, I think pulling Llama for Nilu is a strong consideration. I don't know. It just feels weird. That's all it is. It just feels weird. Yep. Okay. I mean, she did give like 4 extra yesterday, but that's a little sad. I was kind of hoping to, you know, be able to level her talent one more today, but that's fine. Okay. Hate the Nod-Krai enemies that heal themselves. Which enemies heal themselves? I don't even know. I don't know if I've fought them. I do need to go and do these. Okay, you know what we should do? We should go on my other accounts quick. Do the farming there quick. Well, actually, not the other accounts. I don't even think I'm gonna log on the casual account. Just polearms only. Where's oh, there's. I was like, I know it's nearby. Okay, that's not the what? Okay, I guess I don't get to claim dailies here because of story things. Alright then. That's fine. So, anyways, the artifact domain, does it heal itself? I thought it was just like a second health bar mechanic. Are you sure it heals itself?
Thank you for Add Astra.
It seemed like a weird second health bar mechanic to me. Like, I guess you could describe it as healing itself, but they color me this. What is the difference between it healing itself and just having double the HP? It goes back to full if you don't kill it fast enough? No, it goes back to whatever like ratio of like the damage you had dealt to it. Like it's a weird second health bar mechanic in that like it incentivizes you doing extra front loaded damage to try to kill it faster. Like it's definitely an enemy mechanic that functionally just makes it have a bigger HP pool, which is not that different than, I guess, it healing itself. Healing versus being able to heal for 5,000 HP is not, as long as you don't get one shot, like I'm talking like on your own characters. Being able to heal for 5,000 HP, as long as you don't get one shot, is equivalent to having 5,000 more total HP, right? That's what I'm talking about from like an enemy standpoint. Like, I don't know. Like, enemies are tanky. They've been making enemies tankier. I don't know. It, like, on a visual presentation level, it's clear, it's intuitive what is happening in that, like, oh, when you fight this, you need to like continue attacking it. It gets stunned for a little bit, so it stops attacking you, but then you can try to do damage. Like it's important to acknowledge the fact that it like after you deplete its health bar, it stops moving for a little bit. Right? Let's go fight it. Actually, we're gonna go on poems only. I can just show them poems only. Here, have a turtle. Hyperbloop with Kuki and Llama. I mean, we could do Hyperbloop with Kuki. Yeah, I'm actually farming the domain. Or I can farm the domain. I need to pre-farm for Flynn's, but like I don't need to worry that much. I can spend. I spent some of my resin, by the way, already in the artifact domain on poems only yesterday, and I actually got a perfect feather. Like well, not perfect. It had a low crit damage roll. It also didn't roll very well. So it's going to be a reroll target. Like, I'll show it to you, but so I got one. I actually got two potential good Flynn's pieces. So I got this flower, which is it's low roll values, but it's definitely like good enough that it's good enough that this would be a consideration to use on Flynn's over like doing a two piece, right? Kind of flower. But I plan on getting a much better flower than that on Flynn's on this account. But then I got this, which is a freaking 4-liner, but it kind of rolled poopy. Like I think it started with low roll or mid roll attack percent, and then this is also like 2 more low rolls and attack percent. The EM roll's fine. EM is good, but like, and it started with a 6.2 crit damage low, so this is a low roll into a low roll, and then 2 high rolls and crit, right? So like this could be much better, right? So I'm gonna re-roll this piece. Anyways, it's cool that I got it at all is my point, because that's kind of the state of Genshin. It's like if you get it at all, now you can re-roll it potentially. But anywho's, also the game trolled me and gave me, where is it? Not that. I thought I had a circlet that it gave me. That was funny. Well, here it is. Yeah, it gave me a crit damage circlet in the other set, in the support set. It's like, okay, I mean, sure. That might be an NF piece, so it's fine. Like, unironically, that might be a really good NF piece. Or might not, because, well, kind of not, because I think a Nefa I'd rather have on a higher damage set, and then I put, or a buffing set like Tenacity, and then I put this set on someone else in the team. So, like Candace, right? But oh well. Anyways. Hey, Candace doing more damage, actually, that piece could be okay. So, anyways, this enemy mechanic, right? You. So get it down. Right, health bar 1 depleted. And then you do a little bit of damage to it, but it gets stunned, right? And it stays stunned for quite a long time. And then it regenerates HP. Right. Right, and then it'll regenerate HP up to where the bar is. Like, I don't know. There's nuances mechanic in a way that I think is kind of enjoyable. As far as okay, as far as like a okay, we're gonna release more tanky enemies style of thing. This is an implementation to making a tankier enemy that works in a way that I think is actually kind of enjoyable. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm not actually that negative on this mechanic right now. Maybe I'll be really pissed off about it in Abyss because it'll be so tanky that it feels impossible to get through. And maybe it'll feel like it incentivizes using... Use 40 resin. Maybe it'll feel like it incentivizes using only the newest front-loaded DPSs and no other no other units that release or old units don't feel like I can get enough damage. But there's lots of ways to do front-loaded damage. I think it will incentivize... It's going to incentivize something like a crit DPS doing a bunch of talent damage over like a Nilu team. I think Nilu teams will feel a little bit worse on this. Yeah, because teams where you can control doing a bunch of damage like during that down phase will matter quite a lot, I think. I don't think it's pathetic. Yeah, no, Jason, I think that's a little rude. Yeah, I don't think saying that this enemy is hard is pathetic. That's silly. I'm not saying it's an easy enemy, but like, I don't know. I'm fine with it. I think this is a interesting way to design an enemy that, like, you know, functionally it's just more of a tanky enemy. And obviously, like, this is Caesar's arc, you know, so duh, she can handle it. But and obviously, if you can do enough damage to it during that stun window, you know, well, it's not doing anything. And then you know, like, think about like you using Mualani. How Mualani is annoying to use against enemies. Oftentimes, like, a big part of why people say Mualani is annoying is because they aren't working around. They aren't like working around how enemies themselves move. So hey, look at that. There's an enemy that has a mechanic that it makes it stop moving, and that can make it like easier to use Mualani against it. And I don't know, right? Like, yeah. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think it's like lunar damage does more to it, but maybe there was something there. What we can check, I guess, here. That. How much is lunar damage do to it? No, I don't. It doesn't seem like lunar damage does anything extra to it. It seems like the same rate. It's just damage to it. It's just like an extra health bar. I don't know. And like, it's very obvious what's happening on a visual level. As soon as you fight it one time, you're like, oh, okay. I don't know. I think it's a well-designed enemy. And a good gimmick. Now, will I put it... Am I going to be surprised when they inevitably, you know, make enemies that basically do just say, you know, frick you, use Nod-Krai things? No, I'm not going to be surprised at all at that. I just don't think that's what this is. Very necessary to make okay. So I don't know. Anywho's, yeah, I don't know. I don't dislike this enemy. I'm sorry. Meh. It's like maybe good, but low rolls kind of annoy me in the current state of Genshin. Let's do one more. You can use a couple of fragils. I can spare a couple of fragils, right? I got weeks to plan for Flints. Surely I don't muck up my Flints pre-farming. Although I should really just get the Flints pre-farming done. But I don't know. I have a problem, and it's artifacts. Lunar damage only matters if you have Ascendant Gloom active. Oh, okay. How much? What does it do then? What does it do with 2 Nod-Krais? I can't test that right now. A skill enchanted by Ascendant Gleam stuns it immediately. I see. Okay, well then that is annoying. But I don't know. Is that really fundamentally different from what they did in Natlan with like Papilla mechanic and whatever? At this point, then, like, I don't know. If anything, this is like Papilla mechanic but more flexible. Is maybe my vibe then. But I don't know. I haven't seen how much better it is, and I haven't seen what it's like in Abyss. So, but I don't know. It's a freaking gacha game. Are we gonna expect them not to do things like this? Is just the game's design. If you, I don't know. I'm sick and tired of complaining about things that are just part of the gacha formula. I don't know. Like, it's a gacha game, man. I'm tired of complaining about things that are inevitable formulaic parts of the game. I'd love to live in the reality where this is a game I paid $100 for and could, but like also many fundamental aspects of the game would not be the same if it was not a gacha game. So like, I don't know. I have currently not ran into feeling like this is a problem, and I have fought this enemy with more than just his other Kingdom team, mind you. And I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it's like when it's in Abyss and how much it feels like this restricts my ability to clear Abyss, but like with characters that are not, you know, ideal for its mechanic or whatever, right? But ultimately they've already been doing that a shite ton in Abyss. They've already been doing that an absolute shite ton. So like, what's the difference? Sure. Like, what's the difference? I think it's very likely a min-max Flynn's build, by the way, will primarily care about crit damage, attack, and EM over crit rate substats, but I'm not sure exactly. So, how many Masterless Stellar Fortuna do you get? I only have 2. So I gotta plan around trying to get one more. Oh boy, good lord. I gotta plan around trying to get one more. Oh, yeah, for with her weapon, we'll have about 200 crit damage for artifact builds. Yeah. I like how everyone's like acting like this is new. This is just like, this is the bait of the 5-star weapons, yo. Like everyone had said this with freaking, what's her bucket? Versa weapon was shown. People were like, what? Versa with signature weapon deals 8, has 8 bajillion crit damage. Yup. It's a 5-star weapon, and to be clear, Versa's weapon is one of the bigger increases for 5-star weapons, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how big of an increase right now Nefer's weapon is for team damage, but oh, that's not what I meant to press. Being that, you know, Nefer hyper teams, she's doing 90% of the team's damage. If her weapon is a 30% DPS upgrade for her, that means it's like a 25+% upgrade for the team DPS. But don't get me wrong, I think it's gonna be really good for her. It's a lot of friggin' stats. But like, it's a 5-star weapon. I don't know. Like, are we surprised by this at this point? Like, go look at what the actual percentage increase is, and not the crit damage stat, yo. Like, the crit damage is not all that matters. Like, you gotta realize a big part of what's good in my Arlecchino build is the fact that I have so much attack, not the fact that I have so much crit damage. I got attack there, I have attack there. That's attack main stat. I have a bunch of attack there, and I have attack here. That's a very big part of what makes my Arlecchino build as good as it is. It's not just crit damage stacking, yo. So, if anything, I would argue a lot of people are gonna build their Nefer wrong with Nefer's signature weapon, because I'm pretty sure Nefer's signature weapon, I don't think it will make you do a EM circlet by default, at least. But like, I think it will make you bias towards wanting more EM substats than crit substats, potentially. You probably still do a crit damage circlet. You do EM crit damage for the main stats, and then you probably want a lot of EM substats, is my guess. So, yeah. Anyways, whoops. Oh, god dang it. Okay, we had to do one daily. That one should be fast. I do HP circle on Mualani, for example, with her Sig weapon. Yeah, yeah, it's the same story. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Mihoyo releases a big crit damage stat stick for a character. What a surprise, especially for Catalyst. This is not surprising at all for Catalyst because of the fact that Widzip exists. Like, I think people forget that. They made Widzip, and the fact that Widzip exists means they have to, like, make the 5-star weapons more compelling than Widzip. And particularly, not just more compelling on, like, an actual damage calculation level, because remember, most people don't pull on a damage calculation level. They pull because, ooh, look at all that crit. More people pull based on, ooh, this gives Nefer 200 crit damage for free, rather than what does this actually do for her damage. But anyways, Widzip being as good as it is and existing at all, and the power creeping of 5-star weapons, which I think is honestly a good thing. Like, as far as power creep goes, of any power creep that's happened, I think the fact that they've made 5-star weapons more often actually worth getting, like being a noticeable DPS increase, is a good thing. Although it does make the question of like, do you consider going for C1 or a weapon more complicated when they make 5-star weapons really good? Like, I don't know. I think it's really stupid that Arlecchino's signature weapon is mostly just visual bait and isn't really that compelling, especially for a melt team context, because you have to change your gameplay around it in a really a garbage way, in my opinion. I don't feel like going into it, but like Arlecchino's weapon is great. It's like, yeah, one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Cool. But like on the relevance of it for the damage increase you get for Arlecchino versus like having a Jade Spear, if you have a Jade Spear. If you don't have a Jade Spear, you know, if you're on White Tassel Arlecchino, obviously the increase to getting a 5-star weapon at all is significant and like maybe more worth choosing to do. Depends where you're currently at in your game. But like, if you happen to have a random 50-50 loss, or sorry, not a random standard banner or whatever, more likely for Jade Spear, like it's 10% better than Jade Spear if you make sure your charge attack context. And in Melt Team context, you have to kind of go out of your way to make a charge attack contact without having a Pyro Infusion, which, if you're trying to do short rotation things, that can cause a problem. Like, this weapon is, in my opinion, with Melt context in particular. And that's without getting into nuance, like some really hyper min-maxy stuff you can do with, like, double cryo with Rosaria. That lowers the value of it a little bit, but it's from a context of having really, really good artifacts that allows you to min-max your stats in a different direction. So I don't know, like I quite frankly think Arlecchino's weapon should be more of a damage increase than it is relative to the cost of and risk of acquiring it, right? Because oftentimes choosing to try to get a 5-star weapon means sacrificing getting a character instead, right? That's where I'm coming from. So I don't know. I actually think it's kind of a good thing that the 5-star weapons are more often than not like 20%-ish upgrades, and that seems to be where they're putting a lot of main DPS 5-star weapons at least nowadays. Support weapons, they still seem to be balancing. Support weapons, I'm fine with them balancing a little bit lower power. Like, I think it's fine that Llama's weapon, and good that Llama's weapon is only a 10% damage increase for the team. The fact that Llama is a support and her weapon is a 10% damage increase for the team is actually quite high. In my opinion. Right? Like, I've done the comparison before. That's the equivalent of level 1. It's close-ish to the same thing as level 100ing your Raiden for Hyperbloom or Kuki or whatever. Maybe more compared to Kuki. I don't know. So like, I don't know. And level 100 is way more inaccessible than getting Llama's signature weapon. You can actually plan around getting Llama's signature weapon much better than you can level 100 for many people. That depends on your account. So, anyways, Arlecchino's still worth it. I mean, do you like Arlecchino? I like Arlecchino, and I like playing Arlecchino more than Moika. I'll tell you that. So, yeah. But if you want Arlecchino to feel as strong as Moika does, you might feel like you're pressured to get higher investment Arlecchino. I can tell you Arlecchino feels like a much weaker character on my casual account than she does on my main account. Because I don't have a 5-star weapon for her. I'm on White Tassel, and I don't have C5 or C6 Bennett for her. That's like, not having C6 Bennett, having a C4 instead of a C6 Bennett is just minus 10% damage on Arlecchino. Yada yada. Having White Tassel on her means I get less value from filling Tilted Dragon Slayer's buff. So like, functionally my Arlecchino, even with potentially better artifacts, I haven't actually checked if my build on, and not having C1 by the way, that is notable too. Like, the C1 is like a straight up like 25% damage increase on top of the value of the interruption resistance. So anyways, what's more fun to you depends on the kind of player you are, right? And whatever. On a meta level, is it smarter to pull Arlecchino than Moika for like maximum damage potential? No, probably not. But pull the freaking characters you like, and then pull the characters that enable them to be enjoyable to you, and give them good team options. That's my vibe. And then if the characters you like happen to be characters that, you know, they don't have the DPS potential to clear dire difficulty, then don't give a shit about dire difficulty. It's fine. I don't know. I don't know. They can't possibly balance every single piece of content in the game with how with how the course of the game has progressed and how they have made balancing decisions and what characters they have chosen to release with what kinds of kits, with how the fundamental game design works, they cannot possibly release content that is like simultaneously difficult and challenging content like me and many people have been asking for, and also somehow magically able to be cleared by every single player in the like character in the game. Mind you, I would love if they added like non-rewards based content that doesn't have a time trial to it, but I think it's part of Genshin's like it's a flaw in Genshin's gameplay design that like I just still don't have a good strong vision of what kind of content could exist that would be non-time trial based that would be that enjoyable, because defensive units like staying like people complain about like not having a sustain in some teams that people might recommend, like, oh, that team has no healer, prototype Amber is the only healer. Ugh. Except like even prototype Amber is an overpowered healer relative to like how healing works in many other video games, yo. Like like I just like I've seen plenty of video games where, you know, the amount of healing you get from prototype Amber is like what a healer's entire role is that much healing. So like I don't know, it's just, and it's not that hard to avoid damage in Genshin. So like I don't know, anyways. And like they're trying to appeal the game, they're trying to make the game appeal to like very different levels of players. There's the vast majority of players, I maintain, I'm pretty sure, are very casual with Genshin as far as the combat goes. And when they release something like Stygian Onslaught, they don't want to just make those players pissed off. Like that's why Stygian Onslaught, quite frankly, has Primogem rewards that are trivial to get, right? And the rewards that are not trivial to get are rewards that only really matter to people who care about the combat in the first place. Who are like grinding artifacts to get better builds and care about the combat more. So I don't know. So anyways, Arlecchino is far strong enough, in my opinion, to be very usable in like Stygian Onslaught difficulty 5 Fearless. So like yes, you can pull her if you like her. She's still strong enough. Oh. We choose Jean. Yeah. Time remaining 80 days. It's gonna take forever. You have to do this, by the way, you have to... I don't know if it actually takes 8 weeks. It says complete 8 weekly training goals, but I don't know how long it actually takes to get a weekly training goal. Do progress. Do you just get it from completing dailies in Resin? Is that all you get it from? Or do you get progress towards this? It's like it says I'm at 3 out of 5. But then it also has these little dots here that has 7 dots, so I don't know. Anyways, you can only get one of these per week, but I don't know how long into the week it takes, so it might be like 7.5 weeks. But either way, we're not getting our first free constellation until the beginning of next patch. So I have basically until the next patch, unless I lose 50/50s on Flynn's banner. I basically until next patch to decide what I want to do with my Masterless tuna on this account. So 5 in 7 days. I see. Okay. Still get Aqua for a C6 Yelan. I mean, if you're a C6 Yelan haver, I imagine if you want to get more enjoyment out of C6 Yelan, then yes, Aqua is worth it if you don't have it yet. Do I think R5 Aqua is worth it? Probably not. Anyways, let's go back to my main account. So that's where I want to do Nod-Krai content. Actually, something that just popped. Oh, frick. Oh, this is a bad thought to have. How did I not even? I didn't even consider this before. I've never actually seriously considered purposely pulling dupes of weapons, other than like Staff of Scarlet Sands. I ran the numbers back in the day for seeing how much it would buff Raiden, like hybrid Raiden specifically, on my Polar Molny account, and I found that getting an R5 Staff of Scarlet Sands is basically equivalent to like getting a Bennett buff for Raiden. But now that Aeon Song exists, I don't care about getting dupes of Staff of Scarlet Sands for Raiden at all. But like I was gonna pull. Remember, I said I was like considering grinding to go to Pity to try to get another copy of Dia, simply because I want to get level 100 sooner. But what does R5 of this do? It gets a lot of stats with refines, doesn't it? Oh, frick. Like it doubles, right? Let's double check. Oh no, this is a bad thought to have. Again, I don't want to spend money. But this thing is only available to pull like on a Chronicle banner. So like I need to consider it now. if I want to do that. How much of a damage increase is it? Oh boy. It does double. So 40% more attack and 32% more HP. I think I need to test C6 Dia first and see, because this weapon has minor downtime, by the way, on its buff for C6 Dia, because I believe the buff doesn't last throughout her full C6 buff, like burst. Like her final hit doesn't get the attack buff, I believe. I don't actually think this is that problematic. I still think this probably makes it. I think in practice, I think it's still her best weapon, but so I don't actually think it's that problematic, even though it is a minor anti-synergy that the attack buff can fall off before her C6, before her full like burst duration extended C6 ends. So it's like possible maybe I'd end up preferring Muika weapon for Dia, is my point. Maybe my favorite C6 Dia team is going to become a team where I'm willing to work around the clunkiness of this. And the clunkiness of this, and in case anyone's not aware, is that you don't want to use Dia's skill like before. You'd want to wait to do Dia's skill until after you go on field with her. But also the duration of this is only 6 seconds. So this weapon, I would argue, works better with a non-C6 Dia. Like this weapon has more downtime on its buff than this weapon does for a C6 Dia. So I guess that's not even probably a consideration. Ah, frick. Okay, we're gonna go do some math. I'm sorry. Well, it's not even math. We're just gonna use a damage calculator. Okay. Okay. I can't not do this while it's in my head. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe this site is linked in the description. Choose character. We'll use, I mean, if I'm going to properly weigh the relevancy of doing this, I should check multiple teams, but I'm just going to check one team. We're gonna do simplified comparison is my point. So we check level 90 R1 first. We will check with 4 Akashas. There is potential reason to check with the new 4-piece crit set, but I'm not gonna concern myself too much with that right now. We're just gonna check with my actual artifacts that I actually have. All right, that'll be crit damage. This will be Pyro. This will do EM. This will do that. Okay. Actually, the amount of stats that... I get from some team context with C6DM might change the relevancy of the timepiece a little bit, but... I'm doing EM because we're gonna check... the Dia overvape with Anefa and Chever's C6. Actually, no, I'm gonna record this just in case I end up using this for the Dia video. It might actually be relevant. What am I looking for? Chever's and Anefa. There's Chevy, and then where is Anefa? There she is. Okay. So Nefa, I currently have her on Gilded Dreams. I won't turn on this buff, but a consideration will be, yeah. No, I'm just gonna not have her. We'll just use her as I currently have her configured. I have her on Skyward Spine with Gilded Dreams, so she's not on the buffing set right now, but I could potentially put an Nefa on a buffing set. Muika's weapon goes kind of hard in Dia. Visually, yeah, it's really good looking. Where is Tenacity? Wait, no, that's not. No, wrong character. You will be on Song of Days Past, although, again, another consideration would be potentially putting Shivers on the new support set rather than Song of Days Past, because, like, even with only one Nod-Krai, 60 EM might be enough to be worthwhile over Song of Days Past. I'm just going to input Song of Days Past because what I have right now. She's on Fav, and then Farina will be on Tenacity. I'm going to assume Fav on Farina, not Key of Conscious Suit, but that would be a min-maxi option as well. If I want to optimize around Farina's energy and yada yada. So, actually, you know what? First, let's check what... First, we'll see what my Dia gets at C3. Like, what my current Dia gets. There's no Red Shred, because this is not a full Hydro Pyro team for Shivers buff. So this is just... This is just... the 40% attack from Shivers, and then... the healing that she provides for... Not 13. For synergy. I do a C1 Farina, of course. Shivers is at 40k HP. She is C6. Wait, and of course, Shivers C6 buff, which won't necessarily have all stacks of this usually from like the initial hits of Dia. So like all of her hits don't get this damage bonus, but it is there. And by the way, my Inefa, believe it or not, I believe I can't remember what she gets up to total, but on my Skyward Spine build. With Pyro Resonance up and with the full attack percent buff up, right? Actually, no, she doesn't get any. She only gets 14% attack from this, doesn't she? Okay. I'm gonna have to mess around with it more. I believe she gets like 3,800 attack or something nonsense total. Oh, I didn't even show it to you, but like at a baseline, so my NF is starting at, without Pyro Resonance, without Shivers buff up, without Tenacity buff up, she's at 2,800 attack. Because I'm running triple attack percent. So, my Eneva actually, I think, gets up to 3,800-ish attack, which is quite a big EM buff. Wait, no, not C1. Okay. Weapons, Beacon, I'm going to just assume it's fully up, and for simplicity, we'll assume full stacks on for cautious, because usually it is. Sometimes just certain enemies during certain parts of the fight it is not up. Song of Days Past, we'll assume 12,000 healing. Okay. And then I need to... I'm going to input my actual build. Hello, Lucy. Okay. 10.5. 13.2. Wait. What did I say? No, 10.5 is the HP. Oops. No, 12.8. Correct. Alright, HP is 10.5. Okay. Okay, this one. 60. We're not on emblem, so I don't need to worry about inputting the ER stats. 7.8. 22.5. And... EM timepiece is kind of... I'm quite certain is ideal here, because in the Inefa Overvape team, because Dia gets both enough vaporized damage and then she's also getting overloads at the same time, so she's kind of getting additional value in the EM scaling to enough of a degree that as long as she's getting consistent vapes, EM timepiece is kind of the way to go. But there's especially with like the new potential artifact sets, and in like if Columbina comes out in the future and buffs EM a ton, that will potentially change what main stat timepiece I'd consider using on Dia. But thankfully I have the option to do HP timepiece. I have the option to do attack timepiece. I have the option to do ER timepiece. I can do anything I want with it right now. None of them are like necessarily perfect per se. Although this attack timepiece is kind of perfect. Well, not really, because HP subset would be better than whatever, and it's not a 4-line. So no, none of them are perfect. But anyways, I can cover anything I need for Dia. Basically, for any team context at this point. The only thing I would like more now is post C4 Dia. I wouldn't mind a circlet that's a circlet like this, but with more crit rate, HP, like attack percent rolls, which I do have in this one. This one's so close. Like if this had an HP percent roll, I'd be super happy about it. And I'll still have to check and see. Like this actually might be the circlet to use now that I think about it. Over this circlet for this Inefa Overvape context. Because I just don't think I will need the ER, at least in Abyss. I might want the extra ER even with C4 Dia in Stygian context though. So I don't know. I'll have to mess around with it. Anyways, I'm just gonna put on the circlet I actually have right now for simplicity. 5.8 and 11.1. All right. So there we go. Got everything input. And let's, oh yeah, new computer, so I didn't remember my settings. We'll say level 100. All right. Level 100 enemy, you can see, wow, D is getting a 40k hit. This is with C3 DS. This is what I currently have. Except this is without vaporizing being turned on, mind you. So non-vaporized damage for... Wait, did I not level up her talents? Oh, I didn't. Oops. I thought that was a little bit low. Okay. I was like, I've gotten higher damage than that. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so non-vaporized damage from her skill. So Indomitable Flame and Ranging Flame are her initial skill hit, these two. And then this is her like off-field coordinated attack damage, which is a little bit lower scaling. And Flameane's Fist is her main like burst hits, and then Incineration Drive, I believe, is Dia's final hit. So it's a little bit higher multiplier. So that's the main thing we care about, although, you know, also overload reaction damage is not insignificant here. You can see we get a 13,000 damage overload. That's not insignificant damage added on top. So if we turn on the vaporize, so obviously she doesn't vaporize every single hits, but she can vaporize like her Ranging Flame, Indomitable Flame, whatever, and her field damage. How much of her hits she's actually vaporizing is a little bit weird, because this is what the biggest pain in the ass in this team actually is. Unironically, it's Farina. Like Farina's variable Hydra application makes the variance in the variance in what hits are vaporizing and in any given like attempt is kind of annoying. But like just really subtle timing differences can screw up when Dia can get vaporizes and whatever. So anyways, the point is, the numbers we're looking at, you know, 135,000 on a crit. We'll just look at the, well, actually no, we should look at the average damage number, but so 120,000 average damage number for like a vape on, or no, we should look at her flame interest. 93,000 brain. 93,000 versus like 62,000 on her skill hit. So we'll just look at those two numbers for simplicity. 93,000, 62,000. So if we go to R5 of the weapon, we can see, okay, it's about a 10% increase. This is with C3 though, but it should scale the same with C6. Can this this website we can't put level 100 in. Yeah, that's funny. That's fine. So level 100, by the way, that means level 100 should be the same ish as the increase from going from R1 to R5 beacon is what it should be. Anyways, let's go turn on C6 Dia. Bap. So that's a little bit of additional talent levels for the skill. And then we need to do this, and we're just going to assume full stacks of this, but so this doesn't give crit value to her skill, which is fine. This just gives crit value to her burst, and then also extends the duration of her burst. And technically the first few hits don't have the full buff or whatever. It takes 4 hits to have the full buff up. We're just going to say it has the full buff up for simplicity. So anyways, you can see without, and again, not counting the fact that she gets extra duration through her burst, so extra total hits on top of it. Just the damage that we actually get jumps from, you know, non-vaporized damage goes from 28,000. No, the skill stays the same. Goes from 48,000. But that's the incineration. Sorry, 38,000 to 49,000. That's a pretty damn big jump. Who knew? C6D is a big damage increase. We enable the vaporizes. We have 152,000 on a vaporize. By the way, 70k vaporize in the skill is like, damn. That is with her C2 thing up, but you know. Anyways, okay. It's gonna be really satisfying seeing Dia hit these vaporize numbers, with more consistency. So what does Beacon do though? Yeah, okay, it's the same. It's like 20 though. That's a good chunk more damage, yo. Like it's still, you know, it's like it's like 15%. I do like me, Dia. I do like me, Dia. Sorry, okay. I can stop ignoring chat. Okay. Math is done. The Dia math is done. And now the Dia decisions need to be made. Do it. Sylveon, you are the wrong person to listen to. But the do it here is like, do I try to do some grinding streams? But instead of like trying to get okay. Where's the wishing thing? I need to decide who I want to get here. Cause the choices for me here is, so I have C6 Dia, I just haven't activated it. C6 Kaching, C6 Dia, C6 Kaching, C6 Mona are all potential choices to get Masterless Tuna. The other potential choices for me, other than getting Masterless Tuna, and I want to get one more Masterless Tuna to level 100 Dia, right? Because I have 2. Swipe, no, frick you. I don't want to spend for Dia. Like, if I swipe for Dia for signature weapon, then I have to get another extra copy of it. Also, like, it's the same cost as getting characters. It can go so badly. Like, I could spend 10 times, 30 times the amount of money that is functional, if we count Welkins and whatever that is contributed. I could spend so much more money trying to get copies of her weapon than, like, no, I don't want to, no. You. Anyways, like, so for non-masterless tuna choices from this thing, and again, you can get one every freaking 8 weeks. It's a long time. C3 Yai, like, is Yai, its multiplier increase for her skill. It's similar of a damage increase as her C2 is, which is not a huge one, but it is not nothing. Like, I want it eventually if it's free. Yeah, don't R5 weapons on this damn banner. Yeah, exactly. But I know for a fact that the only way to get Dia's weapon is, if I ever do want duplicates of it, is a Chronicle banner. And realistically, the Sumeru Chronicle banner isn't coming for a while. So that's the consideration, is like, because what I was considering was like going to Pity again to see if I like win one more 50-50 for Dia, or maybe I lose to Nilou C2, because if I lose, which that's more unlikely obviously, but if I lose to Nilou C2, I don't even need to consider at all choosing Nilou from the Constellation Sector thing, right? So that functionally would be equivalent to a Masterless Star Glitter. I just have to wait for it. Or if I win the 50-50 for Dia, then that is a Masterless Tuna, not Star Glitter, brain. Masterless Tuna, and then that would let me level 100 Dia like immediately, because I have 2 Masterless already from the Kaching dupes that I got in the past. So other considerations other than Yai, like Yai is one I want to get for sure. So like I could get, Yai, Dia, Kaching, Mona, and then just forgo Nilou C2, right? I don't really want to forgo Nilou C2. I think Nilou C2 would be fun enough to have, like, why not get it if it's free, right? FOMO R5, yeah, pretty much. But not spending money. FOMO R5. This is FOMO R5, but grinding, not grinding like with the real hope that I actually get it. I'd have to get so ungodly. I've already gotten stupidly lucky. I'd have to go so ungodly lucky to actually be able to grind for R5, right? But like, I don't know. I like Dia enough that it would be. It's a consideration, but I don't think I want to. I level 100 I want to do, because that's much more within the realm of like doability. Whereas 4 more copies of Beacon is very hard. Is very, very hard. That's the equivalent. It's Chronicle banner. It's literally the equivalent of 4 characters. Like that's going from, like, right now I'm like, LOL, may as well try to pull one. If I try to get one more copy of Dia, I can get level 100 Dia now. That's pulling 1 extra copy of Dia. 4 copies of Beacon is the equivalent of like, LOL, let's try to get C12 Dia. Like, that's silly. That's excessive. So I don't know. It's just annoying though, because this stupid weapon is not. Like, it's so dumb that they didn't put Tignari's weapon and Dia's weapon in standard banner. Like, bruh. Same thing with freaking Mizuki's weapon. Like, these weapons, especially in the current, like, with how they've released, like, Moika weapon as a generic stat stick, and Tignari's weapon is a good weapon, but, like, not the most incredible thing in the world. Like, it's good on, like, a specific couple combination of units, and, like, I just... and the fact that Slingshot exists mitigates the value of Tignari's weapon quite a lot, in my opinion. So, I don't know. The fact that they don't put them on standard banner kind of pisses me off. right? Because like why? Like why? I don't know. Why? Because there's stupid people like me who would consider spending all their wishes to kind of try to get R5 for Dia. But I don't know. I don't know. Weapons are cringe enough. Remember, the lesson learned from weapons only is that weapons are cringe enough and never really end up feeling worthwhile when you start actually comparing details of things. So I think even though it is like a 10 to 15% damage increase of like that might be the final end game of after level 100. Maybe the next time a Sumeru Chronicle banner seems like it might be happening, which might be literally years from now. Maybe next time. I think I'm going to continue with my plan of I will consider trying to go to Pity still to get one more copy of Dia or lose to Nilu C2, right? Because if I go to Pity, lose to Nilu, which would be one of my ideal circumstances, I have C2 Nilu, then I can choose Dia for the selector thing, and I think you can switch this at any time. I don't think it stops you. Like you can go to, you know, you can get the 7 weeks, and then you have to decide. I don't think you have to decide before you start, right? But anyways, so I think I think in the circumstance of getting an extra copy of Dia, I don't need to choose a copy of Dia from the Constellation Selector thing immediately. It would just be choosing from this for the symbolic purpose of trying to get to level 100, right? I don't know. And how long do I want to wait for Yai? Sorry, and if we lose a 50-50 to anyone, to not Nilu, in trying to go for an extra copy of Dia, then that's just sad. Oh well. Then we have Wander, and we could choose Wander C1. Didn't mean to click on that. If only I could lose Albedo in this banner. That'd be so much more fun to me. Anyways. Like all my evenly distributed units over here. How many Mastos do you have? I have 2. So that's kind of what I'm waffling through here is like, I want to get Yai. C1 Shenhou would be cool to get, but it's like just a nice flexibility constellation. I think C1 Baiju I definitely don't care about. Particularly getting C1 Llama for free. Like actually that's a little sad, but let's be real. What reason do I even have to care about Baiju since I got a free C1 Llama? I think getting that free C1 Llama just nuked the relevance of Baiju on my account. Rip Baiju. I'm sorry, Mr. Snake Man. I'm sorry, Mr. Snake Man. I don't hate you, but I do hate how they balance your kit. You feel bad to use sometimes. The logical resource efficient thing is to not pull more. No, I understand. The consideration to pull more is coming from the consideration of I'm going to go and do content that I probably wouldn't consider doing outside of the context of motivating me, a motivating factor to farm for Dia. Like I want to go farm the desert. I want to go do desert content. I want to do like the desert quest line, and then the resources I get from that quest line go into Dia, right? But like as far as just my normal savings, no, my normal savings for like, you know, daily login, whatever stuff, I'm saving for Nefer and Lanya at this point. But there is Primo Gem resources. Like definitely at least I can get to a pity worth. In trying to go to a one more pity on the Dia Chronicle banner through grinding a little bit because of how lucky I got, right? If I had lost a 50-50 to Dia, we'd be doing that same exact thing already, but to be able to get to C6D in the first place. But because I already now have C6, it's a consideration. Maybe I can get level 100 sooner. And if I get level 100 sooner, that gives me more flexibility in choosing things here. So like if I get a Dia 50-50 win, then I can choose like Nilu first to get Nilu C2. Then I can choose like Yai. And then I just have to choose between either getting Shenhe dupe or choosing like Kaching or Mona for whatever, right? So that's my vibe right now. I think I'm gonna continue with that track, but I'm not gonna over prioritize it right now. I want to do some of the new Nod-Krai content, right? So, anyways, we'll select Dia here for now. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's just like going to pity once more, or not going to pity necessarily, but getting one more 5-star on this Chronicle banner with Dia selected will determine where I want to select first on the constellation selector thing. That's my vibe. If you lose, isn't it a waste of primos? Okay, if I lose to Nilu, it's not a waste of primos. Again, because that's equivalent to losing to Nilu. Nilu C2 is something I want to choose in the constellation selector thing anyways. Losing to Nilu is equivalent to me just getting the duplicate of Dia, right? With the only difference being I have to wait to choose a duplicate of Dia through the constellation selector thing. Because then I don't have to consider choosing Nilu. If I get Nilu C2 from this, I don't have to consider choosing Nilu from the constellation selector thing at all, and that functionally is an extra masterless star glitter or masterless tuna for level 100ing. It just takes time to get it. But if I win the 50-50, I win the 50-50. And if I lose the 50-50 to Sino or Wander, well, hey, at least it's a new character. If I lose the 50-50 to Tignari, I'll hate them. Yes, that would be more a waste of primos. But again, this is primo gems. I don't think I really would be that motivated to farm for otherwise. Like, I need to have some goal and progress thing I'm working towards to actually motivate me to complete some of this old content that I haven't done. That's kind of my point. Is like, this is primo gems that I probably wouldn't use anyways unless I have some goal in mind for a current thing I'm grinding for. Right? So like, yes, it's a waste, but I don't think I would end up as far as like, oh, I don't feel the need right now. Like I can with just ignoring something terrible happening on Llama or on trying to get Ino C2, because I'm gonna try to get Ino C2. I think I haven't 100% decided, but ignoring something terrible happening with Ino C2, my intention is to just save my current resources to try to go and save for Nefer at this point, and Lanyan rerun. Please rerun Lanyan on Nefer banner. Hoyo, please, 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 save me. But any extra grinding I do in the desert, I think I'd be fine thematically too. Just putting that towards Dia. I don't know. Like, I don't think I actually need to grind for the purpose of saving. Is my point. But grinding for the purpose of throwing extra wishes into the Dia banner to see what happens, maybe. Right? Like, it's not a waste of primos because I think it's not primos I would get otherwise if I don't have that factor. And like, maybe I'll regret it in a year from now, or I wouldn't have those available. But anyways, we have not been doing actual content. Sorry, too many things to yap about with Gambas. I should have had this yap yesterday. I mean, I did have some of this yap yesterday, but anywho's, I tried Lisa Llama level 100 Lisa. Yeah. So I want to go here quick. I want to go show my vibe of like how it's like, I want to emphasize that Chamber 1 and Chamber 2 is a situation of like, Hyper Bloom can feel kind of bad. Hyper Bloom can feel kind of bad in an AoE situation like this. This team is not going to feel bad. You know what, let's do Llama first, because the Llama artifacts is the same as my Nahida artifacts basically. We do have to have Deepwood. I can't use Nahida on Prototype Amber in this team and have that say that's a fair comparison. So should we just use the first chamber to compare? Or do we want to do a full Abyss run? It's not that hard to do a full Abyss run, so let's just do a full Abyss run. We're just gonna do something simple though. I don't want to think about it. Special. That works, right? Yeah, it'll work. All right. So I just want to show this comparison of the baseline for making you understand like this, because this is a context where like I wasn't really confident because of how much Llama is focused on. Like, you get the most value from Llama the more the team is expecting to bloom damage, and Hybrid Raiden is something that purposefully chooses to sacrifice some bloom damage in favor of more talent damage in Raiden. And Llama doesn't really buff Raiden's talent damage, other than the fact that she is Dendro and enables, you know, the spread reaction and whatever. Or sorry, quicken reaction. So, anyways.
Dance with me.
Yep.
The show's only just begun.
Over here, hopefully some more once. What the frig was that? Why did I not hit?
Not done yet.
Did I not max stack my buffs? Okay, sorry, I gotta redo that because I know for a fact I hit like 170k yesterday.
Care for a dance? Dance with me.
I should go leak for that. So. Bruh. Okay, this is just riding problems. Can I help? Okay.
Dance with me. The show's only just begun. Not done yet.
Okay. We actually gonna get big damage? Wow.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Illusion shattered.
It should maybe not have done that actually, but maybe wise, just maybe just. Hey, bruh, can the stupid alligator like? Oh my god. Alright, there we go. That was not great ending, but you know you can see it like it performs pretty well. Like, that is not. Like I'm pretty sure if I went and put Raiden on a Bloom build, right? I've been doing worse in that chamber because it's not exactly a forgiving situation when you're doing pure hybrid. Have you seen Jehoda in the story yet? No. Free 100 resin, let's go. Yep. Alright. Attack percent again. Wing. Alright then. Alright, we have carryover. You have carryover Verdant Dew stack, which is really nice. Wow, there we go. See, 170,000. And like, not having, like, this is going to be a really bad comparison to Nahida, right, in this situation because of the fact that, you know, we have doing this because I need to heal on Mama. That's probably good for Panther stacks anyways. Like, 180k, nice. Like, needing to swap out to Nahida to be able to apply Dendro again is really bad in this chamber in particular. But the third chamber at least exists to be able to show like Nahida with C2 should be better in the second chamber. Or sorry, not the second chamber. The third chamber on the first half. This grouping situation wasn't exactly ideal. We are not going to burst. Let's just get some energy. Alright. Maybe this is a context where Nahida C2 is better than Bennett because she'll give a lot of EM to Raiden. I don't think so because Staff of Scarlet Sands doesn't do extra attack conversion from it. I think there's a possibility that a future Nod-Krai unit could be better. Maybe. But one thing that would be interesting to test is actually Ino instead of Farina, unironically. But like it should be worse because we're getting a lot of value from the damage bonus, mind you. But I don't know if it'd be that bad. But anyways. Best Llama team without Kokomi and Baiju. What? Why do you think Kokomi and Baiju are a necessary teammate for Llama? Are you thinking from Nilu team contest? Because the best Llama team without Kokomi and Baiju is Raiden with Nilu. I think you should consider Nahida Singcho. Unironically, you probably or might likely feel the need to put Nahida on 4-piece maidens though. But did I have attack percent in every single chamber? Okay, that's weird. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, with Nilu, I would like I'm gonna play. I leveled 90 Singcho for it. Now that I have Llama C1, I don't think I need to do maidens on Nahida, but I also think you can actually like optimize your survivability because you can iframe like Bloom Core damage and whatever with like bursting and yada yada. I don't know if it will be ideal because Singcho's a little bit weird because you have to do like normal attacks and like you can't do normal attacks while you're in bursts. So anyways, I think it's worth considering, but there is definitely options, especially with the fact that they reduced Nilu self damage. There's definitely Nilu team options with Llama and like Nahida together that are worth considering that don't use Kokomi and Baiju. But also keep in mind Barbara, particularly with the healing nerf, is probably near equivalent to Kokomi. Arguably better in some minor ways. And then you have, as alternative to Baiju in particular, you have Kave, who is on banner, right? Kave is quite good for Nilu. You can do Nilu. Is it Singcho again? That's the assumption. I think it might be Singcho again, but there might be reasons to choose other Hydras. But anyways, like Kave, Singcho, Llama, Nilu is an option too. So yeah. That is probably the best Kave Llama team technically, but I don't know. I haven't tried Kave Shadow Bloom by the way with Llama yet. Normally I've enjoyed playing Kave Shadow Bloom without a second tender unit for various reasons, but anyways, a Dender Red Shred good, so you know. Okay. This through. We don't want to apply a Dender right here because it's going to interfere with our ability to get through shield. I think stop it. Can we get through the shield? Do you ever apply Electro Raiden? Hello? What is happening? Oh my god, okay. That took way too long. Alright, we're gonna burst now. That. Do this. Yep. Do I have full stacks? I do. Okay. I didn't crit. That was 100,000 non-crit. To be clear, it has way lowered resistance in this phase. I'm gonna restart because I want to actually crit. But like Nahida should theoretically, because this is a single target situation, what we should see is like Nahida C2 with like not Nahida C0. Nahida C2 should hopefully be better in this team than Llama in this single target situation. But I don't think that would be the case with the Nahida C0. So, you know. Okay. For one more tick on it, and then I'll do burst. Okay. Put that up. Yep. No! You freaking butthole! This enemy. Still good, viable to pull for Stoss for a hybrid Redden build? I mean, let the results speak for yourself. Speak for itself. Does this damage seem worthwhile to you? That's what we're doing here. Hello, Frina, target the thing that I'm at. Do. Okay, we're gonna wait a little bit longer this time. Now we're gonna do it. There we go. We should be good now. Tap, tap, tap. Do this. Fanfare. Wow. Nice 300k. Kind of lost benefit, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, obviously when it has normal resistance. Hello? There you go. Like, you know, yeah, Staff of Scarlet Sands, Hybrid Riding still works pretty well. This is not an easy advance.
Huh? Is broken. Commendable.
Huh? Oh, Shiver's dead. Oh, actually, I don't need to fight this. What am I doing? We're testing the first side. Obviously, I can clear that. Okay. Now let's try Nahida. Yeah, this is Nahida C2. Which matters, in particular, because, like, again, we have a Raiden build that's focused into actually, you know, so it's getting more talent damage, but Nahida is going to buff Bloom less. She's going to buff the Blooms less than what Llama does, but she's going to buff Raiden's talent damage more, right? Because of the C2 def reduction. And we're just going to erank the exact artifacts that Llama had. Wait, she already had an EM. That's fine. Yoink the goblet then. Bap. And I'll even let Nahida have the advantage. I didn't put Prototype Amber on Llama, but it's a consideration to help get more fanfare generation, particularly with a C0 Frina, but I have the C2 Frina, right? So anyways, I'm going to give Nahida the advantage, even here, of having Prototype Amber. Particularly because Nahida, this is the first two chambers are going to be a very non-ideal situation for Nahida.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Did her E just miss? It did, it got interrupted.
Show's
Oh my
only
god.
just begun. I'm getting
The creature is not dead, so that's going to be, yeah, spot reduced damage. But yeah, new enemies spawned, and, well, can't have any blooms going with the new enemies. Can the lizard die, please? Bro. I hate you. See? 200,000 damage. Wow. Death Shred does something. Like, I'm getting higher talent damage. But it doesn't, like... Like, that amount of higher talent damage isn't necessarily, like... enough to outweigh the fact that Llama at C0 is buffing blooms to such a degree that, like, and this is, again, this is like a particularly bad case for Nahida. I think we should see Nahida C2 being better in this context. in the final chamber, in a single target situation. I think. What, the alligator's not dead? Oh my god. Wow. But like in any kind of like a multi-way situation, especially this kind of abyss, it's just like, oh. Like Lauma C0 feels a lot better than Nahida C2, right? I do not even have the ability to compare to a non-C2. So, I don't know. I don't know how to decide how to feel about it. Like, it's nice that, like, that team can feel so much nicer to play with a new Dendro unit compared to the old one in more situations. Like, I like being able to play Hybrid Raiden more in more situations. But it also feels a little bit weird that it's as strong as it is. Like I like her despite the power creep is the vibe. So I don't know. Again, I wish in hindsight I didn't level Lauma's talent at all, so I could check how Lauma would feel as if she didn't have any of, like, as if she didn't have the red shred buff and she didn't have the other buff, the burst buff. Because the burst I can just not use. So like, yeah. Anyways, but I didn't think about that in hindsight. So I didn't think of that. So it's just a hindsight is 2020 thing. Well, I don't have energy. That's not ideal. That's my fault. Okay, the one dude's over there. It's fine. Oh, I should have. Whoops. Okay. Optimization. If I don't, I'm not gonna have energy for the beginning of the chamber, then I should at least be smart and make sure I reapply Dendro with new enemies, right? I really want you to die. Yeah, you died. Okay, good. Do this. Break this. We just ran out of Brina buff. Okay, we got the 200k at least. It was still worth doing. Okay. We do that. Yeah, look, we don't have any quickens for the rest of Raiden's verse. No. Again, multi-wave situation, but and multi-wave, and this isn't a quick. This isn't as quick swappy as Hyper Bloom normally can be. That's what I would say, right? Because we're choosing to on-field Raiden. This would be the same problem you would have with Nahida with Sino, with Sethos. In this situation, whatever, right? It's not bad, but a C0 character is better than the C2 Nahida in that situation. C2 Nahida, though, again, should feel better in the next chamber. I hope. I haven't actually compared this yet. I hope that's the case. C0 Lamo, though, should feel a lot better than a C0 Nahida in that team, just like always. I like having more premium Dendro support options than just Nahida because I don't like Nahida. Yeah, that's my vibe too. It's like, I like how nice Llama feels to play outside of just how much more she buffs. It's like, okay, you know, I really wish they gave options that were Nahida because it's making me really realize, like, oh yeah, I remember Nahida is just super clunky a lot of the time. C1 Llama's worth anything? I mean, it's in this team context, I can potentially abuse it for more fanfare. In this team context, I can or sorry, in out of this team context, just having it be defensive utility, so I don't have to consider random things like prototype amber or whatever. Like it's still a quality of life constellation, but it's realistically a quality of life constellation that most people would value, right? And notice the value of. To many players, they might notice the value of Llama C1 more than they would notice the value of a constellation that increases their character's damage by 10%, right? In the same vein of like how people might notice, you might notice the value of Arlecchino C1 more for the interruption resistance it gives Arlecchino than the higher damage use Arlecchino. You probably notice both at once, I would think, but depending on the kind of player you are, you might notice one thing more than the other. You might, yeah, the role consolidation is comfy. Like you might just notice the comfort aspect. So I don't know. That's why like I threw up text in my edited video. I was like, you know, this is not useless, but it is not that useful to me because I am someone who's very much willing to like do things like prototype amber maidens builds if I really feel like I need more healing. But it's like, it's not a bad thing. There's no downside to it, and it is a nice comfort option. So anyways, like for me getting it for free, I have no qualms with it. And there's minor min-maxy things I might be able to do with it. We want to make sure we don't hit this with Nahia's skill, by the way. That'll be bad. Not different than what we did with that one, basically, but do that. Whatever, doesn't really matter. Okay, good. Do that. This. Okay, good. Fap. Do this. I didn't tag it with Nahida? Okay. That's annoying. So Bennett up at least. Wow, 317,000. I might see if I can do better than that. $218K. Right, that should have been noticeably better, I think. I'm pretty sure that was better. That felt a lot better. I don't know what my clear time actually was comparison-wise to what I got before. Which is good. Like, so yeah, like, C2 Nahida is better for Hybrid Run in the single target team context. As it damn well should be. But it's not so far ahead that it's like, I don't know. Like, in the past, if you really loved Hybrid Raiden, I would say like C2 Nahida was a consideration, maybe over getting C2 Raiden. Not because it's better for Raiden's damage, but just because like C2 Nahida has its other value in a generalized sense, right? And also like kind of gets you part way to what C2 Raiden would do, but not quite there. So. Anyways, will Llama for Flynn's Quick Bloom because I don't have a Nefa? Probably not, no. If you're considering pulling Llama just for Flynn's, probably not, but I don't know, it wouldn't be a bad option. And it could help him have his Quick Bloom, it would help the Quick Bloom team potential of Flynn's have more, like he'd have more team coverage at higher DPS potential for more content, like say a boss that has specifically a Bloom requirement. Like if you want to use Flynn's against the new Bloom boss, right? Which they are releasing, and so actually I think you can already fight it. I think it's the Overworld boss technically, but I'm talking about like in Stygian Onslaught. Is it this thing? That's not this thing, I don't think. I don't know. There is an enemy that has a Bloom requirement, and in the next Stygian. So Flynn's C1 is better than the Llama. Yeah, like so if you just want to increase Flynn's damage though, like you shouldn't do it. The only thing Llama does for Flynn's is potentially give him more team options. And I would argue like over like I really strongly feel in the current context of how they've been balancing Genshin in the last, like this has always been the case to some degree, but especially in the last year-ish, and I assume this is going to continue. Like the way they've been balancing all of the forms of the game's content is that I think having more team options is generally speaking a lot better than having the best team options for one character, right? And so there is like because like yes, You can pull Flynn's C1 and it'll increase Flynn's damage more on the spreadsheet level. Yes, we can engage in spreadsheet impact all day we want, but Flynn's C1 isn't gonna change the fact that like Flynn's best team doesn't function against a boss that requires Bloom. It requires Bloom. It requires Bloom. And you'd be like, oh, but use Flynn's against the other boss. Well, yeah, but maybe you have another team. Like, it's not impossible at all that you have a team that in whatever difficulty of staging you're doing that is more viable. Like, let's say, because it seems like, by the way, the Flynn shield boss is like another like electrocharge boss that they're putting in Stygian, and it's like substantially tankier than the cactus, and it has different mechanics a little bit. But that boss, like, is more brute forceable than the Bloom boss. Like, the Bloom boss is a very strict Bloom requirement from my understanding. You have to do Bloom against it. Whereas the new electrocharge boss, pretty sure you'll be able to like brute force it with like a Veresa Shivers team probably, or Veresa Shan Yu maybe, like Shan Yu and Farina Veresa. Like, there's gonna be more team options to deal with the Flynn shield boss than there is the Bloom boss. And there may be many people that are in a situation where their optimal situation might be using Flynn's against the Bloom boss, and instead of like using Sucrose to do Flynn's best team, you put in a Dendro unit instead. And the best option there would technically be Llama. Right? But like, there are also other Dendro options that would let you do quick bloom Flynn's. So like, and Flynn's is an Electro unit that ends up usually in his teams getting a ton of EM. Anyways, and EM is a good damage stat to build for him regardless. So like, I don't like the idea of saying, oh no, Llama, because Llama is not part of Flynn's best in slot team, she's useless for Flynn's. Like, no. So there's an oversimplification when so many people's abilities to clear the endgame content, it's going to depend on what kinds of character coverage you have relative to the enemy mechanics and combination of it. And not just one enemy mechanic, but also like Abyss context is multiple enemy mechanics in like one side of the chamber, right? Because they oftentimes will put like, you know, they'll put like the freaking the one boss. They can put the cryo. They could do two cryo automatons, or sorry, they could do like the cryo automaton and the current automaton at the same time if they wanted, right? But in the context of this Abyss, right, for most players, you know, they have so this boss like wants pyro, right? But then they also have a little bit of anti-pyro damage because this thing has pyro resistance and permanent pyro aura. So like, you can't melt on it, you can't vaporize on it. But then this thing wants you to have pyro. So this kind of incentivizes a certain kind of team. And usually people just brute force their way. You can easily brute force your way, obviously, like I just did with Arlecchino, and I had enough electro damage to help out make it really easy, right? It's not hard to brute force through this. But you get the point. Like, at the baseline design level, this incentivizes pyro. It also is a little bit anti-pyro at the same time, and that can kind of restrict your team options. This is pyro resistant too, and then and also both of these have Dendro resistance, right? And then this enemy also obviously has the climbing mechanic and the incentivization to use Natline units in general, with it charging its meter faster. Although I actually personally kind of think I dislike how fast the meter charges sometimes when you bring too much Night Soul to it. Anyways, like, I don't know, all these mechanics and how they layer together in Abyss matters for like what kinds of teams most people would consider using in a particular Abyss side, right? And how invested you are in those teams, your personal skill level, capability matters too. So like, I don't know. I strongly feel, as far as like spreadsheet impact goes, with how much they are designing the game's endgame content around hyper specific mechanics and needing element coverage and mechanics coverage, I really disagree with the mindset of just pull characters for the best team possible, just path towards the best team possible. I maintain my perspective that part of the reason I am able to like clear content as easy as I am isn't because, oh, I got lucky in getting Lauma C1 or Lolly C2 that I haven't activated, or Skirt Constellations, whatever. Like, that's like, don't get me wrong, I don't think I would have cleared dire difficulty if I hadn't gotten lucky in Skirt. At least the second dire difficulty, I don't think I would have. Not the first higher difficulty. I think I could have cleared without getting lucky on Skirk. But anyways, like, it's really important that I have a bunch of team options. Right? It's really important that not only do I have high investment in my builds, but I also have the options to adapt, you know, my use of Arlecchino around different enemy mechanics. Right? I can use Arlecchino with you know, doing an overvape team, even without I didn't have Veresa. I'm pretty sure I could clear dire difficulty on the cactus without Veresa, or sorry, without Inefa, without much problem, right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe I would use Veresa actually. Maybe it was a slip up, but maybe Veresa would have been where I go. You get the point, right? Like, having team options is important. You don't just need to have one character's best team, and then you literally never. You got C6 Chevrolet, you got Moika, and you got Eon-San C6 for Veresa. Congrats! You never, ever, 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 ever have to play anything else with Veresa. You only play that one team and never, ever consider anything else. Like, that's what spreadsheet impact implies, and it's what I like dislike about it a bit. And I think people like Zajeff, quite frankly, it's like my main criticism of them. And like they understand this nuance, but when they're like recommending how people consider like pulling characters or how people build characters, that nuance is lost, because when you're doing spreadsheet analysis, you don't assume a specific enemy context. You assume like a neutral context of a generic context, but that generic context never actually generally exists in practice. It just doesn't actually exist in practice. It's always specific context. It's always hypercontextual in practice, and it's becoming more hypercontextual as time goes on. So like, pull Llama for Flins, maybe, unironically maybe. It's my preferred Veresa team. I don't play her that often, but like I've only mostly just been using her when I want a really strong team that clears without me having to think that much. So usually I have been playing Veresa, Chevrolet, Overload, and the reason I prefer that team is because it's simple. It's not that hard to do the setups for. It's a satisfying, but it's still like brain engaging from satisfying combination of E normal attack plunge, E normal attack plunge, and the dynamic of using Veresa's burst. I don't know. It's like, it's an enjoyable team to play that's high DPS, but mostly they can brain off through most of the content. So that's my preferred Veresa team. Like, my preferred Veresa team is Veresa's best team. Well, except I don't burst on Moika, but that we ignore that. So, anyways, yada yada. I have spent too long not in Nod-Krai. Well, good lord, guys, you were bad for me. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. To be clear, we are mostly focused on talking about Nod-Krai things because Llama is part of Nod-Krai. But anyways, we're gonna go and collect waypoints. We're gonna go collect waypoints. That's my goal. That's my goal now. So yeah, Flins needs Llama, but Llama doesn't need Flins for the Bloom boss. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. Yeah. If you end up in the new Stygian Onslaught having you want to pull for Flins, but you end up being able to clear whatever difficulty level is appropriate for your account. You end up being able to clear the new Stygian Onslaught with the new Electric Charge boss, so the Flynn shielding boss, and the Aeon Blight Drink, but then the one thing that's stopping you is the Bloom boss, then maybe Llama is a better pull for you on like a ability to clear level. But not that I think you should, that you need to pull Llama. There's no such thing as that for Flins. But I don't know. It's not like there's no synergy there. And element coverage, mechanics coverage matters a lot. So that's all it is. Okay, that's funny. That's cute. Oh, by the way, the more I use this ability, the more garbage it is. This is a pretty shit exploration ability. I think they should have made it, I don't know, like shorter duration, but not consume stamina. Like, I really kind of feel like the exploration abilities that you can use to fill in downtime of refilling stamina are much, much better. And then on top of that, it just like doesn't move fast enough to, I think, be that much of a value add. And the only other value add for exploration that it has is the fact that you can jump with it, so you can use it to like bridge a gap, like You might be able to use it on rare occasions to jump over a gap you otherwise wouldn't be able to jump over. And that's cool, I guess. That's like the one thing it has. It's pretty jank to try to, like, you can kind of use it to go up slopes easier, but it's kind of janky. I don't think I can get up this. Yeah, like this I figured was not gonna be doable. So I don't know. It's a very, very minor addition to our kit. I would definitely say it's not that valuable. And I definitely feel if I want an exploration focused situation for a team, I prefer switching to different characters. Am I supposed to be able to do something with this? So by the way, I like ignore. So this is a problem that I think they need to address. But it does have the recently unlocked thing here, but it actually only shows 5. But I'm not kidding. I think there was like maybe 10 to 20 things in just like going around and like getting llama materials, unlocking some waypoints for the first time. And when I first come to a region and to get barraged with like, hey, here's how every single little minor puzzle mechanic works in this region, I don't want to read them first. I think most people don't want to read them first. Like if it's something I encounter in like I encounter one and then I encounter one more 30 minutes later, maybe then I want to read it. But the problem is you get barraged by them and you just want to ignore them all. And then the stupid red dot is permanently there. And my brain's like, no, get out of here, you ugly ass red dot. It bothers me. Like they really, like, new region tutorials are really ass. So like right now I have no idea how any of the puzzle mechanics work, and I'm just gonna have to fumble my way through it, and that's fine. Like I have no idea what the little moon symbol is going on right here that pops up when I go near this thing. There's no interaction with this. It's just a little moon symbol that pops up. So like I don't know if there's anything I even can do with this right now. I do story on stream. I might consider it towards the once we do a little bit of exploration here. I might consider it doing some story because I want to unlock I know at least. But I'm gonna go mosey around, unlock waypoints, see what we can figure out with it. Yeah. There's so many region tutorials. I got 20 primos. Yeah. Okay, I don't think this is where the waypoint is, by the way. I think it's down below, but, you know. There is some... Oh, wait, this is where the waypoint is. What the frick? Okay. Okay. Where's this Oculus? Not down. It is up. Okay. Alright. What is this? This symbol. Curatorium of Secrets. Act 1 takes 6 hours? Well, I can tell you, we ain't doing the full story. we ain't doing the full story on the stream. That's fine. That's a lot of story content, as long as it feels engaging throughout. It's not inherently a problem to have that much story content, but that's a lot. I'm not gonna promise to do... Well, I don't know. If it's 6 hours, I'd probably have to do like a dedicated story stream. So if I do it on stream, it might be like a chill Twitch stream style thing. Definitely not completing the full story today though. I can see Never's cat. Where? That one's very good. Okay, that's good. So I'm meeting Twizzler. Oh, this is where. I didn't realize. Okay, this is Nefer's office or whatever. Okay. Was this just like... Is this just like meant to be a business? Is the cat running the business? Oh, cat. Most important character in Nod-Krai. Llama, get out of the way. Oh my god. Oh my god, why is it like this? Anyways, use Charlotte. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot Charlotte can do that. Oh, yeah, oh, there's the dialogue option. Perhaps llama. So it's only specific creatures. Do this first. Meow. I have a commission. Are you back here to ask for help? Just write whatever is on this piece of paper right here. Can't help you. My claws are too sharp. I tear the paper to shreds. Okay. The dialogue options thing is more of a fun aspect to having Llama's Kit outside of combat, whatever. Than the deer centaur weird transformation thing. Alright. Anyways, this place is a cool vibe. Alright. You can hide the character? I know I can. That didn't. The fundamental problem wasn't really the character being there. The fundamental problem was the fundamental problem was the wacky camera movement things. Okay. Next waypoints here. Hey, the cat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, but can I like? I'm trying to drop off, and it just was like getting stuck still. Okay. Kind of want to switch to a different team. For exploration purpose. Feel like there's gonna be lots of things I need to climb.
Let's get this over with.
So Shalonin still valuable.
Woohoo! This is gonna be fun.
Who was I using yesterday? Might need to use you. Actually, Free will be better probably.
I have high hopes
Not like
this
for
journey.
combat, just for being able to walk over water. It might be slower than Mualani, but might need to traverse more distance. So then we'll use Dia. Why not?
Got a job for me?
Maybe I should switch to Llama for friendship points, but whatever. You unlock Ino? No, I will. I think I'll at least try to unlock Ino today. But we'll go unlock Ino after we do a little bit of exploration here. Midsummer berry. That fly doesn't get eaten by a Venus flytrap? No, because it's not in there. It escaped. All right. Big old magnet thing. All right. Dia runs faster during the day, and that's why she's here. Also, interruption resistance and some tanking in Overworld is actually kind of quite nice.
Perfect weather.
Uh-oh, quest triggerings, I think. God. No, I don't want to approach the little girl. Watch over the weasel thieves. You pick up the fluffy crystal flies out of the Venus flytraps? Alright. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Surely it doesn't take that long, right? I kind of want to do it over here. Surely it doesn't take that long. Yeah. Okay. This takes 20 minutes? Okay, never mind. I get it, it's a quest. Quests take time, but like, I want to do quests when I want to do quests, and them making me do quests when I don't want to do quests makes me want to never do quests. Takes me into a cool looking area? Okay. Fine. 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 Bruh, I walked 2 inches. Yeah, I get it. You already told me to go there. Why did you have to have... Oh, this game, and it's like, oh, stop what you're doing. Let me load a little thing to zoom in case you weren't aware that we were already telling you to go over here. Okay. Please give. Rainbow drop crystal. Right. I'm guessing you need these for practicals. Why can't I transform into this thing here? I don't get it. Oh, that powers it, I see. And it puts up a shield. Ooh, I guess. I can't grab back, though? Okay. What is this thing? Okay, I don't know what achievement I just triggered, but alright. There's thing on both sides. And now I can't pick it up. What is going on? Okay. You're wrecked. I just dodged the heads, well I didn't really need to be concerned that much about that. Just cleared Abyss with only Aoife and Pharos on second half, nice. Why? Tall, thin plants you keep walking past, or what they you into the ceiling? What turns you into the ceiling? Okay. Really unique strong points of Aressa. Kaching Min Maxer was everything I made everything I count on her. I don't know. I haven't been someone that has been playing Varessa so much that I can say much other than like she just feels generally really good to play. And the dynamic of, you know, doing plunges and doing the little burst plunge is enjoyable. And then she has nice exploration utility. But yeah, I don't know. She's just a pretty good, strong character. It's not that hard for her to feel like she does good damage, and that makes her relatively flexible. You can put her with Dendro, even if, you know, she doesn't gain that much damage by putting put with Dendro, but you know, you can do it for element coverage if it's relevant for boss mechanics again, right? You have Shan Yun teams is compelling with her. You have Chever's teams is good with her. You got Dendro things you can do, but is not ideal with her because she can get so much more damage just by buffing her, like raw damage multipliers, rather than using the additive bonuses. Where's this Oculus? There it is. Oh, I'm almost out of stamina. Okay, so how did I activate that? It just activated automatically? Okay. Dang it. Wait, what? Why can I no longer yoink? I don't understand why I stopped being able to be yoink. Okay. Need to smack it with the thing you take? I see. Do I still have it? I cannot tell. Nope. I do not have it. Why can I not get it back? Is it on the other side? No, it just randomly appeared. Oh, I have to be near this to grab it? No, it's gone now. Okay. Okay. No, it's gone. Oh boy, what are these mechanics? They are maybe some of the least intuitive things that I've seen in this game. Do I have it? I cannot tell. Okay, and I got it, and then I can fire it. Okay, but why is it so clunky to get that to... Okay. Hit me. Heal me. Okay, so that's a mechanic where you stand still and press one button. Range of the magnetic fields is hard to tell. Yeah. If the intention is, yeah, it's like weird magnetic fields range mechanic, then there should be a visual indicator for it. So that's a little whack. Okay. And that wasn't something that felt like I was puzzling my way through figuring out things. It just felt not refined. Capture the weasel thief. Alright. Come on, what? What? What do you mean? Where's the prompt? Okay. Any video? Did you get any videos edited like you said yesterday? Did you not watch the? Yes. No, I got the wishing video edited. That's what I meant. I wanted to get the wishing video edited. Did you not see that I posted it? Is YouTube conspiring against me? Is that why it has performed unwell? I don't know. Again, it's one of those videos that like has good impressions, but like just terrible overall views. Like it's performing just like ass. Actually, the view duration isn't even bad. The view duration is good. The impressions are good, but like it's no fucking views. Like nothing. So I got shit all. Like it's gonna get less views potentially than my live streams get sometimes. Which is always a bad sign for an edited video. It's like, great. I'm glad I spent the time working on doing that for the viewers, because like, it's not like I need to make $800 from it. I don't really care that much, but for how easy that video was to make. But it's just, it's probably gonna get an amount of views that wasn't worth the time to make it, right? So, yeah. Rosfield SW's continuing the gift sub they got from Uray04. Thank you. I assume that means you. That's a weird pop-up on Twitch. So anyways, you have to stay in range of the robots with the aura. Yeah, but what is the range? That's the problem. So anyways, thank you, Rousfield, for continuing the gift sub. I don't know exactly why it says like that, but I think it just means that like Twitch is trying to say, hey, someone gifted a sub and that converted into someone that actually paid money. So yeah, thank you. Anywho's, you want to know why that's nice? Because sometimes my YouTube videos just arbitrarily perform like total ass, even though you would think people would be interested in watching wishing content on someone doing something as silly as going for DSC6 because, oh, she's a terrible character. Why would you spend your pulls that way? Pull C6 Llama instead. Or pull for Flynn's. Or save it all for Never. And like, yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should. I think I'll like Never. But like, I like Dia. And I wanted DSC6. I don't know, it's the kind of thing people usually like. And yet, it's not getting views. And I feel like it's because it's not getting pushed out to people. And part of the reason I feel that way is because, so I have like 2 separate YouTube accounts. I have like my YouTube account where I post things on. I have my personal account. My personal account has premium. And I usually will like let my streams autoplay on my personal account. Partially because I like having it open. Like I like having my stream on my phone so I can go peek at it like on my phone to see what the viewer experience is like for someone watching on their phone or whatever. But also because I don't know, why not? I get a tiny bit of money back to myself from my YouTube premium subscription by having my videos just play in the background with my phone muted or whatever, right? And what I noticed is that my video did not pop up on my home feed on my personal account until I refreshed the homepage. So, which is weird considering like my personal account from YouTube's algorithm end, it should like see, oh, this guy's personal account watches all of this channel's videos, so it almost always like recommends and like usually notifies, like I get a notification on my phone from my personal YouTube account for like all of my YouTube videos and my live streams. I did not get a notification for the Dia wishing video, and it also did not pop up in my home feed until I refreshed the homepage. So like that's where it's like, okay, so my impressions are good, my watch time is good, because that means like for the amount of people it is showing up on the homepage for, a lot of them are clicking on it. It's just not getting sent out to people's homepages. And that's what feels the most frustrating about YouTube sometimes, is where it's like, okay, people like this video, people are watching it, but then YouTube just arbitrarily has decided not to send it out to as many people's homepages regardless. Right? The video was #1 recommended on my account when I opened it this morning. So yeah, well, you're to Jamie's evidence is a different experience than mine. The YouTube algorithm is weird. I have to break the rock. So is this an absorption thing? There it is. Okay. I need to stand by this robot. Okay. Why is there like not a visual range indicator on the ground or something? I feel like this UI, like this interfacing problem with this whatever magnet mechanic could be solved with like a range indicator, because like it wasn't clear to me that I needed to stand within the range of this robot. Like I was over here, that's not within range. Over here, within range, right? So, anyways, YouTube has been doing some shenanigans with algorithm again. It's been taking a lot of channels' views. Yeah, I don't know. That might be affecting me. I don't know. I haven't been posting enough edited videos to have enough confident data to know if that's affecting things or whatever. So yeah, got the live stream in my feed, but not the edited video. You know what it might be? I have a theory that YouTube might suppress edited content that is, you know, like YouTube's system can absolutely like scan content and know that like the footage from the edited video is footage from the live stream, and maybe it suppresses, maybe that's why, right? Like how so for anyone watching, is there anyone watching right now that had a similar experience where you watched the live stream yesterday, and because you watched the live stream yesterday, it didn't recommend it right away? And maybe the people that did get it recommended right away are the people that didn't watch the live stream. So like, because there could be something in YouTube, like YouTube recognizes that, oh, these viewers already watched this content, or it thinks they already watched this content, and so it doesn't push it out to people. And that's fine on a level of like, I guess it makes sense that to not push content that to people that might have already seen it. But I'm not sure that we don't know how the algorithm is working exactly. So I'm not sure that the algorithm is actually, because like it's a 7-hour live stream. Most of the people watching the live stream did not watch the whole live stream, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that like watched parts of the live stream but didn't watch the wishing part and still would like the wishing video recommended to them even if they watched parts of the live stream. Yada yada, right? Does that make sense? So, I don't know. Anyways, it recommended it to you right away and you watched some of the stream? Okay. You still get both in your recommended? Okay. Well, I have no idea. And Jamie watched the live stream too. So, I don't know. Like, it's just a theory in my mind. It's really hard to get any strong vibe of like why a weird problem like this happens when you have impressions good, which means people are clicking on it, and you have view time is good. People are watching the video, they're enjoying the video. But then it just still has bad view totals and bad results in general. And I don't know. And it could be related to the weird algorithm changes that YouTube has been doing in general. I don't know. It's weird. It just feels a little bit bad when like that video might just perform like I very well might make meaningfully less money from the time I spent making that edited video versus what I'm gonna get from the live stream yesterday. And it's like, why bother spending the time making an edited content like that if it's not going to result in anything beneficial for me? Like I could have just like condensed that down to a short. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to just like start making short content for something like that, which means like I don't need to yap as much as I did, because like I yapped like I did it while doing the wishing video yesterday because I knew I was going to make a wishing video. But I can just like do the wishes on live stream and I can just like do some kind of edit to make it go into like a 2-minute short instead. Because I could have done that, right? I could have just skipped and then had like a little like 60 pity, 70 pity. I didn't have to show all the 4-star polls or whatever in shorts. And I could still do that. Maybe I should test that. So, yeah. Anyways, I don't know. That's just my content creator yapping for the day. It's not that big a deal. It's just weird how wishing videos in particular are like this category of videos that sometimes performs really well and then sometimes performs really ass. Like I should do niche shorts. I should do shorts for niche builds. Yeah, I should. My brain just doesn't work in like a short form content creation way. Like it's just not what engages me that much, and it's not how I like discover content very often unless it's like there are short creators that I watch, but it's like they're specifically shorts creators. They're not like the shorts that are like shorts that are trying to like get people to watch long form content is not usually something that is that engaging to me. Like short form content for trying to make something special out of the short form format itself, rather than trying, I don't know, like it's hard for me to like naturally be inclined towards shorts. So yeah, but yeah, I've been well aware for a long time I should like try to do them. It just has never come naturally at all for me to be like, yep, that thing that I just said on stream, that would be a good like 2-minute short or whatever. 1 2-minute short. Your yapping engages me, lol. Some people yap and it stresses me. I'm glad I don't stress you out. What do you have an example of someone I might recognize that yaps that stresses you out? I'm curious. Where's this waypoint? Oh, it's above ground. Okay. Hello. Fob a lot, but I need a second to breathe. Okay, breathe. Okay. So Jeff's yaps are way more annoying than yours, for example. Interesting. Okay. I feel like Zajev does yap in a particular way, though. Like I think it's a little on purpose on his part. Where like Zajev is a little bit of a rage baiter when he's yapping. Like I do it sometimes too, but then I like immediately take it back or whatever. Your yapping isn't noise pollution for me. All right, thanks. So I get what you mean, and like, you know, you can enjoy it. Like I enjoy me some Zajev yaps, but there's certain times where I just like, like I want to know an example of a Zajev yap that I quite dislike. This got turned into a clips video, where someone was like, "Oh, how do you think Dia C6 is with modern melt supports, like Dia C6 melt?" And I'll tell you, like his overall conclusion, I don't disagree with. I think Dia Melt is garbage, kind of. At least without meaningfully higher investment. Like C1 Lolly alone at minimum heavily mitigates the issue of Dia not being able to get consistent melts. So the long and short is Dia Melt is garbage because Dia can't get consistent melts. And secondarily, to make her get semi-consistent melts for it to actually make a little bit of sense, you have to do double cryo. And using double cryo means losing a buffer. And losing a buffer is kind of ideal. It also means, you know, more energy problems oftentimes too. So like Dia C6, even with C6, Dia has energy problems and melt inconsistency problems. Dia C6 can be good. You'll be able to see it from me soon, TM. Dia non-C6 can have competent teams too. And Nefa Shever C6 Farina Overvape is really good. With a C1 Dia and C0 Farina, C6 Shever, C0 Nefa. I talked about it before, it can calc at like 80k DPS. It's actually pretty dang good. But like Melt Dia, like I believe that Jeff calced Melt Dia with like Seat Lolly and Escoffier at like 55k DPS with C6. And I don't know if that was per se accurate. I don't know exactly what his assumptions were. But I agree with the overall conclusion of how Melt Dia is kind of garbage. But what kind of annoys me is like he engaged with that chatter in saying, hey, Melt Dia is not good, and this is why it's not good. And then he's like, oh, how about I go calc it anyways to prove it? And then he like used those calcs as to like have a yap that's like, ah, Dia garbage character. And it's like, no, bro, you're kind of assuming incorrect things from the baseline. Like I get why you are doing it this way. But it's because you're too used to doing things in a way that isn't actually properly thinking about, in my opinion, the mindset of how do you make the most out of Dia is my vibe. And anyways, so yeah, like I don't know. I've been meaning to try to jump on a call with Jeff while he's live, but we tend to just not be streaming at the same times. And I want to tell him about the Dia Chevra C6 over vape synergy. Because I think he understands why one of the big problems that Dia has, particularly at lower cons, is needing to build too much energy on her. And Chevra C6 on Fav being able to, with Nefa Farina, being able to reduce Dia's ER needs to like 130 is kind of bonkers. So, anyways, being a Mualani, being a Mualani, your Mualani, I'm assuming you meant Mualani fan, is not the weekend as a Jeff live. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just funny, like, how he'll go on, like, tangents where it's like, I don't disagree with this fundamental point, but it feels like the way you're going about trying to prove your point, it's the vibe of, like, trying to present what is ultimately, I'd say, a subjective experience delineation for him. But then he tries to like overly use numbers and like, because, oh, numbers are more objective. But like, no, it's more like how you use the numbers is just a form of rhetoric to explain your subjective experience. Or I don't know. It just feels misleading in some level to in how he presents things sometimes. And it's fine, because he's not like necessarily wrong. It's just like different perspectives. And I dislike the tendency to say something is more objective than it is, personally. But maybe that's my vibe. Anyways, I know got too much rage bait. Yeah. I don't know. Zajeff is too meta pilled. That's the long and short. Zajeff is too spreadsheet impact. That's all I can. That's the main way I can insult him. He lives in the spreadsheets more than he lives in the game. And that has value. That helps a lot of people. But I also think it can cause people to have less fun with the game rather than more fun. Nod-Krai's vibe is just freaking 10 out of 10, by the way. The whatever the weird robot magnetism mechanic is, but then I just go through a little canyon with that music going on. And then I get the combat. Well, the combat music lasts 2 seconds for me, but you know.
So shiny.
And then it wipes away the negative jankery of the magnetism thing. And I'm sure I'll get used to the jankery of the magnetism thing. Is there reputation in Nod-Krai? I have no idea. I assume there's something that probably unlocks after you do the quest. That's how it normally is. Is after we do the first part of the new Archon quest, it unlocks something. Alright. Yoink. See, these things like draw your attention to them, and I don't know if they're meant to. Like, does this actually indicate... Am I supposed to do something with this? I actually want someone to just tell me this, because like this might be in like a tutorial that I ignored. Like these little boxes are randomly around, and like they trigger the little moon or whatever. Or is it this that triggers the moon? Like what do these do? There's like no interaction with them, but they do a thing and they visually draw your attention, which implies to me that they do something. Many times they do stuff, yeah, but most of the time they seem to not. Like these ones seem to do nothing. And the ones that do something, usually it's just like an immediate interaction. Like I click on it once and it's like, hey, here's a chest. They just give you the moon power. Yeah, but do I need the moon power for something here? Like, that's what I'm missing. Like, what is there here that needs the moon power? Grabbing that? Is that all it is? Like up here. I don't know. Anyways. Because like many times they do stuff, it's a little weird if they don't. If I can't like pattern map my brain to something they do consistently, right? That makes sense. Something satisfying about the arrow. It's just logged onto like the center of the screen or snaps to whatever the closest thing is, but it's kind of a weird mechanic, but you can collect several together by hitting activate individually and then hit combine and they Voltron up. Okay. I didn't see any activate button, but I'll go back down there. Where's this go? It's going towards the waypoint at least. Clink, 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 clank, crumb cake, craft shop. Alright. Nice. Think about ZZZ HP inflation. It's weird. I don't know. It again is like... It's not had an effect on my ability to clear the content. And it's weird because, like, they keep on inflating HP without... Like, you might be like, oh, they're inflating HP because of, like, Genshin, where, like, they're introducing new teams with higher DPS ceiling. But they're not, like, they're not introducing new teams with higher DPS ceilings? Not really. But I think it's just, like, they're inflating HP because the game is going on for longer, and the longer the game goes on, the more players have more good team options. And the more players have more good team options, the more likely it is they can just use their existing characters and not pull new characters to be able to clear the content. So I think they're inflating HP in order to try to make it so they feel like their old characters are getting like the HP inflation exists so they feel like their old characters are getting worse, so that you feel more pressure to pull over new characters, but it doesn't really do that to me. And inflating HP because there's a lot more supports you can roll? Yeah. That could be why. So I don't know, it's weird. Like it simultaneously matters and doesn't matter. Like I can tell you from the previous Deadly Assault to the current one, I've gone with my like really overpowered Alice M2, Jane M2 team. I've gone from being able to kill the Miasma Priest to I think I might be able to kill the Miasma Priest, but it's going to take a shit ton of optimization. Whereas before it was like I just had to play okay. I had to play pretty okay, and I could kill the Maya's increase. Now it has like 10 or 20% more HP. I think I might be able to do it, but it's going to be like hyper optimization type thing. And if they increase the HP again, 4 more deadly assaults from now, then it's probably cooked, unless I get higher investment in the team in some form. But like, do I need to be able to kill the boss of that team? No. I get my enjoyment not just from killing the bosses, but also just from like seeing how far I can optimize and push things. That's enjoyable to me. So, yeah. I like the sound Oculus make, by the way. So I don't know. It's weird. That's all I can say. It doesn't feel the same as it feels as it has felt in Genshin the last year. That's kind of my vibe. Even though, like, on paper, like, the percentage increase is almost more aggressive. It's maybe potentially substantially more aggressive than Genshin. But a part of it just feels like also the devs figuring out, like, how they want to balance things relative to the characters they release. And relative to... See, like, why am I red? I have no idea. And relative to the kinds of teams and stuff that players are figuring out. Like, the ZZZ devs are, like, definitely releasing characters, and the players are finding out ways to utilize them and min-max them in ways that I think the devs did not intend. Relatively regularly. And this means... And then I think they, like... And then I think, like, the HP inflation and whatever changes they've done is, like, correction for the fact that the players are utilizing the new things they released in ways that makes things, like, not the balance they intended for, like, the difficulty, so they just increase the difficulty by, like, increasing the HP a little bit. I don't know. I can't get 3 stars with full limited team in Zenless? That's interesting. I don't know what the team is against what boss you're using, so I can't really comment on specifics of why that would be. I don't remember who it said. Someone in the chat said before that you can interact with these to click activate and they Voltron together. Which I understand what that means, but what I don't know is how you interact with them. So Oculus is underground. Where didn't I just go underground before? Where was the underground spot? I didn't have a waypoint in it. I don't even know where the entrance was. I don't think there was anything more in there. I don't think I skipped anything. But, Deadly Assault will be interesting since they're nerfing anomaly buildup and upping boss defense to shield rupture. Yeah. And like, and as far as like the rupture shielding things goes, it's like they introduced rupture, right? And right now rupture is in a state where like there's not really much of a need for it to even exist in the game. Like the baseline like miasma mechanic is something that doesn't necessitate rupture on its own. So they're doing more to shield for rupture and punish other gameplay types in order to try to push you to get rupture units. And that feels, and on one level it just feels like, oh, ugh, gotcha game shilling new characters bullshit, right? But on another level is like, if you ask yourself, okay, shouldn't they have some content that necessitates the existence of rupture units? Because as it currently stands, there's nothing that actually necessitates rupture units for how they are designed. Like rupture units gimmicks were like designed to be units that ignore enemy defense. So doesn't that necessitate adding enemies in the game that incentivize using rupture units over other units? Like they have to shield rupture units on some level, on a game design level, for rupture units to make sense at all. But it's just like, how do they balance the shield exactly to not feel utterly ass? And like that's a concern with Zenless, is how much, like particularly this current Deadly Assault in Zenless is like two bosses that are anti-anomaly. One that is anomaly friendly, but is anti-fire anomaly, which is dickish to one particular character in the game. And then both of them are anti-ice, which is anti one of the best characters in the game that most people have, who just recently reran, Miyabi. So it's like the conjunction of how they're trying to really push people to use specific teams against these enemies is kind of annoying. But then at the same time, I still used an anomaly team against one of the anti-anomaly bosses without a problem. And even if I had lower investment, I would have cleared with like to get the rewards. I would have been able to get 20k points, I guarantee you, with lower investment in the team, right? So, there's a couple people out of this way that are just being guinea pigs, so. And then Remi's supposed Sanby buff, as people speculating she may be changed so she works better with Seed. Then I'm thinking of getting Orphe since she's obviously made for her butt. Yeah, well, so like the Sanby changes is interesting because the question is, does the Sanby changes make Sanby better for Seed, or does it just make Sanby better in general? Because if it just makes Sanby better in general, I bet Orphe will be better for Sanby than getting Seed is. Because Seed is in a situation where like, you play double attacker teams with her and she buffs the other attacker, but you're still pretty much always playing a main DPS Seed team, right? And the attacker unit you pair her with is like contributing relatively minorly. And you still want to spend like most of your field time on Seed kind of thing. And that's what makes like someone like Sanby kind of awkward to figure out utilization with her. And they could change Sanby's kit and mechanically to make it like more off-field or whatever, to make Sanby a better unit for Seed. But like presumably they're not going to make Sanby a better unit for Seed than I need to pay attention to where he's going. Presumably they're not going to make... What? Are you always there? What the frick? Okay, it looked like you stopped by this rock this time, no? Presumably they're not going to change her kit to be a better unit. You're always in this spot. Okay. I feel like that needed a sound effect. It just silently and slowly floating. It just didn't. I don't know. It's just funny. Presumably they're not going to change her in a way that makes her like worse or sorry, better than Orphe. And like Orphe is already not that for Seed, that is. Orphe is already not that much better for Seed than Sanby is. So I feel like the Sanby changes are likely to just like, if anything, strengthen Sanby. Like if you care about Sanby, strengthen the relevance of getting Orphe for Sanby rather than strengthen the relevance of getting Seed for Sanby. But I'm completely hypotheticalizing. And again, it's partly on the note that like, yeah, assuming they keep the gimmick of her doing on-field aftershocks at minimum, and the fact that Orphe does Death Shred for friggin' aftershock damage, like Sanby needs AoE more than anything. Yeah, and if they just like make it so she has like better AoE and just is a less clunky character to use, then I think most Sanby players would be better off getting Orphe for her. So I don't know. The point is, Seed's in a really weird spot, especially if Sanby changes in a way that makes Sanby a more compelling on-field electric DPS than Seed. So I don't know. Seed is simultaneously well-balanced and also weirdly balanced at the same time because of her clunkiness. Okay, do I have to talk to this dude to get his chest? I feel like I do. Alright, hopefully this is not a 20-minute quest. Orphe is specifically an aftershock buffer? No, she isn't just an aftershock buffer. Just because a character has one part of their kit that only applies to aftershock does not mean they're only an aftershock buffer. Like just because Lauma says she buffs Lunar Bloom damage does not mean you can only use her with Nefer, a Lunar Bloom DPS. Right? To be clear, I'm not saying Orphe is equivalent to Lauma as far as, oh, Orphe is just the best in slot. You should always pair Orphe with every other attacker. You never do stunners with attacker. Now you just always do. No, that's not what I'm saying. But like, Orphe does do buffing and off-field damage. And she gives Death Shred to herself. Without having another Aftershock unit on the team. She is not specifically an Aftershock buffer. She buffs Aftershock more. And she is balanced in a way that she specifically is like, this should be better than using another stunner or a support if she buffs Aftershocks, because that Death Shred is like the difference maker to make her better than a stunner or a support. Right? But that doesn't mean she can't be used. Like, I'm going to play Soldier 11, Lighter, Orphe, compare that to Jafufu. And I don't think it'll be better, but I think it'll be similar. It might be better in some situations. So I don't know. Like she's an off-field sub DPS, yes, and she does work. So I don't know. I think Orvie is a good addition to the game. I do think the way they balanced her is a little bit weird, but I think I'm gonna get enjoyment out of having her. Being that I'm someone who likes doing weird teams in general, but Orvie deals more damage with Seed than with Sand because she gets more energy. Yeah. And and Seed is not an aftershock unit, right? So anyways, enough Zenless chat. Okay. You're next. Like next year's funeral invite. This is okay. But this dude, we came up to this dude who's just standing out here in the middle of nowhere, and he starts talking about like, is he just trauma dumping on us? I wasn't reading the first initial lines, but then I started reading the next bit. Is this dude just trauma dumping on us out of nowhere? Just meets a stranger and stranger is trauma dumping. Like, I've been feeling like I've been having dark thoughts lately about my mortality and getting older. You've seen the news about Charlie Kirk. I have no idea who that is. Oh, I did see actually as far as Genshin things. Apparently the UGC character is playable in Genshin. Like in normal Genshin. Not UGC Genshin. Holy, I just looked at Discord by the way, and I have 29 messages in the mod chat. What is happening? Is everything fine, Zillion? Do I need to look at that? Oh, sorry. I'm reading a message from Tars right now. I'm not gonna say what it was because I don't know if he wants me to share it, but I'm just gonna reply to him. Oh, that's not good. I feel that. But anyways, I was looking at Tarz's DMs because I DM'd him about UGC main character being the user generated content character being playable in the main game. And he replied, incredible. So they just have straight up different kits? Yes. So the UGC character, as far as we know, basically does two things. The one weird thing is, I thought they were just gonna be like when we heard what we heard is that the UGC character is gonna be playable in the main content of Genshin, but the information we got said they're gonna share the element with the Traveler. So my read and many other people's reads was that this was just going to be like, oh, you can customize Traveler skin kind of thing, right? Like it's just going to be the UGC MC in the main content of Tevat, Genshin, whatever you want to call it, is just like a Traveler skin, and then you can customize it for whatever skins you get in the UGC game, and that's kind of like, okay, cool, I guess. But then today, or like this morning or whatever, it was like, no, actually, here's the Ascension material. Here's the materials you need to grind for the UGC character in the normal gameplay of Tevat. What? So they're an actual playable character, like a separate character, except for their element is apparently tied to what Traveler's element is. So they can change their element like Traveler, but you have to have Traveler and them be the same element, which is weird. It's a different character kit. Like, it's a different character kit. Okay? It's not Traveler's kit. It's a different character. And you have to level them up separately. They're actually pretty cool from what I played. Yeah, I'm not trying to doom post them. I'm just saying they're like, it's weird that it's a separate character and that it's tied to, that it's supposedly tied to the element of the Traveler. And yes, that means supposedly that you should be able to play Traveler and the UGC character in the same team. And their kit is kind of interesting in that it's universally the same as far as I understand across all element characters. Yeah, it's valuable for IT, which is I guess cool because that means another character that can switch elements for IT, which is actually a pretty big deal. Now think about it, for a lot of people. Sets up the final challenge. Okay. Okay. Well, I just wanted the chest. I didn't want trauma dumping. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, so their kit is, I believe, could be wrong. I don't know. You press their skill and they get an infusion. So you press their skill, and all they get is like a Hydro infusion if you have Hydro active, right? So they can do Hydro, normal, and charge attacks and whatever from like just their default melee kit. And I don't think we have multipliers yet, but I'm gonna guess the multipliers aren't very good. But maybe they'll be good enough that they won't be unusable. But it might be the kind of thing like it's just there so you can do elemental application with it. And hey, just being able to do elemental application is sometimes good enough. And then their burst summons a ring around them, like Nilu style, right? A Nilu style ring where you have just like application from the element. I don't know if it actually does damage, but I believe it just is like application with a ring around your character, and it follows your character like this. But apparently when you swap off field, unlike Nilu ring, which stays when you're off field with Nilu, right? It goes away when you change the character off field. So like they might be decent as like an on-field element driver or like Hyperloom trigger or something. Like they're not a bad addition to the game. They're going to be interesting. But not being able to like have that off field is kind of and it's the same thing for all their kits. Like Geo will be, they can have a Geo ring. And as far as I understand, they don't do like any real buffing or anything. It's just that baseline extremely simple stuff, but I could be wrong. I'm just assuming they're not going to be very good, but they might be kind of fun from a context of using them as an on-field element driver. Sylveon, aren't you in the beta? Are you sure you should be saying things in chat? I appreciate your confirmation, Sylveon, of the information we've heard. I assume you've signed something. You should probably not say anything. Anywho's, so yeah, UGC is a weird character. I will say maybe, I don't know. Well, no, that wouldn't really change anything because if they don't do off-field, it's kind of garbage. I was gonna say maybe if they count as a Nod-Krai character, that could fix the problem if you didn't pull Llama or a Nefa, but did pull a Nefa, but did pull Nefer and Flynn's, but you only have Ino to use with one of them to enable their kits at the same time, so you can't play both of them with their full kits enabled at the same time. If they released a free character, UGC character that counted as Nod-Krai, then maybe that would work. But you know, they use Natlan materials, and I'm assuming they don't count as a Nod-Krai character. So, yep. Anywho's, I thought they would be in a different separate game. Well, they are, but you can use them in the main game too, apparently, which is very odd and kind of unexpected. I was also shown, or I was also shown and told, or saw, whatever, that the destroy all flying targets. Okay. Oops. I understand what happened there. What? That didn't hit? Why did that get sucked down there? Okay. Okay. I'm not quite able to determine why it gets pulled down sometimes and doesn't other times. Yeah, I can get why it gets blocked by the little red barrier there. That makes visual sense. Like I'm trying to, I assumed it was this that sucked it down, right? So that's why I was shooting in between it. I don't know if that's actually it. Crap. Alright, cool. So, can I just say having two recent characters named Nefa and Nefer is kind of confusing. And, yeah, and Aoife. Yeah, Aoife's there too. My brain.
Pleasant surprise.
Yeah, Nefa Nefer is
Slice of
definitely is a thing. So I don't know. Anyways, the Miliastra Wonderland character being actually playable in the normal game is interesting. And oh yeah, what I forgot to finish because I was distracted was supposedly from version Luna 3 or Luna 4. I don't know for sure. I know it was like probably post Columbina. Apparently Miliastra, because they're gonna like Miliastra Wonderland is gonna be released progressively. Like it's not gonna be 100% fully featured as soon as they release it. Supposedly we will be able to bring our Genshin characters into this game mode, which means that hopefully people will actually be able to create custom combat content, but it won't be immediately. But we don't know for sure, because maybe it's like we don't have actual clarification for sure, because maybe it's like, oh, you can bring Farina in if you own Farina, but it's like you're just bringing Farina in visually, and it's not like actually Farina's kit, or it's not actually Farina's build, it's just like a default UGC build or something. Like you're not actually allowed to use your own characters with your builds, and your exact whatever teams. Like it's just a cosmetic thing, or it's just a whatever thing, right? Or if it's not a cosmetic thing, it's just you don't actually get to use your builds. It's a universally everyone gets the same Farina in UGC if you bring Farina over. But hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's like, no, it's actually your Farina. It's actually your Dia with your Dia build, your Dia investment. So you can play Dia in whatever custom combat content that people might make. I really, really hope that comes true. I have much more hope now that there's actual confirmation from Hoyoverse that they are going to have the ability to, you can take your Teyvat characters into the Miliastra Wonderland game mode. But we don't know like what exactly that looks like, right? Just bringing our characters at the baseline isn't 100% that we're going to be able to have custom combat gameplay, right? So I'm becoming more optimistic about that, even if it's still mostly going to be like a Robloxy game mode. It's going to be more content opportunity for any of us to play in the video game. The question is how much of it is going to actually feel like Genshin. Names are a little confusing. I was speaking about it to my sister about Nefer, and she thought it was a Nefa. Yeah. You'll do the same damage you do in game in Miliastra. Not necessarily the same damage, because presumably the people that make a Miliastra course, if you can do custom Miliastra combat content and bring your existing characters in with your existing builds, they could like have a level 300 enemy. Maybe. I don't know if that actually would be possible, but that might be a potential thing that's possible. You fight a level 300 enemy that has 8 quadrillion HP, and that because of how the enemy defense calculation works, a level 300 enemy would make you do way reduced damage. So technically, I know that's like highly specific, but technically answering your question, I don't know why I can't pick this up there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Technically, no, there's like your characters might do different damage just based on how the person configures things, but like the same baseline artifacts and your constellations or whatever available, like the characters you're already familiar with, should theoretically function. So like, if someone created a copy of the current Abyss cycle in Miliastra Wonderland, you theoretically... I didn't mean to do that. Can I exit this? How do I exit this? No. No! Don't make me lose because I freaking transformed the thing. What's this thing? Oh, frick. God damn it. Where's the thing? Where's the rock? Get out of this! What? Yeah. So yeah, it depends on how much they want to control the Miliastra Wonderland content, how much they want people to be able to make combat content. They could easily place restrictions on how we can do things and whatever, yada yada. So hopefully, yes, it is basically the same characters doing the same damage, with the only factor being how the person creating whatever content in Miliastra chose to balance things, right? That's my point. Your characters might deal different damage because the person creating something in Miliastra chose to do something different. Because they could do that, but we don't know. We don't know. There's too many unknowns right now to answer how that will be. If they use your character in UGC content, would be neat to play other people's challenges. On the other hand, Whale will be able to crush any user content, and people will start making Whale only content. But if there's content made for whales, the whales play that content, and you can play the content not made for whales. Like, why they're not? You don't have to play the content for whales. It'd be separate content for separate people. I'm sorry. I'm confused why that would be a problem. Like, what do you mean crush content? They're not... I mean, maybe there will be competitive content, and that will feel shit, to be clear. If someone tries to make a competitive game mode where, like, you compete with another player to get a better score, and that score is based on damage, and you win the game mode, the custom game mode that they create, based on how much damage you deal, well then, yeah, whales will succeed there. But then just don't play that shit. Like, I don't know why you would play that. I don't see why it's a problem that people would have the ability to create custom combat content tailored more towards whales or tailored more towards not whales. Because the not whales, if there's some popular UGC thing that people end up playing for combat content that is more balanced towards like lower investment teams, but can be fun in some way, and the whales go into that and be like, LOL, I can just press Q on Moika and clear it immediately. Get wrecked, you scrubs. No, like, okay, no one's gonna take that person seriously. If they wanted to become more streamlined and universal content, well, if they wanted to become universal and streamlined content, this game mode is doomed from the outset, quite frankly. Because the whole shtick of like a Roblox user-generated content style thing is to let people create whatever the hell they want. So if they're going to allow combat content at all, I sure as hell hope like people have the freedom to do that. And yeah, that means it's going to become segmented, because that's just how the game is at a baseline already. I don't know. Anyways, surprised that Nefer was a robot. Yeah, that'd be a little weird. Refarm Arlecchino artifacts for new Nod-Krai set. Wait, I didn't even think about that. You mean like... wait. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Frick, should we make a list of things I need to test with Ino? So... Ino... Because Ino and Nefa Overvape. Like, Nefa Overvape is already one of Arlecchino's best teams. Right? And... Yelan's damage contribution isn't that important there, and Ino will allow lower cooldown, like lower, faster rotations with Arlecchino, and she should apply enough Hydro, I think. I think Ino should apply enough Hydro. It's the same as like Candace, C6, right? So she should apply enough Hydro for Arlecchino to vape consistently. C2 might help with it. And then that would enable the crit set, you're right. And the crit set is 30 crit rate plus 80 EM. So, oh, frick, you're right. I didn't even think about that. That probably makes, like, yeah, 30, like 60 crit value plus the 80 EM, plus increasing in Nefa's damage, probably is better than Whimsy. I don't, but it also depends if you have C1. If you have a C0 Arlecchino, it'll be more better. I think, to min-max Arlecchino's damage more, right? Whereas without a C1 Arlecchino, I think it's the team balance distribution is more balanced and not just Arlecchino's damage, and you'll notice it less. But it also is going to be circumstantial depending on how invested, because as always, when it comes to comparing the crit sets to sets that are not giving crit. So Arlecchino set gives it, like 54% damage bonus. If you have a really, really invested build in Arlecchino set already, being able to actually take advantage of the crit value with a similar investment build is going to require like getting really specific artifacts that have like, say, a lot more attack percent, a lot more crit damage. I actually did some numbers for the new artifact set with that potential same situation with 2 Nod-Krais with Dia, and I compared, and like I needed like a lot of additional crit damage, EM, HP, substats to actually beat out Voracasha's on Dia. So, and it's going to be the same story for Arlecchino potentially if you already have a really good build. So whether or not it's worth refarming, I think depends on your existing good build. And like, particularly if you're like the mini players, if you're like the mini players that do not run enough crit rate on your Arlecchino or your DPS, whatever, in general, well, the more compelling, I think, and the more noticeably valuable you would see a set that gives 30 crit rate for free. So to this day, I'm still on Glad. I'm still on Glad too. And I don't, with how good my Gladiator build is, I don't think I'm going to farm the new set, specifically for Arlecchino. But if I feel the need to min-max in dire difficulty, I might, like, because I'm going to farm this new set anyways, right? And if I get good artifacts for other characters, I might get good artifacts for Arlecchino at the same time. And I will put the set on her from like a min-max context and see if it actually results in better performance. So, yeah. Anyways, so who I need to test Ino with before C2, because we will be able to play with Ino C0 before we can test Ino C2, which is fine. I think we need to test Dia. Ino Arlecchino. Dia. So many 60 crit rate Arlecchino out in the world, yeah. You'll the effect of a crit damage ascending character, and she was a character that was not made to make work with Marshall hunters, so she's hard to build. And a lot of people just don't run enough crit rate. So I don't know. But yeah, every single time like I've tried to compare a min-maxed set that doesn't give the crit and versus the set that does give crit, it's always like hard to actually get the crit set to win out without having really ideal artifacts with ideal subset distributions. And usually it means like crit rate subs on the other set have to be EM or attack or HP or whatever substats to actually beat it out. Otherwise, it's just a situation if it's easier to build on the set that gives crit for free. Like it's easier to get a baseline damage threshold. So, I'm gonna pass on trying to continue this quest line right now, because I would like to just get the waypoint there. So hopefully we don't trigger this when we get this Oculus. Cool looking spot though. See a precious chest there. Kind of want to go grab. Try to remember to go grab it after we get the... Okay. Yeah, the precious chest is like right here, so we'll go here and then we'll go up top here. Okay. How many Primo Gems have I gotten? Just, oh well, I've gotten like 200 Primo Gems just by slow ass yappy progression. Alright. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I generally speaking almost always prefer universal builds versus builds that like only work with one particular team context. I want to see how this boss works a little bit actually. So I'm not inclined to say like you should 100% farm the new set for Arlecchino for sure. Particularly you already have a really good build. But if you do have a really good build, or if you are playing like a Nefa and are gonna play Ino with her, or maybe Colombino with Arlecchino and Nefa in the future, it might be a strong consideration. That's all. Anyways, who else do I need to test Ino with? Ino, Arlecchino, Dia. I'm gonna test with Tignari. Because like we got to think of the context where like either having 2 Nod-Krais is important because of the buff for the artifact set, which is what I think like Arlecchino's situation is with Ino versus like Yelan or Candace. Like Ino should just be able to buff more. Shatter Kave. I mean, Shatter Kave isn't gonna be that much better if I can add it to the list. Who else though wants like Hydra application without normal attacks? What is Duster mode? Okay, the Duster mode is Spike. Stop the usual on him. I want to see your AoE mechanic though. Idea, don't kill it. Do your AoE. How long do you take to do this? Alright, there we go. Wait for the things to come back. Crap. That is so many numbers on screen. Holy, alright, interesting. Alright, well, if you like numbers on screen, that's a fun boss. Yeah, I believe that boss wants electro charge. I don't know if it needs it though. I don't need to mess around with that now. Mechanics are usually different in Abyss versus Stygian versus Overworld anyways, so. Moonsign buff again for non-Nod-Krai. It's in the screen if you want to see it. Wait, there's a chest over here. Oh, it's the stupid bloom thing. Never mind. You killed it with burning. Nice. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I don't have a Nod-Krai in the team. So if I go to this one, they had team bonus here. There's the additional tab where it says, you know, 1 moonshine character in the party. And then when you have Ascendant Gleam, all characters in the party gain blah 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 blah. Unless otherwise stated, when Moonsign level reaches Ascendant Gleam, the effects of Nascent Gleam will also apply, right? So the effects do stack unless it says they don't. And in addition, for 20 seconds after a non-Moonsign character casts an elemental skill or elemental burst, so this would be non-Nod-Krai units, but you have to have 2 Nod-Krai units to get the non-Nod-Krai unit buff, right? So when you only have 2 Nod-Krai units, or when you have 2 Nod-Krai units, your non-Nod-Krai units, after they use their skill or burst, so basically every character in the game, every non-Nod-Krai in the game, they will increase lunar reaction damage by all nearby characters based on their own elemental type, up to a maximum of 36%. This cannot stack. But then how much it stacks depends on what character type. So Pyro, Electro, Cryo characters, they increase damage by 0.9% for every 1,000 attack. Hydro characters, 0.6% for every 1,000 HP. Geo characters, 1% for every defense, 100 defense. Animor Dendro is 2.25 for every 100 EM. So let's say, you know, say you have Sucrose in the team with a 800 EM. We'll use like Flynn's as an example. Let's say you're playing, what's the best team? Sucrose, Nefa, Yelan right now, technically. With Ino C6, or should we assume? Yeah, we'll just assume Flynn's and Nefa, and we'll assume Yelan. Why not? Because Yelan is built for HP. So we'll say 800 EM on Sucrose. That's fairly realistic. Well, it's a little high actually, maybe with TDDS, but we'll say 800 EM. Times that's every 100, so that's 8 times 2.25. That gets you 18%. This gets you halfway, right? So you have to have 800 EM to get half from just an Animo or Dendro unit. And then how much HP do you need? 0.6%. So 18. If we want to max out this buff, which is it's probably not something you should build towards, right? It's not that significant. But 18 divided by 0.6 is 30. So you'd have to have a 30k HP Yelan or a 30k HP Hydro unit in the case of Flynn's. So if you're playing like Candace C6 instead of Yealon, Candace is not easy to get to 30k HP, but you could try to do that to buff lunar reaction damage a little bit. So yeah. Anyways, this is it's basically a resonance system for having not Nod-Krai units in the team, and this helps mitigate like the weird Nod-Krai racism thing a little bit, and opens up some minor nuance to stuff like, you know, Yealon being, if you have a Nephi for Flins, is part of what can make Yealon a little bit better maybe than Ino C0. But then Ino with C6 ends up just buffing like, I don't know, it was like 15-20% lunar damage bonus anyway, so Ino with C6 is just better kind of thing, right? To a significant degree, so yeah. For the Geo one, Navia would be cooked. Yeah, like Navia when paired with Nod-Krais would not be exactly ideal. So yeah, there's that problem too. There's also Hydra units that don't scale on HP. Whatever. Yada yada. Anyways, let's go check the chest up here. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, hello, friend. There's a sound effect after that. Oh, this is electro immune enemy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I gotta say, one of the most common elite enemies I've encountered so far, being an electro immune enemy when they're starting with releasing an electro DPS, is kind of funny to me. Like in the second half, mind you, but it's the first main DPS they have in Nod-Krai, and there's a bunch of elite enemies around the place that are electro immune. It's just funny as all. So Flins might situationally feel kind of ass in Overworld against certain enemies randomly because they're just dumb. But I'm gonna guess there's other element variations of those creatures that I just haven't encountered yet, presumably. They're probably gonna become Hoyo's new favorite thing to put in Abyss to restrict you from using. Oh, there's a Dendro one right there. Okay. Case in point. That's the first Dendro one I've seen. Okay. I had only run into Electro ones for whatever reason. Oh, there's the chest. I wanted. Oh wait, no, that's a different chest. I saw a precious chest. I think that was over on this cliff. Yeah, okay. We got two good chests. So, anywho's, why can't they just get flat 20% bonus without any restriction? I don't know. That's a good question. It is a little bit overcomplicated of implementation for the weird non-Nod-Krai resonance, but functionally what it can be considered, it's honestly just really, because it requires two Nod-Krais to even trigger in the first place, so it's basically just a further buff to Nod-Krai talent and reaction damage for the reactions that actually do something. I thought it said cooked handwriting. So yeah. Get angry. Oops. Keep on smiling no matter what difficulties you may face. Can you go back to smiling? Okay, he's happy. The line. Why are you angry? Oh, now you're happy. Okay. Smile. Okay. Timer's going down.
Mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
I lost the thing. But okay. That's weird. Alright. Just go and interact with a couple things. Shalona has 3700 defense before weapon buff. Oh yeah. What does Shalonen alone do, actually? That's a good question, because Shalonen's a red shred buffer, so she might end up being relevant. Oh, goddamn. In some random context. Like, not necessarily like, incredibly strong as an option, but relevant as a choice, right? Like, Shalonen is not a terrible choice for Flynn's, for sure. Like, Flynn's with Shalonen C2 should be actually pretty strong to make use of, too. Because of how much he can... Flynn's can gain meaningful extra value from energy. Like, I'd say that the Flynn's Shalonen C2 synergy is actually one of the most obvious cases with, like, gaining a significant potential damage value from Shalonen C2. C2's Electro thing. But anyways, 1% for every 100 defense. So yeah, a 3600 defense Shalonen, which is really easy to do with her signature weapon. But honestly, it's pretty easy to do without her sig because she has basically no build requirements. So yeah, a Shalonen should be able to get max this out just on her own, which is funny. All right. Going. Give me a plate. Nope. Okay. I think they show up before the hero's wits. So. All right. How many different treasure vault on Hisi Island? So is there 3 per island? Because there's 3 different islands, right? So is there 3 of these things per island? Does anyone know? I'm gonna assume there is, because that's what they started with last year, but there is? Okay. That's what I figured. Cool. Where's the one I got? What's Hisi Island? Okay, the one I got is from this island. Okay. Got none from Lempo Isle and Paha Isle. Okay, go. Cool, cool. Where's the Pyro one? Nice. Been over this espresso. It did not. Alright. Easier to unlock the Natlan ones. I got 50% one island already unlocked it. Nice. That's good. You don't get elixir anymore, right? It's just it's just the artifacts and reroll feathers. I saw a little mechanic, by the way. I noticed it just had a little element ring. Semi-concerning almost, but... Give me one. Got one. Yeah. Wait, that looks exactly the same as the other one. No, they look... No, it has a different highlight. I see. Yeah, got one. Alright. Just artifacts and feather? Okay, yeah. Which, honestly, like, for me, I like the feathers more than elixirs at this point. But... that's because from a min-maxing perspective, being able to reroll artifacts that already have the good stats at a baseline is a little bit more valuable to me. But why am I going over here? Oh, I was gonna go over here for the Oculus pick. Which is, where was it? It was over here. But I actually kind of think it's worse to give feathers as rewards versus elixirs for most average players. Because I think for like the average like casual player, the elixirs are way more valuable because they can save you on like having to grind a shit ton. Because they're gonna give you a bare minimum like usable artifact. If you get like, you know, 3 elixirs, and you have like 1 elixir from, let's just say like a goblet, right? You get 3 elixirs from the exploration in this patch, and then you... Does it have an exclamation point? Because I can turn it in probably? Yeah, okay. Anyways, you get 3 elixirs, and then, you know, 1 elixir from the XP turn-in thing, which is not necessarily that you should do it, but like it's more sensible now to do it than it was before, at least. That's 4. And well, hey, 4 is a goblet, an onset goblet, and at minimum it's gonna get like 2 crit rolls or whatever, right? Yeah. And 2 crit rolls is 2 crit rolls. Like it's that, and onset goblets are onset goblets, and that could like allow you to, you know, get a competent, decent build and save on a lot of resin before. So I think they have made the change of giving feathers instead of elixirs because they realized how good elixirs were for the average player, and the elixirs were too good at allowing you to escape from the artifact farming, like the eternal grind gameplay loop too quickly, right? Like they really did have the ability to save a lot of resin for a lot of players if you use them right. And that's why I think, like, to be clear, they've added some other sources of elixirs. Like, you can get an elixir from doing this, but it's on the condition of you have to have the old characters to select from this, and it's also only 1 per 8 weeks. Like, so I'm not saying they completely removed, like, we're not just getting less elixirs in total, but and I know there's like the new reputation system or whatever that gives some too. So I don't know exactly how many elixirs we're getting, is my point. I don't know that it's actually a positive or negative change. I'm just yapping that I think they might have changed it to feathers because of how beneficial elixirs are from a context of saving you resin and letting you escape the eternal grind gameplay loop a little bit. Like, it's the best thing they've added to the game that actually addresses the issue of how grindy the game can be, while still it being grindy, right? So anyways. Healer Nahida 4-piece maidens versus 2-piece healing bonus. I mean, I would do 4-piece maidens, because, like, if you're doing 4-piece maidens Nahida, she doesn't really have any stat needs. You don't need to build HP on her. You still just, like, put EM on Nahida or whatever, because it'll do some damage. She'll do some damage with EM, but, or she might trigger some blooms in, like, a Nilu team or whatever, right? So you may as well put EM on her. So, I don't know, like, but at the same time, she's not going to be triggering enough blooms for it to be that concerning if you run, like, an HP timepiece or whatever. Right? Like I don't have her with a bunch of EM. I have her on EM timepiece. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I need to switch that back. Yeah, I put her on an ER timepiece. This has no EM substats. It's just, like, I don't have good maintenance artifacts for Nahida. I should do full EM whatever, but I didn't, so I don't know. I would do healing bonus circlet, EM goblet, EM timepiece on 4-piece maidens if you can. It's meaningfully more damage bonus, or meaningfully more. It's a bit more healing bonus, but, like, not. I don't know. If you have 2-piece, if you have 2-piece healing, you just use 2-piece healing. Sorry, that's all there is to it. Like 2-piece healing is fine. I would say it's more important to have a healing circlet than to concern yourself over that last 5%. But, like, it's 5% more healing. We're talking with the 20% here. What is it? It's the 20, 35 plus another 35, I believe, is 170%. Yeah, so it's like 170%. This heals 18% of each character's HP, so we're talking 18 times 1.7. Oops, is 30% of every character's HP. Every time you burst on Nahida, right? And yeah, Nahida has a 20-second cooldown, right? No, she's a 15-second cooldown. Yeah, so 30% of every character's HP every 15 seconds. If you have 2-piece, we just multiply 18 times 1.65. And so it's 30.6% of the team's HP times 1.65. This is going to be a big loss. 29.7. You lose 1% of HP. Like, your healing doesn't change. For some reason in my head I had it in my head that 4-piece maidens was more than it was for a second there. But no, it's only 5% more, which is barely anymore. So, like, don't stress that. I actually do think then it's better to do, if you don't have full EM main stats, even though full EM isn't like the end all be all, if you don't have full EM main stat on maidens and don't want to farm it, but you do have full EM main stat by doing 2-piece HP, sorry, 2-piece healing bonus, 2-piece healing bonus, then do that instead. That's actually, I should check if I have that situation. I think I actually have the ability to do full EM maidens, or not full EM, sorry. Because I think I have, you only need one, right? Yeah, I have 2 EM timepieces. You only need one, either on-set goblet in either of the healing sets, right? So in my situation, I could indeed just do full maidens with a healing circlet. so there's no reason for me to care about 2-piece 2-piece. But I should check what my healing set pieces are. That has EM. That has EM. That's kind of meh. I don't have an EM timepiece in those. I do have an EM goblet in that. That's an onset EM goblet. So yeah, I could do 2-piece 2-piece, or I could do whatever. And I have a healing bonus circlet here. It doesn't have EM. So yeah, for me, I definitely have better pieces to do 4-piece maidens, but that's because I have spent a not insignificant amount of resin in the VV and maidens domain. So for me, I don't really need to consider that. But anyways. Maidens, just keep that there as a default. Okay. I got the Oculus over here, right? So I'm done in this spot. Okay. Let's go finish the rest of the waypoints on this island. There's so many. It feels like, I don't know, looking at the map, it doesn't feel like this area is that big, but it actually feels quite large to explore. Also maybe not at the same time. I don't know. I barely touched anything realistically. Okay, let's go here, I guess. Actually, you know what I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So you get to chill. I don't know, do you guys want to see Turtle? Enjoy Turtle, I guess. And enjoy Turtle while you get to hear Verasa yapping, because that's what she'd do. Enjoy Turtle. Most players don't have artifact XP to craft elixirs. Yeah, I agree. But I was just extrapolating out that technically it's possible to get an onset goblet crafted this patch, technically. Even if it doesn't necessarily make sense to do XP-wise.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down. Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime? My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much.
Hello. Alright. Let's continue the Natlan vibe. Natlan. My brain. Okay. It's going to happen forever, isn't it? And my brain's going to be like, Natlan. No, it's not Natlan. Anyways. I don't think I'm going to stream for, too much longer. Because, honestly, I don't have the energy. I spent a long time streaming yesterday, and the day before that, honestly. So, yeah. Anyways. No one said anything in chat while it's gone. Okay. Stuck in that one, indeed. Alright, there's so many quests laying around. Okay, interesting. By the way, this area is giving me strong vibes of kind of being annoyed about like UI clutter in Genshin. Like, how much space this text is taking up here. Like, why is it stretching out to literally a third of my screen? Oh wait, we can't even, sorry, you can't even tell, I guess, in the stream because you're used to having that because of the Twitch chat, but it's like having Twitch chat in video game, right? In the video game itself. Like, look how far into the screen this sticks out. Like, why? And like, I don't know, there's so many like UI fluff elements that I just want to not have permanently up. I don't know, and like these are all just mobile game things, like part of the reason they are there in the sizing they are. They're just not scaled properly to a desktop experience in my opinion. And okay, that just appeared out of nowhere. It's just, I don't know, it's just weird. Is my point, I guess, because like I've had these problems many times before, but like the upper right icons don't really make sense to have to be permanently there in a desktop format, and then stuff like the character stuff on the right side of the screen doesn't even need to be there. Like they could easily make more use of the space on the right side of the screen, and make it not like just save a little bit on an encroaching in like vista space where like I don't know, there's too many UI elements that kind of distract from like being able to have a nice vista when I walk over a cliff or whatever. So anyways, I love Nod-Krai. Yeah, it's pretty great so far. Anyways, I hate the proportions on mobile. Well, I hate it more on PC. Like I get it more on mobile because like I need to be able to tap the things. They need to be a certain size so I can hit them. Like to be clear, they take up even more space on mobile, but I get more annoyed with them on PC because they just take up even more relatively annoying space. That's the point. Like they need to be bigger on mobile. They don't need to take up this much space on desktop. And like for the right side, like the stuff on the right side, I don't need the character's name here. That's irrelevant fluff. And like all you need to do, so you can make the right side take up slightly more. Like here, I can go into Photoshop and go into, not Photoshop, I'll just go into Paint. Paint is perfectly fine for this. Let's copy that. Like and I am not a UI designer, but like I feel this is basically objectively better. What I'm going to describe. And it's so easy of a thing that is why I wish it was different, because it's just so simple to me. Where's my thing? There it is. Okay. Where is, I'm trying to find my application. I am struggling. There it is. All right. Okay. So let's all we're going to do is I'm going to do very simple things. So names unnecessary, right? So what my goal is on a UI level is to delete all of the space taken up on left or right here, right? This does not need to be here, is my opinion. Because the health bar information can go under the characters, right? So we can have this, right? And you would have to, like, this wouldn't quite work exactly like this, obviously. Like you'd have to to go and like lift up Shalonen a little bit, for example, right?
My
So
people are used to the desert
have to
life.
be like this
But
kind of
still,
thing and like
I'd
increase
love
the
that one
spacing
day
a little bit,
they'll be
right?
able to
So it would
find
take up a
places
little
to
bit
go.
more vertical space, but that's fine.
Sandstorms
Because what I don't like is that it's encroaching on the horizontal space of like seeing vistas. And then what that does is you don't need the freaking names. The names are whatever. It's pointless. There's no need to have names here on an active gameplay level. So you just delete all these, and then the burst icon information is actually important information. And so there's two options here on a UI level for indicating. You need to have some indicator for when the burst is active. So either it can be like this, and we save like 33% of the horizontal space immediately, just by getting rid of the name thing and putting the HP under. And the HP could be put under the burst bar too, I guess, so we could theoretically keep the HP in the same spot it is, and whatever, but then like, put in the burst. Well, what I actually like the idea even more of personally is don't put the burst to the right, put the burst icon behind the character. So it's like something like make it bigger. And again, this is like make more use of the vertical space, right? In my mind. And I think this is just a problem with it going to the horizontal space because different display sizes cause problems. Like I understand why they haven't done it this way, mind you. But this is what I just wish, like, you know, here, just make it transparent. So you get the point, right? Like you'd be able to see Veresa, and then you'd have, it wouldn't be translucent over it, but you'd be able to see like the burst glowing icon. So Veresa's icon itself basically would have a glowing thing behind it that you would visually tell you when the burst is available. And then you save on all this visual space. And then this is space that I get to see the nice pretty vistas of the environment of Genshin, not have this like taken up by glowing character abilities that I'm not actively using right now. Right? So, yeah. Anyways, that's my UI for the day. But I'm more annoyed by stuff like the text on the left side of the screen, just to be clear. Because the text on the left side of the screen is just like how they chose to have the wrapping extend way too far. Like it should not, the wrapping for the text, right? The wrapping for the text should not go like much past here, in my opinion. As soon as it goes past here, it starts encroaching, and like this is distracting from like how this is a pretty vista. I shouldn't have to feel the need to go press this button to experience the nice vistas of the environments. Anyways. With this variant of character icons on top of horizontal, yeah. So anyways, I just feel like the stuff on the right side takes up more space than it needs to. The stuff in the corner, top right, doesn't bother me that much because it's in the corner, but I still think is unnecessary. I really, really liked when it pissed me off so much, and it pisses me off so much that they haven't reversed it. Zenless removed the ability to have the top right icons collapsible. God, it pisses me off so much that the stupid ass icons in Zenless are permanent now. They're also bigger than they are in Genshin. God, I went from someone who like will defend Zenless's UI, but now because they've actively made the UI worse, I am a big ass hater of certain specifics of Zenless's UI because they've actively made it a lot worse. Anyways, Zenless is so much more ass than Genshin is crazy. Like massive ass text on the screen, dumbass points, like permanent things that are like just like what the fuck. Just it's terrible. Anyways, that's not the same things that other people complain about though with Zenless UI. Most people complain about Zenless UI for like this is an equipment menu that looks different than the game I'm familiar with. Like I maintain like
So shiny.
the character inventory screen is no more convoluted than any other gacha game or any other video game has a randomly convoluted UI screen because it has to show you a bunch of information about things. Like I don't know, and they managed to make it stylistic and thematic like that. I will defend. I think Zenless's character like menu UIs are great. But they have definitely actively made some things worse. They've like changed the quest screen in a way that I think doesn't really fundamentally fix anything with the quests. So anyways, but Llama is better on Hyperbloom. People say that Nahida is more versatile. You like both of them, pull Llama. The fact of the matter is unless you really like Nahida, there's so few team contexts where Nahida is better than Llama, and like because the context where the context where Nahida was most relevant on a team building level was Nahida with Hydro. And you want to know what the main requirement to get value out of Llama is? A Hydro. And if you have Hydro, she's better. Like if you have Hydro, she's better. Nahida weapon good for Llama? It is literally 0.1% better than the free weapon they're giving out. So no, it is worse, in my opinion. Why? Because it's more expensive to acquire. And it also is more expensive to level up than the free weapon. A lot more expensive to level than the free weapon. So if you're trying to like, if you're trying to rationalize going for this weapon banner because like, oh, I want a weapon for Llama. And if I get Nahida's weapon for Llama, at least Nahida's weapon for Llama is technically an upgrade. No, it's not really. It's technically an upgrade on the most hilariously minor of levels that is just definitely not an upgrade. So, to be clear, there are some team contexts where you don't need to burst on Llama. And in that context, Nahida's weapon is a little bit more than 0.1%, but like, it's so minorly better in a way it's very not worth it. Nahida better for Chlorine than Llama? If you are specifically playing... what's it called? Like Chlorine to Aggravate, right? Which, quite frankly, I think Chlorine to Aggravate is the least enjoyable way to get value from Chlorine. Because I think Chlorine is more enjoyable from, honestly, like a Nefa Electrocharge context. I think Chlorine to Overburn is more enjoyable. And then as far as like Llama goes, I think Llama Chlorine to Quick Bloom is probably more enjoyable than pure Aggravate Chlorine. But if you are playing specifically Chlorine to Aggravate, you can do Chlorine, Nahida, Fischl, and Red Shredder usually I think would be the play, and that is a context, yes, because you don't have Hydro, where Nahida should be better than Llama. Well, not should be, she will be. Well, no, she will be. Well, no, she will be. Sorry, I was trying to think of a okay. So, she will be, but it's not going to be so much better to a level of it's worth it to get Nahida just because that niche context exists. Especially because I could easily see Nahida being pushed out of that niche sooner rather than later. Like, Quicken teams in general, like Aggravate teams or Spread teams, like without having Hydro in the mix, I'd say have fallen behind relative to other... I'm gonna hit this. Nope. Rip. Okay. Have fallen behind relative to other like team building archetypes. And that means it's ripe for MiHoYo to go, this is a team archetype that's a little bit behind than it was before. We can release a new support that is targeted at specifically Quicken, aka, Electro Dender together without any Hydro, and release a character that buffs that, and that could easily push Nahida out of those teams, right? Or maybe she'll still be there because I don't know what element that character will be, but because it could be an Electro character, or a Dender character could make sense for that. I don't know that they're gonna do that. I just think it's easily possible that they release a targeted niche buffer for Quicken archetype, like it could be an Escoffier or Chevrus for Quicken, and Nahida could still be used in there, but like she'll probably just be like an option. Like she is versatile, but she's like a generic. At this point, she is generic jack of all trades, master of none. So like I don't know. Like versatility is valuable, but at the same time, I myself am not playing pure Aggravate teams very often anymore. I liked them a lot in the past, but they're just like fine now. I find them kind of boring now. But I don't know. We can go. The important thing is like I won't compare this on the first side of Abyss, but if we go compare like Clorind is probably the best example of it that we could do. But if we compared like Clorind, Fischl, Aggravate with Lauma versus Nahida, I think in practice you're going to see that the damage is not going to be that different. But I can't properly compare this, by the way, because I have C2 Nahida. Like for me, C2 Nahida should be a lot better because I get Death Shred. But actually, okay, honestly what it means, if we only see a minor difference from having Z2 Nahida, it means the difference with Caesar Nahida is very small, right? So it's still worth testing. So I don't know. It's just like, it's at a level where I don't think it's worth pulling for her. But if you like the character, pull for her. But if you're choosing between Lauma and Nahida, like, Lauma all the way. Because an important thing you also got to remember about Lauma is that Lauma gives Red Shred. And Red Shred means like Lauma can be a buffer for Mualani, or be a buffer for Nubilet's talent damage, or a buffer even for Kanich. See if that extra height is enough. I assume I'm supposed to interface with something with these glowy spots, but why not just do this instead? So like Lauma being having the ability to buff the talent damage with her Red Shred buff of Hydro and Dendro DPSing, I think is a big part of like what makes her pull ahead of Nahida as far as her versatility goes. Is probably my main argument I would have as far as choosing between the two units. Because Lauma is not just Bloom, actually. She can be a compelling buffing option for other units because of the Red Shred buff. So, yeah. You're following me. That's adorable. I don't know where to take you. So probably here. They have Quicken, Chevreuse, Scopia. Would it be better if they were Dendro or Electro? Dendro. Okay. The reason I believe that is because there's already a ton of Electro options in the game, right? We have so many Electro options in the game. For like off-field Electro and on-field Electro. That could work from a Quicken standpoint. Whereas, like, what do you have for off-field Dendro? C4 Kirara, technically. Nahida, Lauma. Emily wouldn't work in this, like, Quicken context. You need Pyro. Kave would be irrelevant.
Where's my...
Kale would be not very good. Yayo would be there as a healer. Like, I don't know. It depends how they balance the kit, ultimately, right? But, like, it could work as either or. It doesn't really matter. But I think if a Quicken version of Chevreuse or Escoffier was not a Dendro unit, it would restrict team building more than if they were a Dendro unit. Because there's more options for Electro units than there is Dendro units that are compelling. Yeah, heck, Lisa existing for Death Shred buff is relevant from that context. Have advice on who to level to 100? In my opinion, your favorite character. Unless they're a character that, I mean, if you're concerned on like the, I didn't know there's a quest here, by the way. If you're concerned on like the meta resource efficiency level, you just happen to have a bunch of the resource, the most meta efficient thing to do with the resource is probably level multiple units to 95 to get like anywhere from like a 5 to 7-8% damage increase on those characters. And the ones that actually then make sense to level 95 are if they are characters that you are using in teams where they are doing the vast majority of the team's damage, right? So that'd be hyper carry. But it also includes stuff like reaction triggers, like Hyper Bloom Raiden is doing by far the most team's damage in a Hyper Bloom Raiden team. So a 7%, 8% damage increase from going from 90 to 95 for her is a situation wherein that's basically just a straight 5% DPS upgrade for the team, which is fairly significant, especially in the context of there's not that many ways to improve Hyperbloom team damage past, like, once you have decent artifacts, but like you can invest more in artifacts and get a couple more EM rolls, but it doesn't significantly change the team DPS. So it's basically like level 100 now. Obviously level 90 is a baseline thing, but level 100, and then you get like constellations that have the ability to buff or other characters. Like if you don't have Llama for Hyperbloom, obviously get Llama for Hyperbloom first before you give a shit about level 100 Raiden or level 95 Raiden. So I don't know. That's where it is. And like it level 95 or level 100 like Arlecchino or Muika is going to get you more damage value for the Masterless Starglitter than level 95 on or 100 on Lanyon, right? Like I would love to level 100. Why did my YouTube chat? Why did I minimize it? I would love to level 100 Lanyon, but level 100 Lanyon is like one of the lowest value level 100s I could possibly do, right? Because of various reasons, but the biggest reason is like, okay, I can get a 10%-ish, should be actually a little bit less, but 10%-ish damage increase on Lanyon, but Lanyon is doing probably 40% of the team's damage is my guess. I'd have to go like actually measure things out for sure. I've never calced it fully. It might be more than that, but if she's doing 40% of the team's damage, like she is the #1 damage dealer, but you know, but like at best half of the team's damage kind of thing. Let's say she's doing half of the team's damage and the team is doing 80k DPS. A 10% damage increase on someone doing half of the team's damage is not, it is only a few percentage points better. Like it's only going to be a couple percent better, basically. Especially because mostly because I think she's doing less than half the team's damage, but I'm not sure. Proofs of cognoscenti. Okay. So yada yada yappity yap. Use them on your favorite characters, the characters that you play the most. Because if you play a character a lot, a particular DPS character a lot, at least like a character dealing damage, you probably shouldn't use it on a character that's not dealing damage. Unless you want to use it on Bennett. You could use it on Bennett, and then that's just anytime you use a Bennett, that's like a 1 to 2% damage increase on your DPS. But for the most part, consider using it on a damage dealer, and as long as that unit is a damage dealer who you are quite familiar with how much damage they deal, and you like having teams built around them doing a bunch of damage, you will probably notice the damage increase in them being level 100. Like in the same thing as after Lanyon, Dia, even with C6, while she's going to be doing the majority of, or she will be doing the most damage in the teams I will probably play her in, she's not going to be doing so much damage that a 10% DPS upgrade for her is a 10% DPS upgrade for the team. Like at best, it'll be a 5% DPS upgrade. So like, you know, should I level 100 Dia then? No, on a what damage value I gain level. But I'm gonna level 100 Dia because I like Dia and I want to get her to do the most damage I possibly can. So, yeah. How do you feel about the condensed resin change? It doesn't matter. Well, no, it doesn't matter. I think it's actually a very good change. I think it's a very good quality of life change, but it's not the condensed resin that matters. It's the fact that I can spend 40 resin in the domain. I actually just don't. I don't think the condensed resin change matters that much, other than it's a good thing because we can store more resin now in condensed resin. I think it's much more impactful that we can spend 40 resin in the domain now without having to, like for a domain run, without having to condense our resin first. Like it means I can spend the same amount of time farming before, but before I had to spend 5 years of my life gathering crystal flies. Even when they added the crystal fly trap thing, I still had to freaking go and collect crystal flies fairly regularly. So yeah, could be good on Shenhe or other buffers that buff based on their own HP attack defense. Kind of like yeah, Shenhe would buff a little bit more with level 100, with the base attack increase, like by a little bit more. How much of an actual damage increase is it for your cryo DPS? Again, we're probably talking in the neighborhood of like 1 to 2%. It's probably gonna be similar to Bennett, but Shenhe is a much more niche unit than Bennett, right? And Bennett is, in my opinion, the only consideration because Bennett has enough context where he's relevant to use that functionally Bennett level 100 is like a 1 to 2% damage upgrade for 30 characters. And, you know, if you say it's a 2% upgrade for 30 characters, that is a 60% damage upgrade compared to a 10% damage upgrade for one character. That's kind of the logic in my head. Whereas Shenhe is like, okay, probably a 2% damage upgrade for 3 characters. And that's like why? Why would you level 100 Shenhe over level 100 Ayaka, kind of thing? You would gain more value from level 100 Ayaka. But if you still have spare materials and you're still hell-bent on min-maxing Ayaka's damage, you already level 100 your Ayaka. You already level 100 Escoffier even. It probably makes more sense to level 100 before Shenhe. Then you can level 100 Shenhe, kind of thing. That's my vibe. So like it could be like not useless, but yeah. Is there any other buffers that would actually matter for? I don't like that I would do anything for her. Technically Yunjin, I guess. Her flat buff scales with defense. Yunjin would be a funny level 100. See, Lolly C1 is a flat buff, but it scales with her EM, and she doesn't gain any additional EM from level 100, so it's pointless. For buffing for her. Is there any other buffers that are relevant for they need a stat that converts to buffing? Shanyun. Shanyun actually you'd probably see a little bit more noticeable value from, but again, like if you, like Shanyun is a little bit more interesting because, you know, she can turn any unit into a plunge DPS kind of thing. So level 100 on her can make any unit do more plunge damage, but being that it's restricted to a single target buff, I find Shanyun's buff not the most important to min-max into, in my opinion. Even though most of the game's content is single target, so I don't know. Like Shanyun is a consider if you're doing a ton of plunge shenanigans all the dang time, I think Shanyun is maybe a potential you could consider. In the same vein as Bennett, but it's with the condition that you have to be, you know, you have to be using Shanyun a lot, I think, to get real value from that. I don't need to go finish this quest. I would like to get the Oculus though. Better Shanyun than Diluc? I mean, no. If you want to get the most value out of Diluc specifically, you should level 100 Diluc before you level 100 your Shanyun. Like, you're not going to get more damage. You're not going to get more of a damage increase. I'm fairly confident at this thing, but you can go double check. Do the calcs yourself. Go use GI damage calculators in the description. Oops. What am I doing? Yoink. Okay, I'm going to assume this Oculus is underground or very high up. Underground. Okay. Or it's hidden in the boxes. And I don't have the ability to open it. I don't know. What's this thing? How am I supposed to interact with this? I opened one up before. Yeah, if your desire is to min-max Diluc's damage, I'm fairly certain it will make more sense to level 100 Diluc. That is disappeared. It will make more sense to level 100 Diluc than it will make sense to level 100 Shanyu. That's why I specified if, like, you were someone who plays Shanyun like with a ton of different characters. That's funny. Alright. I think most people would be more they would feel more value from, you know, level 100ing their main kind of thing. My field scrapping told you Shanyun? Interesting. I could be wrong because of how much Diluc's... No, I think Diluc has enough... Oh wait, no, I don't have level 90 Diluc, so I can't see. Let's go here, we can just check Amber. I can check Amber and I can check what a similar character's base attack is. Amber.top. I want to see what Diluc's base attack is at level 90. Oh, that's okay. That's really funny. I just clicked on Amber, and Amber has the preload characters.
No matter how is
it has the
You
UGC
should
characters
always sit
in
down
there,
and enjoy a proper meal when you
and they
get
look
home.
so out of place.
What I like to do is stack my plate up high.
Their name is
and
Mannequin, by the
squash
way,
it all down.
and Mannequina.
Take
Mannequin and Mannequina. Anyways, Mr. Duluth. Where are we seeing this? I'm not gonna show it because Hoyo might smite me for showing profile icons that hasn't been publicly announced. Diluc base attack. Also makes sense to learn Dragon Strike for Diluc if you aren't using Shunyun with him. Yeah. Yeah, his base attack is 335. I thought it was higher. So, who has a similar base attack? I'm gonna guess Florin probably has a similar base attack. I have to go check. That shows the weapon. Clorin. Yeah, Clorin has a 337 base attack. So, Diluc would gain a similar amount. He'd gain about like 40, right? Base attack per... 40 base attack from level 90 to 95, and then 40 to 95 to 100. Plus the enemy defense calculation change would be pretty significant. Like he should gain about 10% more damage, but functionally it'll be a little bit less than a 10% damage increase for him because of the fact that the additional base attack that he gets will not increase the value he gets from Shunyun buff. So it's possible that like with a C2 Shunyun, that level 100 Shunyun I think might be better for Diluc's damage than level 100 Diluc, but I think it's unlikely. I don't know. Go wait until whatever damage calculator application supports level 100 and check that yourself. But I'm pretty sure you don't level 100 Shunyun unless there is multiple units you want to uplift to a slightly less degree versus uplifting one favorite plunge unit. So, yeah. Those names were a choice. I mean, I think that's an intentional play on words. It's Mannequin, Manekin. Anyways, what is the... Oh, I can actually read their kit. I can see their multipliers. They do have multipliers. Okay, their base attack, their base HP is 10,800, base attack is 212, base def is 680, and they have attack ascension. Yeah, they ascend with Natlan materials. When the mannequin unleashes the elemental skill or burst, it will change to a new random outfit. That's their exploration passive. Okay. When you use their skill or burst, they change their outfit. Alright then. Combat passes. When the mannequin's not on field and their energy is below 30%, they recover 2 energy per second. Holy, that passive is a big one. Wow. 2 energy per second when their energy is below 30%. So that means when they are below 20 energy. And it also says they're off field, but I was told that, or I heard in discussion that they don't do anything off field. Like their circle summoning thing goes away when you switch them off field. So what the hell is the point of a passive that even says that? Whatever. That's useless. Anyways, other passive. When they leave the field, another off field thing. Okay, when they leave the field, if a restricted area, this is the burst thing that they summon is still active, it explodes. Okay, this is it explodes, dealing AoE damage equal to 200% of their attack. Okay, and at level 10, their burst does 583% at cast, and then it does do damage in the area. I don't know what the tick rate of it is, but it has an 8-second duration, so poopy duration, and does 50% attack scaling damage with a 60 energy cost of whatever corresponding elemental type that they change into. And their skill, mannequin attacks nearby opponents once, dealing AoE damage corresponding to their elemental type. After unleashing the skill, the mannequin's normal charged plunge attacks converted to deal elemental damage, which cannot be overridden by other infusions. Yeah, so it's a conversion, not an infusion. And it has 2 charges with a cooldown of 10 seconds. So, I don't know what the duration is, because it says elemental type conversion duration of 400%. I don't know what 400% means for a duration. I'm just gonna guess there's downtime in it. It's probably like, I wonder if I sure hope it's more than 4 seconds. My god, I hope it's more than 4 seconds. But they have constellations? No. And their normal and plunge multipliers is... They have the standard plunge multipliers, but their normal attack multipliers are... Poopy poo poo bear. Yeah, so Mannequin is a garbage-ass character. The fun things you can do with them are using them as an element driver, because they can get an infusion from their skill. Like using them as a on-field hydro driver, dendro driver, or whatever, for off-field stuff going on. But I don't actually know what their duration of their infusion is, so they might have shit uptime, and that might be literally pointless. So realistically, I think the only actual combat utility they would have is quick swap, like burst DPS kind of thing. Guess another character to make a video on. Yeah. This character's terrible. And if you actually want to DPS them, this by the way, this means plunge. This means you do plunging on this character. If you want to DPS them, like on-field sustain for realsies, because their multipliers are poo-poos. But you can still get like nuke damage from quick swap nuke damage. A 580% multiplier, that can be a hydro hit, or it could be a pyro hit that gets a melt, right? You could easily nuke with this character for several 100,000 damage. It's not gonna be that hard. Particularly because you can get the swap off field, get another 200% scaling hit that can melt or whatever. So yes, Hydro main character is worse than this character. But this character is not very good. That's for darned sure. That's there. Okay. Anyways, what a character. That's a funny one. Boy. Hello, Sayo. In this character, the weekly boss help if you want to annoy other players? Yeah. Oh boy, I'm tired. Why am I so tired? That's not good. Hurry up, Rasa. I think, what is today? Wednesday? I think what I need to do is stop streaming. Might do some exploration story content off stream. I don't know. I think I need to take a break and then figure out what I gotta go mess around with Llama on my own, I think, and figure out what I want to make for a video, because it's going to be a sponsored video. So I missed. Oh, got it. Okay. I gotta figure out exactly what I want to do for that. But, yeah. Mannequin dire clear win. I mean, go ask Tars. But when Mannequin can do a dire clear is quite frankly when you have enough DPS for the other 3 units in the team that you can put in Mannequin just as a unit that holds a supportive artifact set and does a very small amount of front-loaded damage. And just that is enough to still get you to clear, right? Like, for example, I probably could have cleared dire difficulty on the Cryo Automaton with Skirk. With Cryo Mannequin or Hydro Mannequin, like, it would have been fine. Like, I would have been able to clear it, right? Because of my investment into Skirk otherwise. A Skirk, Arena Escopia, Cryo Mannequin. What a stupid ass name. Would have been fine. Not good. And it would have been probably annoying to have to do, even with even with like an R1 Skirk. But you know, it would have been doable.
Go on. You have my approval.
Have these always been jump pads? Have these been jump pads the whole time and I didn't realize? Alright. Did we go for Llama? Yes. I also went for C6 Dia. And no, I did not spend any money. I got a little lucky. To say the least. So I have C1 Llama, which is extremely useful. Very, very extremely useful. Because that's what people want me to say. A lot of people, like, when I say something isn't that useful to get, they're like, why are you complaining? It's like, no, I'm just saying the way it is, I'm sorry. it's not, I'm not complaining about getting something for free, but like, it isn't useful. It's not that useful. It'll let me to do something from a min-maxy perspective, which is what I said in the video and what I said at the time. Then people still say, "Oh, you're just complaining. You're complaining about a good thing." But it's not even that good of a thing. Okay. What? Oh, I see. Oh, the dude had to be here. I didn't even realize that was completely accidental. Okay. Alright. Oh, hi. I kind of like that. That's a fun little puzzle mechanic. It's like an actual puzzle, or it could turn into like real puzzles. That's kind of cool. Crazy. One chest. I don't really feel like seeking out the other two chests right now, but I'll put a sticker. 2 more chests. And we got 300 pins now. How exciting. Do you enjoy it? Yep, indeed. Tars on Saluna's account win. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Tars, if you want to do some stupid ass tire clear that you think, I don't know. If you think you can clear Dire with C2C Dire clear with Mannequin with C2C Lolly, you're welcome to try. Or maybe more realistic, maybe you can do a Dire clear with Pyro Traveler. I can be convinced to spare the resources to let you try that. If you think the difference maker is okay, maybe I will do this right now. If you think the difference maker is needing better supports, but I'm gonna suspect it's not alone what would be needed. I don't think the baseline damage is good enough. Alright, last one is surely this direction, right? Bunch of goats. Probably would need a little more than C2C Lolly. Yeah, that's my assumption as well. But I don't know, maybe there'll be like some ideal abyss cycle. Or not abyss cycle, some ideal Stygian that just has the it's just like it takes 7,000% or 7, it takes like 8 I don't know what would that do. Let's say it takes 50% of its damage through whatever mechanic, and then that mechanic is meld. Then maybe, who knows? It's probably unlikely though. Oh, nice. Alright, that's cool. I can delete this, I guess. Any waypoints I haven't gotten? Yes. Load over here. Alright. Anyways. HMC gets lunar reaction enabling access. Yeah, that could be something. Llama C1 synergizes perfectly with future character. I mean, Llama C1 will be a nice comfort option for Nefer. But like, right now, for example, Nefer's best team is Llama, Ino C6, specifically, technically. But Ino seems to be better at a baseline than Yelan. Unless, like, I think Yelan can technically be better than Ino C0, but I think you have to use... I'm not gonna like this. I think you have to use 4-piece instructors on Yelan for Yelan to be better than Ino C0. But then I think as soon as you like, get like Ino C1, which is better for Nefer. But anyways, so like Nefer, Ino, Nahida seems to be Nefer's best team, and then like, you know, TC. People doing TC for it right now, or calcs, whatever, are assuming that people will want some kind of sustain, so they assume prototype Ember on Nahida, which is yeah, sensible. And I think some people are thinking that it is going to be harder to live than it actually will be. A little squid creature. Like it shouldn't be that hard to live with just prototype Ember, but it'll depend on the enemy situation. some burst. Radiant Cocoon. Just did the burst of style there.
So shiny.
So. Instructors on Yelan just feels wrong. Yup. Yup. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's the only way that Yelan can beat her. Can beat I know C0. For Nefer specifically. Which is the problem of how Nefer just like wants a whole bunch of EM2 and whatever, right? But also that Nefer just needs Hydro application from off-field and doesn't really need damage from off-field. So, yeah. Anyways, it's a funny, odd situation because of how much. Like, I know C0 has the potential to be better than Yelan at C0 because I know is just doesn't do damage, but just can hold the instructor set and be very easy to build in the instructor set. That you throw C0 I know on instructor set 120 EM for Nefer is better than the damage that Yelan deals, right? That's where it's coming from. So that means if you put Yelan on instructors, Yelan will do more damage than I know, and Yelan should be better. There's other weird nuances. So like Nefer has two skills, like 2 9-second skill cooldowns, which means 18-second rotations, which fits well with what's it called? It fits well with like the Yelan's 18-second rotation or burst cooldown. But there is some like flexibility with doing dynamic rotations, like you do that can functionally increase the DPS in one rotation and lower the DPS in another rotation, kind of thing. So like you can gain value from lower cooldowns from I know too. I think from a min-maxi speedrun Abyss Clear perspective at minimum might not be as obvious in whatever. Trying to join my world twice? Are you in my chat? Usually it's the new patch, so I assume it's just people looking for like llama materials, and I don't have any because I yoinked all mine, so I wasn't letting them in. But if you're in my chat, what do you want? Anyways, C1 Nilu good. Just want Nahida. I want Nahida for Nilu, but I'm not sure if I should get Nahida or Llama. If you don't have either, get Llama for Nilu by far. And then signature equipment Lightkeeper. Nilu C1 is just like a kind of minor. It's an okay upgrade for Nilu in the teams, but it's not particularly impactful. It's possible you could be better served by going for like I'm assuming you're asking because you could get. I'm assuming you're asking because you can get, sorry, brain is engaged with combat. Nilu C1 for free from the thing. But if you're in that circumstance, it's worth considering that it might be a better upgrade for Nilu to get a Masterless Starglitter instead if you have C6. Like I have C6 Kaching. And if I was at C0 Nilu, I could pick a Kaching copy from the Constellation Selector thing, which would let me level 95, like say Barbara or Kokomi for a Nilu team. And level 95ing Barbara or Kokomi is more likely to be a bigger DPS increase potentially than C1 Nilu. But it's also not that significant of one, so I wouldn't really stress that decision a lot. Like C1 Nilu can be nice. And maybe it would make you consider being able to go for Nilu C2 in the future, right? So, yeah. But yeah, as far as Nahida or Llama for Nilu, definitely Llama. Like 1,000,000%. So, oh yeah, Elegy of the End is an option too for Yelan, that's true. Yeah, Yelan on Instructors and Elegy of the End should beat out, I know. I mean, actually, Yelan on Elegy and Instructors might be better than I know C6 even. 220 EM from Yelan might be better. Might. be better than Ino C6. Actually, probably, well, probably not. I think Ino C6 would still be better. But should be better than Ino C1. Oh god. Anyways, Nefer just another Nilu? No, not even close. I think Nefer is more comparable to a Kanich than she is a Nilu. Wherein most of her gameplay is like have blooms going on for her hyper teams where you have to have 2 Nod-Krais at least. You could technically use her as just a generic Dendro driver that does a little bit of damage. Let's go here. I want to go for C2 Nilu to make her stronger. Well, yeah, if you want to progress to C2 Nilu eventually, then yeah, choose a Nilu copy from the constellation selector. If that's your plan. But you should definitely prioritize getting Lauma for Nilu first before you get any Lauma constellations. Like, Lauma is going to be a bigger increase for your Nilu team damage than Nilu C2 will be. So, anyways, I couldn't even power creep over the 5-star. It's not even that Yelan's being power crept by Ino. It's the fact that main DPS balance has gotten to a point where, like, just buffing the main DPSs is way better than having additional off-field damage. That's the main issue with Yelan. Not having not being better than Ino in more obvious ways. There's 3 of them, I mean. So I don't know. I agree it feels weird. It's the same thing of like, oh yeah, I do like Lauma, but it's like despite the power creep, not because of the power creep. Like I almost assure you, like unfortunately, like other than niche circumstances where I try to play them together, I'm almost always gonna lean towards using Lauma over Nahida. Outside of when I specifically want to abuse the fact that I have C2 Nahida, right? Like for you know, pure aggravate, like I'm doing what we mentioned earlier. Maybe on the stream with that, but if I'm doing what we mentioned earlier, where considering playing aggravate Chlorine, even though it's not a team I really find that interesting or enjoyable to play that often. Where's this other one? Down here. Should we get this domain open? How many domains are there actually right now? I have no idea. Oh god dang it, are you serious? I mean, like, yes, I'll go there eventually. It's a local legend? I think I should not fight that right now. It's not a local legend. I will fight it right now. I didn't use for 1 interest. Interesting. Standing in the field alone. No rewards. Just there to be killed. Okay. Have you considered the power behind the team of Nefer, Lauma, Yelan? Yes. So, anyways, what was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, Ino versus Yen. Wait, I didn't even finish my freaking list of like units I wanted to test with Ino when we get her. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do this stream. Oh my god. I mean, look, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, to be clear, I think, that I've actually gotten distracted while doing things. In my opinion. I think it's been a good gap where I've been going around and doing things in the video game for once, rather than just wandering around and yapping and not doing anything much. Do not know how I'm supposed to unlock this, but I did totally forget that I meant to go unlock Ino. Yeah, the exploration isn't overall enjoyable. There was some clunky whatever stuff with the magnetism. Okay, so Ino, again, like the consideration is either Ino because of like Ino and Nefa combo and the new artifact set being a thing, or I just want to test Aino because she is a Hydro applier that doesn't require normal attacks, like as a Freena alternative. Oh yeah, so duh. I want to check Aino. I want to check with what's her bucket? Lanyan. Like how compelling is Aino with Lanyan? Because I can do Aino, Lanyan, and Nefa Farazan, right? Aino Sethos, yeah. Because Sethos charge attacks, right? So it'll be Sethos, and Nefa, Aino. And then I can test with Lauma or with Nahida. Nahida should theoretically be better because I have C2 Nahida again. Like I'm still gonna find use cases for Nahida on my account, but it's because I have C2. I kind of think if I didn't have C2 Nahida, I would just almost never use her anymore, which is kind of feels weird, and that's why it's like that's why I'm saying like I like Lauma despite the power creep. That's what we're sticking to. So I have Arlecchino, Dia, Tignari, Shattercave is gonna be not it's gonna be whatever, but we'll try it. Shattercave doesn't need I mean it gains some value from it. But Kave also has longer rotation times, I think. Right? Yeah, he does. So like doesn't really matter. And we could test Aino for like Hyper Bloom. Like I should check that, I guess. I'll at least do like Hybrid Raiden with Aino because well no wait, that's not gonna work without doing 2 Nod-Krais. Well no, I could do Hybrid Raiden with Aino with Lauma. Duh, Dirk, never mind. Yeah, that'll work. But like we lose the Bloom crit thing, but then we gain some EM, and that EM does convert to extra attack with Staff of Scarlet Sands. So like it shouldn't be better than Farina because we're getting damage bonus from Farina that is buffing Raiden's talent damage, and it's a team built around trying to get some talent damage. But just because it's not better than Farina doesn't mean it might be compelling. It might be a pretty compelling Hybrid Raiden team with a free 4-star, right? Like I might be able to go from C2 Farina to Aino and still clear the content okay. And I think that's pretty important to acknowledge the potential of, to show that, yeah, this as a free Hydro character is going to be pretty compelling, right? That's kind of the goal. She could be okay in Skirk team context as a, you just need Hydro off-field, and your Hydro off-fielders are safe for other units, and she is brain dead easy to build, and you put her on Noblesse. Like, she doesn't do anything other than just some Hydro off-field. But sometimes, you know, I don't know. It'd be fine, but I don't need to test that, I don't think. I'm trying to think of other contexts I need to actually test. Oh, I should test Chlorine instead of Farina. Again, shouldn't be better. Like, Chlorine, Farina, and Neva should be better. Significantly. But, like, it's still worth testing the free unit, right? I feel like I'm forgetting some other context that I wanted to, that I thought about in the past month or so. C0 Nahida with Llama because I don't want to level another Dender unit to 90. Yeah. Actually, okay. Chaska's worth testing. Mualani with Aino Llama? Wait, why oh, just because, yeah, I guess that's true. I don't think it's... I already had Dia written down in Lanyan. I have Arlecchino, Dia, Tignari, Lanyan, Sethos, Hybrid Raiden, Chlorinde, Chaska. Mualani with Aino Llama is weird because, like, who's the last slot in the team? Well, you need Pyro, so it's like Mawika or Pyro Traveler or whatever, or maybe Dia. But yes, it's the Hydro Reg and the Artifact set. Like it's an interesting lower investment Mulan team, I guess, because it's only like should only be reliant on one other 5-star, assuming Pyro Traveler works fine, or one other limited 5-star. It's just that Mualani. I think a big part of the value of Mualani Llama is being able to use a pyro unit and then still be able to like get the red shred from Llama, use a pyro unit, but also still be able to use another red shredder like Sucrose. So like I think Mualani Sucrose Llama pyro unit is a bit more compelling than Ino Llama. But you also get double hydro, so you know it's worth testing. It's worth testing. Mualani, Ino Llama. Kirara for Llama team for shield, yeah. I don't think I finished yapping about what I was yapping about before with Nefer. With the C1 Llama being like, you know, it'll make it so like if I'm gonna use Nahida with Llama or with Nefer, I don't need to pair. I don't need to like care about having a prototype Amber on Nahida potentially, but like I probably still am just gonna leave prototype Amber on Nahida because like it'll just be even more comfort. It's just so I don't know. Like Llama C1 is realistically probably gonna be just a comfort constellation, even for me, because like even I could min max around it, but like I don't know. Like maybe I will end up in dire difficulty with Never, feeling like I have to put Nahida on her signature weapon so that I get 40 EM for the team to min max the team. But like the team wide heal plus the on field healing from Llama C1 would just make things comfortable, and I'd rather have that most of the time. But then also I think what it'll do for me is make me consider trying to use other non-Nahida teammates more. Like what I think I will consider doing, particularly if I get C2 Nilu, doing like C2 Nilu, Nefer, Llama, Ino, I guess. Yeah, because you still just do instructors Ino, right? So instructors Ino, double Hydro isn't that relevant, but the energy isn't that necessary from, it's not bad from Nahida, but you don't need it. And C2 Nilu can give more red shred, and I have Key of Conscious Suit. So I can get red shred and even more EM buffing. I think that would be better than Nahida in my case. And that is something that like C1 Llama could be nice for from a min-max perspective, because I got it as a freebie. So I don't know. It's why I kind of want to path towards. I kind of want to path towards like Nilu C2, right? And getting that first, because I can get Nilu C2 when Nefer's banner's out, and do that kind of thing. But that would mean having to wait longer for Dia level 100 potentially. I don't know if I want to do that. So, hence, like, maybe just continue pulling on Chronicle Banner. Anyways. What? I just need one more. I just need one more. Oh, it's so... oh, it's so stupid. It's so greedy. I know it's so greedy, but, like, I don't know. I think it'd be thematic. I think it'd be thematic to end off the Dia summonings with trying to grind for level 100 Dia in the desert. And if I get a Wanderer or a Sino, hey, new character. If I get a Nilu C2, sick. And then I still have to wait for level 100 Dia, but then I don't have to choose Nilu C2 from the selector. So, anyways, any other context for Ino? Don't think so. I think that's it for now. I think we got most of them down. I mean, there's other contexts, like I think Mizuki, which I don't have, because she does Hydra application. Because Mizuki doesn't really, well, no. Mizuki teams can take advantage from the damage bonus, but they don't need to. So, like, for example, Mizuki in Nefa needs a Hydra unit, and Farina's damage bonus doesn't really benefit much of a Nefa's damage. So, I think it's very possible and likely that Ino is just better than Farina with, like, a Nefa Mizuki. So that's like a worthwhile thing to mention here right now while I'm talking about it. But but I don't have music keys, so yeah. Personally really want to see desert exploration. Yeah, I kind of was looking forward to potentially doing desert. So I don't know. It's a little bit weird to be like, Nod-Krai is out. Let's go explore the desert. I know, but I know that's weird. But it's kind of what I want to do right now. But maybe we'll wait till next week to start that. I know plus Kazuha burst to enable vaporize on Dia. I gotta note that. Dia Kazuha, I know. I think it might work. The problem is you need to get a pyro swirl on top of trying to get... Well, no, I don't know. Okay, so I think Sucrose is better. Well, no, yeah. I don't think Sucrose is better. I think it's side grade. So yeah, I can try Kazuha. I just don't think Kazuha burst actually matters here, and I think Kazuha burst might interfere with setups. Like, theoretically, could get a burst infusion on Kazuha. Well, I do have C2 Kazuha, so I'll try it. We'll try it. But the problem is trying to get Pyro Swirls and get the Hydro infusion at the same time. Did you pull for Lemma? Yeah, I have Lemma. Dia with I know Llama. I didn't realize that. Read that before from UBFE, sorry. Dia with I know Llama. I mean, as a funny team, maybe. As a funny Virgin team, but I don't think. I don't know. I'll jot it down. Oh, wait. There's... No, never mind. Well, I was thinking Navia for a second, but like, she doesn't have normal attacks. I don't think it's that relevant. And she doesn't gain anything from the EM set or anything, right? But, I don't know. You could do I know Anefa Navia. And like, not having to worry about the normal attacks is potentially something. Me a reason not to pull for Llama. I have gambling addiction. Just, do you like power creep? Do you like power creep? Because if the answer is no, you do. Oh shit. Well, never mind. That is not a sales strategy then. You're not starred. Can be starred. Where's the... How do I start you? There it is. Reason not to pull Llama. Okay, the problem is if you're saying you like power creep, you probably engage with the meta of Genshin. And quite frankly, she is like a relevant character. She's quite strong. She is now like one of the archetype enabler characters because that's how they've been balancing new supports lately, it seems like. Yes, Hyperbloom existed before, but now it exists in a different form. No, I'm gonna activate C1 after I test some other teams with Llama. I'm not gonna wait that long to activate C1, like it's not that big a deal. But there are a couple team contexts which might be minorly affected. In particular, I want to play around with the... So it's going to wait until like the new Abyss at least. And Stygian. But the Nilou C2 Singcho Nahida situation, I want to play around a bit with the nuance of like how necessary 4-piece Maidens is on Nahida without having activated Llama C1. I just want to see how like the survivability goes in like sustained situations and different kinds of enemy situations and whatever, yada yada. And see in particular without activating Llama C1 if I can get away with like maybe not putting 4-piece Maidens on Nahida kind of thing, right? Damn it, I'm a pull. I'm sorry. But like, I don't know. If you don't give a shit about the meta of Genshin, I don't know, her her exploration ability is kind of garbage. It's just visual fluff, quite frankly. It feels bad to use most of the time. Other reason to pull for Lauma is it might make you want Nefer more. I don't know. So, yeah, other reason to not pull for Lauma is you might want Durin. You might want to get C2 Columbina. Maybe C2 Columbina will slap Lauma in the face, and it just was just more. That's probably not gonna be the case, but maybe it'll be more resource efficient to get dupes on Columbina than it will be to get the Lauma. I don't know. That's the negative things I can say. And the only other negative thing is that, like, it feels kind of bad that Lauma is just Nahida power creep. And it feels weird. Okay. I don't have many viewers right now. You are all my most dedicated viewers, clearly. What are your guys' vibes on for a Llama video? Should I do DPS Llama? Or should I do what if you don't bloom with Llama? Because she's a bloom unit. Because, so don't bloom with Llama would include some form of DPS Llama, like quicken DPS Llama. But it would also just include like using her as a generic quicken enabler. Because she is Dendro, she can just apply Dendro and be convenient at doing that because you just press her E. And like, as far as like quicken context goes, and like yes, Nahida can use for Lane Tales of Dragon Slayers too. But as far as quicken context goes, for like, yeah, let's use, we need a Dendro unit for Chlorinde, Fischl, Nahida, Red Shredder. One problem that Nahida has with the team that might give Lauma an advantage is I can just do TTDS Lauma to buff Clorinde's damage a little bit. Or I can use Wandering Even Star, whatever. And she applies less units of Dendro, so it's going to be much easier to consistently get, say, an Electro Swirl in particular. Shalonen kind of mitigates the issue a little bit, but if I'm doing like, say, Sucrose, Fischl, Lauma with Chlorinde, or Kazuha, right? That will work better. I think that'll work better and more consistently with Lauma. So, Lauma Overburn, yeah. So I think because of the fact that I don't want to have the video just be focused on DPS Llama, but like I'll maybe do it as a brief inclusion thing of like, in case you're wondering if you can play her as a spread DPS, here is how it performs. It's kind of bad. Probably don't recommend, but you can do it. But Llama Overburn would be funny. I don't know, what do we do for Llama? Wait, what does Llama Overburn even do? It doesn't even do anything. I don't even, well, I don't know. I'll think about it. But anyways, I have on the list of like something with Llama with Nahida, DPS Llama Overburn added there, Llama with Nahida versus C2 Nahida, and then Llama Quicken support. And I'll just put in like Chlorinde in parentheses. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna do what if you don't bloom with Llama. Most likely. Use the Pyroculus Resonance Stone? What? But yeah, I don't know. I could do a video comparing to C2 Nahida. But I don't know if I want to make the whole video about comparing to C2 Nahida. I think I might just make a comparison. Previous reply. Oh, I see. So, yeah. But I was asking, like, what title is better to you? Like, do you think a more refined... yeah, Virgin Llama Kaniche is probably what I would do if I did that. Yeah, like, do you think it's a more interesting video that you would be more interested in clicking on and seeing the results of if I asked the question, what if you don't bloom with Llama? Or do you think it's a more interesting clicky video if it's something more simple and just how good is DPS llama? Because that video, how good is DPS llama, was an extremely easy video to make. 100k bloom video? I mean, that could be something too, but that can be a short at this point. I'll jot that down as a short. 100k bloom short. I don't know. I personally like the idea more of what if you don't bloom with llama, but it's going to be harder to make. And it's gonna, and the point of that is gonna be like my typical shtick of like showing how characters can be useful outside of like their intended best utility, right? So I think that's what I'll lean towards. It's worth mentioning that in that there's also like spread support, because res shred for I'll hate them, right? I guess I'll jot that down to ignore I hate them. But I have like 500 different potential team options. This video would be 3 years long if I did every single one of those things. So I'm not going to promise every single one of those things, but we'll probably do a llama testing stream soon, TM. But this video will probably be recorded before a llama testing stream because I want this video out this weekend ideally. And right now, I think what I want to do... I think what I want to do tomorrow is a C6 Dia stream. I think I want to activate this tomorrow. And then, it also will mean activating C-Lolly. And then I might have to take Friday off to work on the llama video. For streaming. I can watch a 3-year-long Saluna video on llama, yeah. For I become Bloom Destroyer of Worlds type of title, yeah. I mean, it's more gonna be for I don't become Bloom. What if you choose not to make the nuclear bomb? What if you choose not to make the bomb? Would that be funny thumbnail text? Can you choose not to make the bomb? And then I can use your joke there in like the intro. For I become Bloom Destroyer of Worlds, but no, we choose to do the moral thing on my channel, where we don't become Bloom Destroyer of Worlds, we become Res Shred Buffered, which is also a Destroyer of Worlds, but anyways, whatever. It's a good pun. I can make it work some way, maybe. No promises though. Okay, I'll lean towards that because it'll include DPS llama in some form. Probably. Well, I can't promise it's going to include DPS llama as anything other than a minor clip. DPS. I'll jot it down as a separate thing as DPS llama short because I feel like DPS llama you have two options. Either you just say frick hydro and just well no you don't say frick hydro because if you want to do DPS llama you have to have hydro to get verdant do in some form. So I don't know. You do. What do you do? Actually, maybe it's more complicated than I thought. What do I do? I don't even know. It's a balance of speccing into this and speccing into like spread damage at the same time. Is my thinking. Is it just like a Farina official? Not. I mean, she's quick swap. Maybe I can do official. If you have blooms going on, it'd be nice to be able to do some of the blooms. So I guess it's like a kooky moment. So maybe I do, but then it just feels like hyper bloom, and you're just doing. How do you? The problem is like how do you try to make something where you specifically build her to get big damage on this, but also make it not just a hyper bloom team, right? Right. And like I think that's the problem with I think DPS llama. It's like if you want to spec into the main thing that can actually get big damage on her, which is her whole E. You have to put Hydra with her. And if you're putting Hydra with her, you're doing a Hyperbloom team. because so that would not work in the bloom no bloom video. But I could do DPS llama as a clip in the bloom video with just spread DPS. Like it'd be really bad. But I can use my C2 Nahida. I can use C2 Nahida, and then I can use C2 Nahida, and I can use who else buffs? I can use Farina. No, fuck, she's Hydro. That was just like damage bonus, because damage bonus. If we're not gonna, does Mona work? No, she's Hydro. It needs to be no bloom. I want no bloom DPS llama, no Hydro, no bloom. I just have, it's just like Nahida and an Electro unit. And it doesn't matter what Electro unit. I can't think of anything. I'm blanking. Like, I guess Eon's on. Why? Not really because the attack buff. It doesn't. The attack buff will technically do something extremely minor, but it'll get the damage bonus. I could use this Overrun, but Overrun would require an Outland unit if I don't have a Hydra unit with him, and Hydra would mean Bloom. So. I mean, she would hardly applies Hydro. Okay, but the video concept is what if you don't bloom on Llama? I can't do what if you don't bloom on Llama and then say, hey, here's DPS Llama where I'm blooming. That doesn't work. That's against the concept. I'm not, but like to be clear, if you want to min-max Llama's damage, you shouldn't use Hydra with her, duh. Like again, her damage comes from her whole E. But it's like if you're using Hydra with her, you're doing some bloom. I'm least up with burning. Okay, Lauma, Nahida, Emily. Her burst doesn't do damage. No, okay. So Lauma, Nahida, Emily, Electro. Wait, no, that wouldn't work. No, I want to use Nahida because I have C2 Nahida. So Emily doesn't work. Okay. My answer is she's a really bad spread DPS. Don't do it. It's going to be terrible. You know what? Wait. See, Lolly, I have C1. See, Lolly, C1. Nahida. Lauma. With Eonson. And Eonson is just a little bit of damage bonus. There we go. Bam. Done. Eonson, Seat Lolly, Llama. I can put instructors on. I can put instructors on Seat Lolly. Well, that'll sacrifice some EM buff actually. Maybe I'll just do Gilded Dreams. Anyways, God, it's gonna be garbage. It's gonna be garbage. It's gonna be so bad. Oh, it'll be great. All right, perfect. Actually, also a problem is I'm gonna have to like swap to Eonson to like do it. It'll be fine. I can just swap to Eonson, do a charge attack to refresh quicken. So Lolly's not even gonna do anything with her cryo. It's just gonna be cryo on Dendro. I'll get some super conducts. Oh boy. Whatever. Yeah, no, okay. If I'm actually gonna do a team that's around her whole E though, I would say Lauma, Nahida, still a Deepwood Nahida, C2 Nahida, and then Lauma, Nahida. Is it just Farina Kuki? Is that the best way to get the most damage for me out of her whole E? Or do I just say frick Farina? Because like I know Farina doesn't buff the whole E, right? But so I guess yeah, frick Farina. She's not gonna buff anything anyways. Well, okay, Farina, okay, but the thing is, Farina can do... Farina can do whatever, so, and to get the Death Shred, right, from Nahida I need Electro. Maybe I just Nilu Key of Kasha Suit, that'd be more acceptable. Because I was gonna say Key of Kasha Suit Farina. But Nilu Key of Kasha Suit might be more acceptable to people. Wait, no, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say, does Sijuin buff Llama Hold E a tiny bit? No, technically not, because that only applies to off-field skill damage, and her Hold E is on-field skill damage. I know buffs Hold E. I guess that's true. Oh yeah, duh, we should do that. Okay. Wait, it's a Nilu team then. Sure, why not? I guess we're doing a Nilu team for maximize Hold E damage Llama, where we do Nahida, Nilu, Llama, Aino. All right, and then you get crit value from Llama. That's true, and then you get the EM buff from Aino, and then Nahida, Nilu, bam, wham blam. There you go. That's maximize Hold E damage, I think. And I can do 4-piece Gilded Dreams because I don't have any of the new set. These ideas sound like what I Want to Lose makes for trash characters to do like 1 nuke of damage. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much like with the Hold E Floor Llama, that's where our actual real damage is. So like Hold E DPS Llama isn't that interesting, but it's like a thing you can go towards build path wise as long as someone or the other unit on the team is on Deep Wood, right? Like that's basically what Hold E DPS Llama is, and I'm just trying to think what is the actual context that gets me the biggest number from Hold E. And then the other context is like the silly, stupid context of what if you spread DPS or without Hydro. Burning Wind, Anti-Blooming. If I want to make use of Nahida, and I like the idea of trying to make use of Nahida with Llama, so it feels like it's just like, it's not just Nahida power creep, right? If I'm making use of Nahida with Llama, hey, if they synergize together, it's not power creep. Golden Troop Hold E? You could, actually, that's true. Maybe Golden Troop would be a consideration over Gilded Dreams. I'm not sure though. Well, wait, no, sorry. You had the right thinking in mind. Nope. Her Lunar Bloom damage does not scale with damage bonus. So Golden Troop would be extremely stupid. It would be very stupid. I liked where you're going though, until I realized. What do you think of level 100 Zathos? He's probably the unit other than Dia that I'm the most interested in level 100ing, because just straight up like giving him a 15% more damage from base reactions for Aggravate and then Bloom damage would be cool. So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't hate, like, the same thing as like Hybrid Raiden. I would love to level 100 Hybrid Raiden, but I think Sethos is more engaging to play, more engaging for me to play more often. That I'd rather level 100 him over Raiden, but. Anyways, okay. I think that's enough for video planning things. Okay, we got a lot of things to test. I got Llama things to test. We got Ino things to test. Haven't unlocked Ino. Okay. I'm not gonna unlock Ino in this stream. What we're gonna do is we're gonna end this stream with getting these 2 waypoints. I will try to unlock Ino on my own tonight. It's not right now. I've been streaming long enough. I need to take a break and then test some things with Llama and get Ino unlocked. And then see what I want to do. I also want to potentially work on the Dia video. The Dia dire difficulty video. Which I should probably do pre-Dia Z6, but before the DSC6 video, I think it would make sense. Like I can make the how I cleared dire difficulty video with the footage I'll have from the previous stuffs. I did not expect this to go this high. This Oculus is, you know what? This Oculus is, I'm simultaneously close and far away. I forget. Goodbye. Wait. Maybe. I don't think I gained height doing that. No, forget. Goodbye. About deer damage? I mean, that'd be part of spread DPS Llama, I think. Spirit Caller prayer damage. Yeah. Is that what it's called? Spirit Caller? When entering the spirit herd to cool down, consumes a certain amount of stamina to deal dendro damage. Okay. So yeah. That would be part of spread DPS llama, I think. First DPS llama? Yeah. That'll be great. Get llama to do 0 damage multiplied by 0. Oh, why did I not just teleport? Dubious dendro deer damage, yeah. That's the short title. Actually, honestly, that is a good short, like just like not that exact title, but like can you deer DPS? Llama? That's like a short title. And then it'll just be Eon Son, Seat Lolly, C1, Llama, Nahida. Let's see. Yes, I know it'd be high investment BS, but like, let's be real, it's not gonna be good. It's gonna get a surprisingly okay. It's gonna be a surprisingly high damage number, mind you, because of like Seat Lolly, C1, Nahida, C2, whatever. But it's not gonna be good. And I'm assuming there's ICD on her deer mode, like where she only is gonna trigger a spread once every 3 seconds. Just be like, with high constellation investment, we get 3 spreads in a rotation. Maybe that's lucky. Actually, I don't know. That's probably more than we'll get because it says it consumes 50 stamina. So let's be real, it's probably not gonna be good. Alright, can I get this waypoint without triggering anything? Physical DPS llama, yeah. Just use the HP scaling catalyst or Aya perception. Oh, I'm so tired. Not a good sign if I want to work on the Dia video. Or llama. I had a lot to do. I got a lot to do. Yeah, I might have to take Friday off. Or tomorrow off. One or the other. Alright, let's go turn in some Oculus. Underflows from 0 to do 1 billion damage. Yeah, I believe in that. I believe in that potential. Look at the sad dude in the background. He's just standing there on the, on the cliff. He's a Yelan main. Sorry. He's a Yelan main. Just being like, no, Yelan's good. She'll remain meta post Columbina. Sorry. It is, look, it's impressive. It's impressive that Yelan has managed to remain as relevant as she has. I maintain that. That means she's a pretty good unit, and she will remain a pretty good and pretty usable unit. She's just gonna be joining most other characters in the game. That's all. She's just gonna join the fray. This is why we don't engage with the meta at Genshin. Because it just makes you sad. It just makes you sad. Anyways. Things that don't make you sad is just looking at stuff like Nefer's Kit and being like, ah, you're making a unit whose gameplay loop is, you know, doing a bunch of charge attacks after having blooms being triggered. But the cost of that, and she gets a bunch of damage doing that, but the cost of that is that you can't do normal bloom things. But I don't know. The nuance, there might be fun nuance in Nefer's Kit, right? With her charge attacks. I suspect because of how much of her damage that was just in her charge attacks, it's just gonna be, I don't know. Like I don't know, like she gives me Skirk vibes, but not normal attack spammy. Instead of it's gonna be like doing charge attacks and managing that. But because all of her damage is in the charge attacks and the Lunar Bloom damage, it means it's just gonna be limited by how many charge attacks you get out with verdant do stacks and whatever. Not like Skirk, where like Skirk has a ton of optimization that and nuance actually to potentially getting more damage from her. I don't know. But at a baseline, the point is like a unit that's doing charge attacks actively throughout their gameplay loop is just that isn't a bow unit, mind you. That is not a unit that really exists, I don't think. She's actually trying, like you're actually doing the charge attack input. It's not like charge attack type damage. You're doing the charge attack input, as far as I understand. That's cool. So I don't know. Like and for that reason, she will feel different to play. Like she'll probably feel similar, maybe, to play that as like Hybrid Raiden does to me, but probably much stronger. So I don't know. I think Nefer will probably be fun, but she's also definitely going to be a 2025 DPS. 20-25 DPS numbers, and maybe won't be that interesting in practice. I don't know. I still want to do shenanigans with her though too, like be like. So what's funny? I'll be making a video. What if you don't bloom with Llama? And then my Nefer video will probably be, what if you bloom with Nefer? What if you don't bloom with Llama, and what if you bloom with Nefer? Alright. I like this. I like this reality. I can have my fun still. Anyways, we'll see. I think Nefer will be perfectly fine. She just has that weird problem of if you get Flynn's and Nefer, you only have one, I know. But it's fine. Ooh. I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? I did get a normal amount of sleep. I feel really tired today, but I actually got a good amount of sleep. I'm so confused. Whatever. It's probably just because I broke my sleep schedule, and I tried to fix my sleep schedule, and now my brain's like, by trying to fix your sleep schedule, you are now you're awake at a weird time, which I'm not. This is a normal time. Anyway, whatever. Anyways, enough yapping. I don't know. I actually made decent progress exploring. It's fine. Does anyone know how many of the sigils turn-in thing is? Is it 35 or is it 30? I hope it's not 35. I hope it's 30 again. The Natlan balance felt fine with 30 sigils per level. I always felt like Sumeru was like miserably slow for getting levels in the thing. But yeah. Anyways. A lot of things I yapped about today. Alright. So, anyways, bye-bye, I think. Bye-bye, YouTube. I guess we'll go raid someone on Twitch. Why not? Have a wonderful day. I got plenty of things to do. Too many things to do. A little bit overwhelmed for the amount of things to do, quite frankly. Both on combat level and not combat. Because, yeah, Nod-Krai is pretty enjoyable. If I do a story stream, I want to do the story. If I do a story stream, then I just bought the mic, if you heard that, by the way. But if I do the story, it's probably going to be a Twitch-only stream. Just a chill stream, maybe on a day that I don't feel like doing much, but I feel like doing the story. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Goodbye, YouTube. And Twitch, we will raid someone, maybe